Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, way reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
It's day 3 of the Retribution Rumble, the final day of the regular season. Rivalries born before the season began will take center stage as Blacklist International meets Aurora MLBB once again. And to cap off the regular season, it'll be a matchup between the Titans of MLBB. Mamaya malalaman din natin ang official season standings. who will face who in the playoffs. Kaya sabay-sabay natin saksihan yan dito lang sa MPL Arena. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
It's finally the last day of the last, week 8 regular season. I was doing something, but welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ian. Together with me is Papa Bear, Naisu, and Naisu so far, even down to the last day, we haven't sealed off yet the playoffs, the standings rather. The 6 teams that will be advancing are there, but in terms of bracketing, it's not yet sure, Naisu.
It's not sure. But, of course, there is something sure for our audience out there.
And that sure thing is you can level up your game anytime, anywhere with Smart's Power All 99. For just 99 pesos, you get 8 gigabytes for all your favorite apps, plus only TikTok and only text to all networks.
You guys can stay connected, improve your MLBB skills, and keep the fun going with your friends no matter where you are. You can load up now and enjoy nonstop gaming with Smart. So, again, thank you to Smart. Now, as you were saying, Igan, yes, the teams have all locked in their spots for the playoffs, but what today brings us to, and I love that we still have this wait to the last day of the regular season, is this right here, right? Once again, it's RSG Philippines and TNC Pro Team not going to the playoffs. These are your 6 teams going, but who is going to fall into what place when it comes to the playoff bracketing is what we're after.
The fight for the upper bracket is still in the works. Falcons APBren, Smart, Omega, RORA, TLPH, all are fighting for that second seed, but unfortunately for Smart Omega, speaking of Smart Omega, the streak has been broken, by the way.
It has.
No 14-0, 13-1, because Smart Omega was able to reverse sweep Fnatic Onyx yesterday in one of the best matches, but right now, as we can see, we have 2 matches. First one is the highlight match between Blacklist International going up against Aurora MLBB. And of course, our star match of the week, TLPH versus Falcons APBren.
It's the Titans once again. This MLBB rival now is known all over pretty much globally for MLBB esports. And despite that TLPH, they've lost to FCAP. FCAP still regards TLPH as, their rival, the team to beat for them. And maybe even the team to a point where it's like they always push them to the limits. We see that happen vice versa here. So who knows what's going to happen between this next rematch between those 2 Titans.
Yeah, it's like the Lakers versus Boston Celtics, that never-ending rivalry. That could potentially be their last match for the year. So we'll never know what's going to happen, but that's why we have the panel. Renmar and Leo, please explain what's going to happen for Retribution Rumble today.
We'll tell you exactly what's going to happen is we're going to witness world-class MLBB from the first to the second best of 3 and possibly a tiebreaker. Thanks, Naisu. Thanks, #Ingan. And Leo here at your service alongside Renmar Santa Cruz from the Infinix Game Tambayan.
Yeah, the excitement of #Ingan earlier, man. It's, I feel it too. Potentially a tiebreaker. More on that later. But first, we got a good old meeting between old friends.
That's right. Just a quick reminder, Infinix GD20 Pro is the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. It's the phone that our athletes use on stage to compete at a world-class level. Now, talking about the first matchup, it's a rivalry that came out of nowhere. Well, not exactly out of nowhere. The first time these 2 met, we were already aware of what was going to go down. And I'm happy that through the run of the regular season, they kind of lived up to that.
Yeah, I mean, this was a rivalry that was already set up when the rosters were announced because of the close ties of each of these 2 teams. And from the first meeting, of course, very different time, very different meta, very different rosters that we saw. Now we're going to be seeing reunions between, if I'm not mistaken, the MV3.
That's right. And of course, their colleagues, their brothers in battle, Rena J and Yue. They're as much a part of this. Yeah. And then you loop in Lord JM, you loop in, just as long as you're Black or Aurora, like you know what's up. And it took a turn of events, a very, how do I say, sweet and hilarious to some extent turn of events because of what happened, all right? Last night, was that last night or day 1?
That was last night.
All right, because of what happened in Aurora's match against RSG, Blacklist just became a shoo-in for the playoffs.
Yep, they locked on their playoff slot, and Edward said, thank me later in his post-match interview versus RSG. While, of course, Haji and Oheb, the old members of MV3, they said thank you back.
And Edward responded. Well, he said, "You're welcome." And then I assume his thank me later is loaded, given that today, here in the last day of Retribution Rumble, they will be facing off for the last time in the regular season.
Yeah, the nonchalantness of Edward with regards to what Oheb and Haji said, it does bring me to that feeling of I think this might be an Aurora that are still going to be out for blood, especially now that we're going to be seeing our brighter Yue, who has been popping off lately all throughout the season. His Valentine is still to be feared, while Haji, of course, has been recoded.
He's facing off against a veteran of many years, many seasons. To be honest, even when they shared a team, I can feel the pressure for Yue.
Yeah.
To be on the same squad as Salik Imam. Even though Blacklist kind of struggled, and at some point I was sure that they were not going to make it into the playoffs, Haji stepped up, stepped sideways, stepped down in the round, and moved from the mid to the roam, and then roam to the mid back. And that's why these stats, to be honest, you can compare them to Yue, but I'll say it now. My opinion, admittedly, I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
Because his stats don't make sense.
Yeah, no, I completely get you. Yue deserves all the praise that are being thrown his way as one of the most feared mages here in MPL Philippines Season 14. But he got to shine bright because he was only expected to fill one role, to do one job. The job he's been doing ever since he entered the league, play the mid lane. While Haji, as you mentioned, was pulled in many different directions. But even with all of that different things that he had to do for the season, he's still shining with the likes of the Faramis, the Zask, and that Lo Yi is feared.
And he even played an Angela this season. The first time they met, week 1, day 1 on the opener of season 14. Both games in this bout went to about 15 minutes. 15:30, thereabouts. And the only thing Black really did better than Aurora was turtle control. So that means their early game looked a little better.
Yeah.
But just the same, at this early on in the season, literally week 1, day 1, the first day, they were already off to a better start.
Yeah, and that was a Blacklist International that we're still trying to figure things out. I mean, in the lineup, instead of Oheb, it was outplayed. Great as he is, it was still during a time where the team was trying to find their total chemistry and still struggling. But now, Blacklist International, this is the perfect time to show Aurora, to show the world just how recoded and ready they are for the playoffs. Because, yes, there's a bit of a break between the playoffs, but teams have always said that their last result in the regular season sort of affects their mental state heading into the playoffs. That strong idea of momentum is what they like to latch on.
Literally. You know what they say, right? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And with this being the end of the regular season, no matter what happened to Black, no matter how ups and downs and left and right and loop-de-loops they took around the regular season, the fact that they made it to the playoffs is already a testament to how well they figured out what happened to them, how they recoded, how they renamed their lineup Blacklist International Season 14 _1_2_3_final. That's what this is now.
Yeah, it's like a multiple version thesis is what they showed up. And I'm sure we're going to be getting a different version of the playoffs, but it probably won't be different from the version that we'll see today. So this might be the closest to we'll see as their playoffs form. Hence, all the more important that they put on a good showing here. And as we look at the key players, we looked at the Haji Yue comparison. What does a good mid laner need? A really great roamer, man. And you cannot deny that the effect of Perks and Renjay that they've had in the success of these two rosters, definitely they deserve the flowers.
You said it. You said it. That word triggers me. Renjay, it's over. That's it already. I was going to say this was close to a 50-50 as possible, but when the Hitman... Oh, no.
Hitman.
When the Hitman comes into play, you know that we're going to have a good day, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to know who you support because I'm suddenly all Aurora, all right? I did say in the forecast, I do believe Aurora should take this home, and we want you to show your support, MPL fans, agents, Auroras. Who do you think will win this match? Is it Blacklist International or Aurora? Vote now via the online poll.
I remember for this one, I believe I voted for Aurora as well. And I think the standout, I can't remember the standout player that I went for. Do you remember yours? Oh, wait, no, I'm pretty sure it's Renjay.
All right. In all fairness, if I don't write Renjay, it's in an effort to not seem so biased.
Okay. Understandable.
But deep inside, you know what it is.
But I think it's clear that both of us are predicting Aurora for this one.
Yeah. Not to say that Blacklist won't put up a fight.
Of course.
I do believe that, again, through, fair enough, Perks' unbelievable improvement. Through basically watching hundreds of videos set up by Coach Bonchan, basically his roamer jams.
Yeah, the roamer jams.
to learn how to set the way he did. In the weeks in week 6, all right? Much as I'd like to forget how my prediction record went because of Blacklist, Perks up and turned that all around and made the glory run for the playoffs that they're on now.
Yeah. But even after that great performance by Perks, there was a little bit of a dip as well. I believe it was when they went up against Team Liquid Philippines that they somewhat struggled. But going up against Renajay, you're really going to have to be in your A game. Master of the Basics said it best. Renajay is the roamer that has definitely mastered the basics.
I mean, he's been with the young man for the better part of 3 years now.
Yeah.
So with that said, best believe in this next matchup, you're going to see a lot of RORA, Rico. Wait, what is that? I don't think they've spammed it enough for us to know what that sounds like.
I can't remember how it sounds like, honestly.
Renajay, do me a favor. Specialized MPL Philippines team recalls are now available. You will now be able to represent your favorite team in the most unique way possible. Log in game now and get yours. I have mine already set up. I'm a Liquid main.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are Liquid mains though, but
it's annoying.
I mean, the more you see or the more you hear, the other recalls already also have their own kick as well. Imagine like a big A just getting spammed on you. Like, what does it mean? Like, I mean, for people who aren't familiar with the esports scene, why is it an A? It's Aurora, but yeah.
It's Aurora. Also, it's not just MPL Philippines franchises. You also have a fair share from our neighbors in MPL Indonesia.
Yep.
So you could help out and support them in their runs, given that later on there will be M News reports coming in from the lovely Mara Aquino. She'll be telling us exactly what's going on in the world of MLBB esports. So stay tuned, because already not just in the Philippines are we slowly ramping up to the big one at the end of the year, M6, but also in other parts of the world. So best believe you want to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, a majority of our season has been unpredictable, but it seems like as the year goes on and the other leagues and their timetables goes on as well, it's like we're seeing some unpredictable results, some new names in different regions. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to what Mara has to share with us with her update for M News.
Not just here in the Philippines are we unleashing the hero within, but elsewhere as well. So you want to be able to stay tuned for that. Once again, it's the last night, the last day of Retribution Rumble. Although we might be in for 3 best of 3s, we don't know.
Maybe.
We're in for sure for a great night. So once again, we'd like to thank you all for joining us. Go ahead and hit up the comment section. Let us know via the YouTubes. MLBB Esports, we'll be checking that chat in just a bit. Let us know who you think will win once more and what you've been enjoying so far this weekend in Retribution Rumble. I'll tell you now what I'm not enjoying. The fact that Onyx win streak got snapped in half.
I don't know. I feel like for me, you can't go into a playoffs undefeated. You got to lose at least one. Got to learn how to lose good to win great.
But that's just me. Real quick, let's reel back into the matchup. We're going to witness Blacklist face off against Aurora MLBB. Let's watch our players make their way onto the stage. Experience Lakas ng Pinas.
Welcome to the final day of the regular season. Our marshals are Joshua, Chico, Pat, and Jeff. And welcome to the arena, the playoffs bound Codebreakers. They began the season finding their new identity, and they stand before us today having broken the code of the new Blacklist International. The bright lights of the regular season began their journey as a new team with a star-studded lineup. This is the opportunity for Edward to get that thank you. Welcome to the stage, Aurora! And their coaches for Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan. and his former longtime coaching partner, Coach Dexter of Aurora.
It's time for the face-off. All players step forward. Okay, step closer together. All right. MP the King, ano ang palag mo?
Mga pamosa kami.
Demon Kite, ano ang palag mo?
Good luck na lang sa nila, bawi na lang sila.
Ohab, ano ang palag mo?
Mas paldo ako.
Domeng, ano ang palag mo?
Tignan na natin sa game.
Haji, ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko na lang. Gagalingan ko na lang.
Yue, ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko rin.
Perks, ano ang palag mo?
Bibigay namin best namin.
Rana J, palag!
Good luck, galingan mo. Huli naglaro ako sa Blacklist, nag-M5 kami.
Lord JM, ano ang palag mo?
Wala, good luck lang.
Edward! Palag!
Good luck.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. Former teammates turn to rivals will face each other one last time on the stage for the regular season. Let's begin. Panel, pasok.
Good amount of spice between their palags. Blacklist International fielding the main five that's worked for them for majority of the second half of Season 14.
We've touched already on the impact of Haji and Perks. Again, this is the meta where the center of the map thrives. Your center rotations. So MP the King, show us why you put the king in your name. Show us why you're a two-time Khmer King. Why you've led teams in Cambodia to great success. And you're going to have to do it really well with Haji and Perks as you go up against one of the most fearsome junglers this season in Demon Kite.
You know what's scary about MP the King?
What?
They've lost a lot in Season 14, but his Bane still holds a 67% win rate. Ooh. Respect from one Bane main to another. Aurora MLBB, on the other hand, though, their stats are a little more everywhere given how versatile they were in Season 14.
Yeah. Yue, Renegade, the center of the map, it's Hitman or Healman. Sometimes the versatility comes from what kind of hero Renegade wants to play. But Demon Kite, you know what you're going to be getting from him. Assassins, Lings, Hayabusas, Maniacs early on, hell yeah, Nolan, but watch out for that Fanny.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. All right, yeah, he also has a Joy.
What I tell you, they're crazy. They do almost anything and everything, but
yeah.
Here's what's interesting. I did not expect for their first blood rate to be this high. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora is actually #1 total first blood and first blood rate in the whole league.
Yeah, so that just goes to show that ever since Aurora themselves acknowledged that the early game is our weakness, they made it their strength. They like to find that first blood. They like to ensure that they get an advantage leading up to the first and second turtles. But it's interesting, now that we know the Blacklist have recoded themselves, it's how will these two teams, who have very similar rotations, who like to switch things up in the side lanes, how will that come into play?
Let's check out the Infinite's keys to victory. Blacks International definitely has to put their A game up against the Aurora, because this is their way of saying thank you, by putting up a great fight.
Yeah, put up a great fight, show your strength, show that Edward helping you get into the playoffs, wink, wink, was well worth it. Rotate your way towards the upper bracket, Aurora. That's what we mentioned, the rotations. How are you going to handle your early game rotation, show off that new strength, and make sure that you get to pressure Oheb, who you know will play the same play style as Dominic because you guys rotate the same way. And he who controls the mid controls the game. That's why we put focus on Perks, on everyone else in the mid. I was about to mention all of the players, but then I realized I don't have time to mention all 6. But watch out for the roam mid and juggle for both teams.
The roam trio. Interestingly enough, they're going to come in at very different times. I understand now how this dynamic is going to come into play. Aurora, high first blood rate. Did you know that Renegade is the #1 when it comes to first bloods among all roamers?
Yeah. It's his tendency to really like to get that early poke trade in the
Get
mid.
in there.
Yeah.
Just get in there.
It's the first wave and third wave pokes that they usually go for.
Which is a total polar opposite of Perks, who just tends to be patient up until the very last moment when you're looking at a 16, 17-minute game. And why is he not rocking the implosion? Why not? And then suddenly just turns on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect way to put it. Like, for Renegade and Yue, when you really think about it, they're the two roamer mid-comp duos that really just go for the, hey, yeah, we're going to hurt you first so that you can't even get close to getting vision and all of that. While Perks is more of the kind of like, fine, hurt me now, I'll hurt you later.
Going into the draft, game 1, Blacklist International as the home team picks blue. So that'll give them the first pick advantage, give them that first pick gambit, allow for those trades. And then Aurora this time around, off of Master the Basics. Again, very prolific for playing red, which I think he picked up from Bonchan along the way through their years working together. They should be fine.
Yeah, for sure. And now that we know that with Blacklist International going onto the blue side, I have two main questions here. Number one is, are you going to be one of those teams prioritizing the Khalid if it's open, willing to pick up the Khalid even if high-profile assassins are open? Or are you going to get Perks on his comfort, get the Tigreal so that Renegade doesn't get it later on the red side?
I'd reckon maybe even first pickable on blue.
Exactly.
That might be how important it is for Blacklist. Here we see Coach Bonchan at the helm, taking out the Fanny. By the way, 100% if I'm not mistaken on DK here, yep. And the Ling and the Edith. Edith at about #1 for a majority of teams here in MPL Philippines Season 14, while Coach Dexter taking out the chip, as you should. Happy 15, 110 games
around that
banned.
time already. Let's just, again, accept the fact that we probably will no longer see Chip for the majority
No Chip
for the rest of the season.
Ain't no Chip. Unless he gets patched or something.
Yeah, maybe. But now for the first pick here, so if Aurora take out an assassin, that might actually force Blacklist to pick up the next available of assassin, because they can still go for the roamer trade here. I will not take it away from Blacklist for suddenly first picking a Matilda just to take it away from the Renegade. With Phovius gone here now, and
you
you
say
have
the Renegade?
For the Renegade, yeah.
Cool,
Matilda
thanks.
for the Renegade.
Yeah, that's the right way anyways.
But no, they're still going to be chasing the assassins.
There it
It's the
is.
Hayabusa. So I wouldn't take it away from Aurora to just go ahead and pick up their main roamer right now.
No rush for Aurora to actually put a hero on DK. Again, the aforementioned Joy shows up in his arsenal. Angela hasn't been banned just yet, so they can do anything. But wait, no, this is uncrafted. Look how cold DK is. He knows what's up. He knows he means business. It's the Julian alongside Khalid.
Man was staring all of us down.
I felt him in my soul.
Yeah, I thought that Julian would go into the third pick, but the Khalid does get picked up. That most likely will be the roamer for Aurora. But let's still not turn off the idea of Edward picking that up. I mean, he had the winning Raging Sandstorm off to the back.
That's true. I think a majority of why this could go into the Rome is because of the stellar performance of the Hall of Legends inductee Chaknu last night, who, with the help of the Khalid, ended Fnatic Onyx 13-game series winning streak, ending it at 13-1. Here's the answer by Blacks International, the Gatot and the Valentina.
Yeah, I like that they paired up that pickup together, because if you pick up the Gatot Kacha and picked up a different mid laner and leave the Valentina open for you, and number one, you're giving you a comfort. Number two, that actually makes Aurora think about the possibility of putting the Khalid into the roam, pair it up with the Valentina that gets the ultimate of the Gatot Kacha, leading to an incredibly annoying time for the jungle of Blacklist International with the constant invades they'll be getting from the EXP.
Yep. So, again, because of this Moskov pick, we're more likely to see the Khalid in the XP now, right? That's the current school of thought we're following. The Harith gets banned out by Aurora, and Blacklist taking out the Vexana. So there's still the Zask left out for Aurora, who, by the way, I think is on the downtrend. We really haven't seen much Zask in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, teams have really understood how he likes to play around the formation, how static he can be. As strong as he is in making his own plays, teams have just read into it and played into it, especially with the changes that he had. Still great in terms of dealing the damage, but for players it seems like they're ideas all the same. It's like he just feels a little bit different, and it feels a little bit riskier now.
He's more item dependent now.
Yeah.
Picks up more magic power inheritance for more items, so you can't really start bullying as early as the first 5 minutes. Check it out. RORA bans out Lord JMCC, who, by the way, is sitting at 75%. The few times he's picked it up, they've actually won plenty with it.
Yeah, and looking at the Khalid and the Julian, that is very dive heavy, meaning that the other pieces of Aurora might not be enough to really help the backliners, whatever you is going to get, knowing that the Valentina's not there anymore. So a CC would have been a great pickup for Blacklist International later on. So now I think here we might see if this Khalid will be, where this Khalid will be going. If not that, then maybe Yue would want to pick up his hero now. However, there's a chance that Aurora might actually hold on to that, save that for last, and just already show their hand with the Roam or EXP Khalid. No.
And there's the Aurora. So still doesn't show us anything.
Yeah.
Again, one of the few strengths you have as Red in this current metagame, given that you are at a disadvantage. I think the win rate is at a very unhealthy 56-44.
Yeah.
Good split for blue, but not so much for red. Could have sworn that was going to equalize somewhere down the season, but que sera. Now Blacklist closing up their draft. Still no gold laner. Not a Lunox lineup here. Harry just got banned out. Did they want to hit the Claude?
Yeah, the Claude should look good. It's not like they need a carry. Claude would be great if they just want to really play the map, unless they're thinking of a different gold laner, but there's already 2 sources of great magic damage, so physical might be the way to go.
Yeah. Although Oheb has a favorite Nathan these days, might not want to... Oh! Picks up a Benny special!
Okay.
Prior to this 1-1 on Oheb, it's only really been Benny who played it 3 times prior.
Yeah. So now, does that mean that Renegade will pick up his Cho? Meaning it is still open. If ever it's going to be a Khalid EXP... Actually, no, that's the thing. You can trade it up again. Most likely, this Arlot will be going to the EXP. This is a Gacha roll.
Yeah.
So, if it's that matchup, I'd rather pick up... Yeah,
there it is.
It's going to be a Cho.
Renegade Cho is a thing of beauty. Played it in XP, played it in Gold. And here, if we see it in Rome, I think Oheb has to protect himself. There's a lot on Perch's plate.
Yeah.
Gonna have to, I hate to say it, babysit Oheb if it comes down to it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch out for around the 5th minute rotation. If ever the gold laners will still be sticking in their lane and then both teams just go for a gank to finally break that first turret. Or if by turtle 2, turtle 3, both gold laners switch up and how that might force the rotations of the other team. Leading up to that though, yeah, how Perks and Renegade will pressure or take care of the jungle.
I think it's all about the early game pressure. I agree with you. We're throwing over to the casters to bring us game 1 in this best of 3. It's Jose and Jose calling the action.
Retribution Rumble starts out strong with familiar players facing each other this time as opponents. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu. And we can already hear the jam-packed crowd here in Green Sun Hotel for the final day of the regular season because it's Blacklist versus Aurora.
You saw the face-off. I know for our international viewers, you might not have known what they all said. I know some of the great viewers out there try to translate too for the viewers, but I'll tell you what, man. RORA is locked and loaded and ready to go. I feel like they want to, of course, continue to make a statement throughout this. And also with Renegade on the show here, they're going to have to contain this man, the Hitman for a reason.
Yeah.
That's where he got that moniker especially, but we'll see how this plays out. Take a look at the emblems, though.
Yeah, and speaking of Renegade, I remember Cho was one of the flavors of the day yesterday, especially in the hands of Ryota. It was used to break the streak, a reverse sweep for Omega, and this time in the hands of the Hitman, as well as MP the King rocking the Hayabusa. One of those junglers who can easily snowball at any given moment. So with Blacklist lineup, you can assure that MP the King can be aggressive, especially since they also have perks on the Gacha and Lord JM with the Arlot. But then again, Aurora, the last time that these two have met, Aurora was able to sweep them. But again, this is a different kind of Blacklist. It's a decoded Blacklist with a different kind of lineup. And after 8 weeks, this is the first time that Oheb will face off against his former teammate, Edward.
You know, part of this too, going against former teammates and everything else. I mean, we've seen so much of this up to this point in just Season 14 in general. The panel talked about it, you know, the post that you guys probably saw online too, going around here between these two teams and the players, of course, too, with everything that fell into place. But the main thing is Blacklist International being how they got
Whoa.
hold on, Hachi. Okay, he's going to take a good amount of damage. Has the level 4 available. Lord JM getting a level 4 too. So just some poking back and forth. And look where Renegade is. Putting the pressure here too. The Turtle's going to start up. So Renegade enough to force MP back. The fight for the Turtle going to break out. Edward goes in. Demon Kite will secure the Turtle. Now Lord JM trying to run, trying to bob and weave out of here, but won't be able to get away as Yue picks up the kill. And now Haji trying to find a kill for himself, but Renegade goes down. The trade's already happened to Perks. Joining the fight alongside now Haji. Waiting for Demon Kite to get here, all for this purple buff to take away. So they're going to work on it slowly. Perks, Haji.
Wow.
Trying to delay it, but at what cost now? So RORA gets a whole lot out of the exchange.
And we've been saying this, Renegade the Hitman is the frontliner for Aurora, leading the rotation with his nuisance in the jungle.
Look at the prediction.
Prevented MP, but look at the prediction, 79% are on the side of Aurora. And you know, if Aurora wins, it could easily change again the brackets of our standings currently right now. But again, heads up play from Renegade. A good delay onto MP the King. MP the King then wasn't able to contest for the Turtle. At the same time, they weren't able to get the purple buff of MP the King. And the best part was, Aurora got the Turtle, and they also got the Lord JM.
There's the kick once again. Way the Dragon coming out. Perks taken out of the picture really quickly, and Edward will jump in as well. Raging Sandstorm. Haji takes that for himself. But man, once again, there's a reason why anytime Renegade picks up the Cho, a lot of people love to just watch him and see what he does.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry I have to say this, but baka Renegade to. Yeah. Maybe it's Renegade.
Maybe it's Renegade.
The signature throw of Renegade once again being picked up here, and Aurora really utilizing their early game power spike. Again, they have the Khalid that could be a menace.
Look at him.
First 5 minutes, and look at just Renegade.
Just look at him.
Okay.
He's just going to stay there, poke a little bit, and he's fine. This, you know what? That's all he has to do. That's all you have to do to be an effective Cho for a lot, especially in the early game when, you know, you kind of got to rely on positioning even and being protected as a gold laner. But even as a jungle, MP the King has not been having a good time. Renegade uses away the Dragon, not the way he wanted to go. There's the final slash in response, plus the jump on in. Domeng joining the fight. They get frozen down too, but they're going to fight it on out as they force him back. Lord JM trying to run. Domeng goes back in. Now Perks taking the brunt of the damage. Can Ohab help him? Ohab, the spear's going to miss though. Point blank. Good thing Ohab was there, but he didn't even need to help them further.
Okay, Blacklist was able to finally win a clash. They got to Edward and Yue in exchange for, I believe it was Haji. And that was a good catch coming in from Lord JM. Final slash connecting onto 3. Luckily, Renegade's Way of the Dragon was off angle as well. That's why Blacklist was able to turn things around. But again, Renegade just really giving MP the King a hard time, zoning him out while Aurora works on the Turtle.
You know, I love to see it, man. Cho just being a nuisance enough to these assassin junglers, and that's all you got to do. Now the objective taken up for Aurora, once again, to build up on the lead that they have here. And that's really where you got to pay attention. You got to look at things falling into place for Aurora. And if you're Blacklist International, you're looking at what they can do to answer back. Again, at this point of the game, nothing's out of hand, right? They actually have a lot of potential to turn these fights on their head. It's more so that MP the King hasn't been able to get that, you know, that snowball momentum we always see from Hayabusas early on. He has gotten a couple kills, but he's been constantly focused out, especially from Renegade here. And now they're going to force a fight again. Oheb could be in trouble. Fires back. Defensive Edward trying to get back with Raging Sandstorm, but Oheb will pick up a kill.
Onto his former teammate, Edward, and a heads-up play from Perks to protect Oheb as well, popping his Revitalize, making sure and he's not going to get bursted down as Demon Kite works for a trade onto the bottom lane. But a 1v1 between Lord Jam and Demon Kite, though. Okay, so that was a kill onto Edward. In exchange, Aurora got a third down bottom, but this is the thing. You've been saying Renegade has been a nuisance in the Blacklist's jungle. Yeah. But even onto the middle lane, he's trying to zone out every single member. And if we're going to go back to the keys of the victory, one of the main things that they have to think about is whoever controls the mid controls the game, and so far it looks like Aurora still is controlling the mid lane.
They're going to, and you can see this happening here. Like, they're getting all the turrets that they need to. They're pushing these in. They're getting the space to work around, and, you know, they still have... Oh, hold on. Or JM gonna get kicked once again with the way of the dragon from Renegade. They get frozen down. There's the answer back, though. Renegade won't be able to escape the crossbow of Tang coming out from Oheb, but now Oheb could be in trouble in response, but Perks still working on it, still fighting for it. Oheb doesn't want to press the situation further after losing 2 members, the 2-for-1 trade.
Okay, that was a good call for Doming to just wait a minute. I'll enter after almost all the ultimates from Blacklist have been expended. He waited for the crossbow of Tank to be used up, and then he entered in. That's why they were able to take down 2. And again, Demon Kite dominating the neutral objectives. All 3 turtles will fall to the side of Aurora, but for Blacklist, it's still, you can still come around again. It's a 4.3k gold lead. At the same time, Oheb hasn't been shut down. Looking at the KDA, it's a 2-0-0 with this 1-1. And if they continue to just build up Oheb, wait for his items, wait for his power spike, one single catch from either Lord JM or Perks can do the job and wipe out Aurora.
Not only that, but also here, Ingon, is the fact that, you know, once Oheb scales up on the 1-1, gets online per se, like you said, a final slash can set things up. Even with Haji, a lot of times he's been taking, you know, UA's Frigid Glacier, and that's enough to slow things down and hopefully capitalize on it. But as the game continues to build up for Aurora, you're looking at, you know, a comfortable lead at this point into the First Lord. This is where it's either like make it or break it with the lineup that they have. Blacklist might actually contest the First Lord as they still have a minute to go. But if they get, let's say, wiped out, I'm worried for Blacklist in game 1 here.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, especially for MP the King. Again, to prove himself that he's the new king for the side of Blacklist. Hasn't had a chance to get any kind of neutral objectives. And in terms of trade, Blacklist still lacks the trades that they can do against Aurora. That's why Aurora has a 5k gold lead. Just look at Renegade.
He's inspired me to play Cho this season, this new season.
Honestly, we were talking about the Midnight Rock Hard. You were talking about playing the show, especially because of the performance of Ryota, but Renegade.
Oh, he's going to get final slash, and he's still going to be able to escape, but there's the shadow kill. Renegade trying to run away, and he'll do it. The rest of the team now joining the fight. Spear Destruction there as well. But they just disengaged. They don't have to pull the trigger on it. And man, look at everything that Renegade just took from the team of Blacklist International.
That's 3 ultimates. Wiggy Shadow Kill, the IMU coming in from Haji, and Lord JM's final slash. That was a good catch though.
Yeah.
But again, the problem is, do you have enough damage to burst down a Cho? Again, this is a kind of a roamer that's agile, not that tanky. And at this point, you can't even burst him down. That's a huge problem that Blacklist has to overcome, especially coming into this First Lord as Aurora tries to burst down the Lord.
Well, let's see what they do. Once again, initiating the fight. Perks takes the brunt of the damage on the front side. They're going to force him back a little bit here. So we get a reset from the Lord. Renegade was trying to find that way of the dragon again. Doesn't get it. Good pickup here to deal with some of that sustainability. Sea of Halbert now on Oheb.
Okay, so Blacklist was able to prevent Aurora from bursting down the Lord and getting it for free at the very least. So right now it's an opportunity for them to reset, work on their minion waves, and looking at the item, Doming dominating the gold lead with almost a more than 1k gold lead. Already has the Trinity build. So right now in terms of damage capabilities, Doming can really just burst down anyone, even Perks especially with the DHS. So right now Blacklist needs to worry about the split push capabilities of Doming. You know, the next standard. Because again, this is a Moscow that can join the frame any given moment.
Once again, Perks unbreakable, going for the taunt on Renegade. Renegade takes a couple shots, and you can see how kind of hesitant they are to actually commit to this Lord. So even with a lead that RORA has, if they don't find that opening, that window that they're looking for, again, Renegade expended the flicker, then they're not going to take it, even with a lead like that.
I also love the fact that since Blacklist doesn't have their own recall, they're just getting TLPH. They're using TLPH.
TLPH.
Oh, a slash!
Oh, the slash going to be used. Oh, he's in trouble. Edward goes down, tries to get away with the Raging Sandstorm, but won't be enough. But look at the push happening here. Doming, you're going to have to deal with this as he's pushing down that bottom side. So even with a pickup, still no commitment. Blacklist International not taking this Lord just yet.
Yeah, this is what separates a Doming from most pro players. Again, his ability to focus on the macro instead of just utilizing his micro skills. Again, micro skills, it's unquestioned. He's really good at it. But right now, he's just showing how good his game knowledge is, working on the bottom lane, forcing MP the King to react. So even if Blacklist was able to get the pick off, they couldn't get the Lord because, again, they were outnumbered because MP the King, the Retribution holder, is down bottom. And again, if Doming decides to join the frame, if the Spear of Destruction hits, it's gonna be a 5-1-4 in favor for Aurora. So right now, as Blacklist manages the minion waves, a good catch from Lord JM or Perks can do the job, or a counter-attack coming in from Haji if ever, since he has the Frigid Glacier. So right now, Aurora trying to survey the scene. Here comes Renegade with a Conceal.
Once again, Conceal going to be used. Perks stay in the front. Renegade could be in trouble this time around. Demon Kite will be able to get the Lord and cap on it. There's the Raging Sandstorm. Edward being able to find 3. They break out in the fight as Perks going to fall first. Still going down for it. He's got the passive. Demon Kite could be in trouble. Winner's Crown already going to be used. Goes in, gets a triple. And Oheb, the one in trouble now as Domeng going to chase him down. Oheb able to escape. And man, what a move from Demon Kite.
Demon Kite and Edward started things off with a Raging Sandstorm Flicker combination to set up 3. Then the moment you thought Demon Kite was going down, a Winter Crown play plus an enhanced chains to connect. That's why they're on the push into the middle lane.
So Oheb and Perks, they got to clear out the wave. Demon Kite going to be working on Oheb, but now the base is susceptible and they'll take it in. 9K lead as RORA comes out with game 1.
And in that moment, the Northern Lights for Aurora was bright as ever. They will again get the game 1 win onto the new decoded Blacklist International lineup. An amazing effort from the Hitman and an even better performance coming in from Demon Kite.
What a game, man.
What a game, a fast game, action-packed, starts things off slow, but in the end, they gave us a huge, huge show. Props to this man, the captain of Aurora, Renegade, for the setup. And man, Renmar, Leo, they have to explain what happened to that final clash, because honestly, I don't know what happened. Guys, take it away.
Luckily, we have more than just a minute to break down exactly what went down, and we'll tell you exactly what happened. Welcome to Infinix Game Tambayan. Leo here at your service alongside Renmar Santa Cruz. A sudden but decisive victory by Aurora. And, all right, you and I were watching clearly, right? Along with the thousands and thousands of people online from all around the world.
Thousands of millions.
Thousands of millions.
Yeah.
A gajillion. And basically, what happened was the XP lane aggression and the roam aggression of Aurora led to them just blindsiding Blacklist and not noticing that DK was just going ham on everything that he could lay his hands on.
Yeah, 404 there, and all of those kills, or at least 3 of those 4 kills, came from that last sequence. And it was just, again, the strength of a Julian in a team fight with how quickly he can get his skills back. And if you blow out your abilities too much and Julian still has that enhanced sword and chain available to him, and you don't have ways to dodge that, then yeah, you're pretty much screwed, man. There's no escaping that.
The fact that this whole game was on the back of that you know what? It's not just that moment. Many different little skirmishes were off of the back of DK knowing exactly that this is the time for me to lean hard into this take. And yeah, there were some moments where Blacklist seemed like they were winning, right? But they did not start off of a Lord shuffle, wherein Perks found an almost perfect final slash. And Lord Jam, yes. And almost instantly, Aurora switched it up and said, wait, this can't continue. We're going to start losing dudes. And then DK just said, yeah, you know what, leave it to me. There, see?
Yeah, man. Winter Crown threw the scythe onto Oheb and then enhanced sword into the other remaining members of Blacklist International. Woo, spicy. And it's quite poetic that in the end, after all of that, it's Demon Kite who became the MVP. It's easier for you to become an MVP jungle and have a good time as a jungle if the rest of your team are pressuring the opposing jungler at the right time. And that's exactly what happened. Almost 4,000 gold separates Demon Kite and MP the King. And it just comes from the fact that Aurora controlled the jungle of Blacklist International. Their objectives weren't the turtles, their objectives weren't the towers, their objective was controlling the jungle of MP the King. The first turtle buff invade, which meant it was free for Aurora. 3 minutes in, they controlled the lower part of the jungle of Blacklist International, leading to Domeng breaking that tower in the bottom lane before 3 minutes and 30 or before 4 minutes, which meant that Oheb would have to crawl up in the farm, and all of that just came from the fact that Aurora controlled the jungle of Blacklist International every time the buffs were up.
And that doesn't mean that DK was playing easy mode.
No, not at all.
The fact that DK always knew exactly when and where to strike
Exactly.
allowed for Aurora to basically play with 3/4 of the map. Blacklist, the fact that they're just 9k down means they were still trying to farm. There was still some they were getting. That's why Oheb was starting to hurt. That's why Oheb was still able to afford a Sea Halberd and then get a kill here and there. But at the end of the day, look at this. Demon Kite hit 917. The average, I'd say, this season would be like 800.
Yep.
So he's hitting 100 plus gold more than the average winning jungler.
Yeah, 800 to 820 is the average for winning junglers. Anything past 820, closer to the 850 mark, that's more on the gold laner territory now.
That's Gucci.
That's Gucci. At that point, with what Demon Kite was able to do in this game, yeah, again, not playing easy mode as you put it together. If he wasn't stepping up, then that means that all of the efforts of Aurora wouldn't have been for anything. They needed Demon Kite to step up, and he did.
Which, again, was made possible by the very fast rotations on Edward Khalid. Renegade just throwing himself at Blacklist constantly. You could have sworn he wanted to sign back in with Blacklist. Like, come on!
Come on, all right. I got a contract ready here.
Oh, psych, flickers out.
Not signing that.
And, again, very, I don't know, if you see this as well, or is it just me hoping that the utility Mel comes back? You will play the utility Aurora. Like, he was so willing to put himself there and just use his CC and his body so that Domeng and DK could do core things.
Yeah, I think that little sequence that Renegade had in the mid where 4 members of Blacklist International went on him and he still escaped with around 5% health left. I felt like that was a nail in the coffin moment. Even though it looked like Blacklist International, that last Lord fight, could have turned things around. It's those moments where you go, yeah, that guy's on a roll. Yeah, the rest of his team is on a roll. They're probably going to win this. And in the end, they did, which out of the map pressure strength of Aurora, how well they do the macro, they're pretty damn good at the micro as well in the team fights.
And I think that goes without saying, you can't be a successful macro team without having sound micro.
Yes.
And that's what makes Aurora so dangerous. Yeah. From a role-to-role perspective, they are, if not the best at their role, close to it.
Close to it, yeah.
So when you duel with them, you know you're dealing with world-class talent. When you're playing with them on a map scale, next thing you know, you only have just this much farm.
Yeah. One thing I can show is that Demon Kite really showed that in this game with this meta. It's like that was the signature core performance. He was definitely the core of that lineup.
Speaking of, cores have taken quite the turn in this current meta game. Here's a quick meta check talking about what 1.9.20 has done to our metagame. On the downtrend, here's a core hero we don't see anymore, Roger.
Yeah.
Zask, again, I was calling Zask on UA. He has a stellar win rate on that, doesn't show up as much anymore. Joehead, more of a acquired taste these days. Hylos used to be a first side pick, and also, he just shows up like last pick these days. And of course, Terizla. Where's the Rizzler?
Yeah. At this point, I think that with the other EXP options you have available, with the rise of Kali, the rise of Gata Kacha, even the rise of Cho, those aren't just roam pickups, they're EXP lane pickups too. And then, of course, with how important it is to control the center of the map, it's understandable why Matilda has made a comeback with how fast she can help rotate. And of course, well, Low Yi's there. But if we look at the consistent heroes, those are the ones consistently getting contested. Well, for Chip, he's just no one wants him. Poor guy.
I'm pretty sure if Blue could ban him, they would too.
Yeah. We've never seen a blue Chip ban though. It's always been red.
Yeah, it's happened red 2, not red 1.
Yeah.
But it happens.
First
also,
phase for sure.
Yeah. Also, the Edith, still at 98%, then now to 93 points. It's very rare that she doesn't get picked, all right, or banned, because a lot of teams, I'd say half, I'd reckon, half the teams of MPL Philippines Season 14 have Edith in their top 3 picks.
Yeah.
That's how important she is. And of course, the Harith, Nolan, and Tigreal.
Yeah. One of the heroes I'm looking at here is that Phovius.
The fall.
Yeah, I feel like before the patch stat for him was more of like teams still cooking him up, because it wasn't like there was anything massive that happened that allowed Phovius to go in. It was just more of like an understanding.
Yeah, he himself actually got revamped to the lead up to this patch, and then eventually got opened up in the MPL. It still took him like 2 weeks, or so.
It was like, it really did just feel like cooking time, because he showed up in week 2 even, if I'm not mistaken.
To a loss.
Yeah, to a loss. But then you can already see that teams were just starting to get comfortable with him. And then it seems like after like a few practices, once a new patch came in, it was just a perfect timing that, oh yeah, we finally get how to play around him.
And because of that, ladies and gentlemen, I would assume there are still some heroes waiting to show up.
Yeah.
All right? This weekend alone, if I'm not mistaken, you got your, Jimmy's jangled when the Akai came out.
Yeah. Akai Rome and Akai EXP yesterday. I'm so happy that popped up.
To an L.
To an L, yeah.
But it showed up, so that means it might also still be in the cooking stage.
Yeah, it should show up more. It should show up more.
I'm happy that Bane is just, just right about here.
Yeah.
He's not losing. He's just...
Yeah, but he's always an option. He's always there. It's like, if you're looking at the lineup, like, he's not the last kid that gets picked into a team just because he's the last kid.
But he gets
picked. It's like, oh, wait, right, he's there. Yeah, let's bring him in. He's cool.
Yeah, often banned out in the second phase.
Yeah. Still respected, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's look for the Index Salon Beauty here in the MPL Arena for the last day of Retribution Rumble Weekend. It's between an agent and I would assume an Aurora. Which one is it? This bespectacled young lady or the couple? I guess.
Who was it? Who was it?
I guess we're just gonna have to find out later on.
We didn't see anyone get the bag.
Yeah,
right?
I was just setting up the matchup.
Oh,
All
wow.
right. We'll find out soon. Maybe they both win.
Tough. Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
we're all winners here.
Exactly. Given the quality of MLBB we're watching, folks as well watching at home. I know you guys are looking for Dilar, but they got Lord JM working. All right, Lord JM did a pretty okay job here.
Yeah, I feel like we just need a little bit more consistent communication between him and Perks when it comes to the entries.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it with Renji and Edward, you can see, oh yeah, flawless. He go into this time, or they go in together. While it seems like Lord JM and Perks are just a little bit disconnected at times.
Yeah. We'll work on it. The patience and the gusto of Lord JM should match up here, especially as they go into match point. Aurora might take it down. Real quick, shout-outs to everyone watching, especially the Auroras who have gathered at the watch party at Good Food in UP Diliman for the matchup, all right, for this rivalry between Blacklist International and Aurora. It's got to be weird being at one of these watch parties because it's fair to say that when you go there, you got to be a fan of both, right?
For sure.
Most likely people are dressed up in Aurora swag, but some of them might be agents deep inside still.
Yeah, there's like there's a little Blacklist merch somewhere on there, maybe a sticker hidden somewhere.
Like a jersey within?
A jersey within. That's the only inners they have. Yes. Maybe one's wearing Aurora jersey and Blacklist pants, joggers.
Could. Or like that they're carrying around little photo cards of Blacklist.
Yeah.
Like, still, who knows?
Or if you're Carl Rockharto, one of the very few that got the limited edition Quicks shoes.
Oh, yeah. See?
Expensive.
Again, any kind of gathering that celebrates MLBB is a good gathering. Hopefully you guys are having a great weekend. Real quick, an update for Game 2. It's Aurora's turn as the away team. They go ahead and pick blue. So, still, first pick advantage here at play. Do you think Blacklist made the most of it in Game 1? With that Haya pick? I think it was fair to say that a Haya first pick to put it on MP was good. But what could it... The Tigreal got banned out.
Yeah, I understood why they went for the Gatot Kacha. But I feel like we need a little bit more... another type of hero that if it's Perks the patient that we get a hero that still allows him to be aggressive. Gatot Kacha doesn't feel like that's it, especially up against a Cho. And I'm sure that was in the back of their heads that, oh, the Cho of Renegade is going to come up. So if you want patience, I wouldn't even be so mad to think that Blacklist International might save their roamer pickups for later. But the thing is, their tendency is that usually, yeah, their side laners get picked in the second phase. It's like a weird call now for Blacklist Inter on the red side. But for Aurora on the blue side, they can just continue it as it is, and they can switch it up. They can have Renegade and US picks now come into the first phase, then save Edward and Doming's picks later.
I'm going to call it now.
But
I feel like if the Cho doesn't get banned out in the first phase for Black, RORA picks it 1.
The first pick, yeah, that isn't too crazy to think that might actually happen. Yeah.
I think it's possible. They are protecting a 58.2% win rate on blue. Fair to say, Aurora's in great shape in Season 14. So they can afford to do that. And the question is, like, if the Phobius is banned out, like, really, what's stopping the Cho?
Yeah, not much.
What's stopping the Cho?
Yeah. Usually the interaction that we see, though, is that if there is a Cho roam, depending on what the roamer's feeling that day, he'd either want the Tigreal to get taken out, most likely it's taken out. But there are some roamers who are willingly invite the Tigreal because it's hard to build a sure advantage if it's a Cho roam versus a Tigreal roam, because you're thinking, yeah, okay, I can kick him back. He's not as mobile.
You'll kick him in.
Yeah, but you'll kick him in, and then that might set up an implosion if you don't get that Tigreal down fast enough. So I think that's one of the things we'll see if that Aurora are going to be thinking about in terms of the matchup.
Which makes blue side all the more powerful for Aurora, is because if they see that the Tigreal is banned out, get the Cho. It's a little too much to expect Blacklist to ban both.
Yeah, I think
they also want the Tig. They also want one.
Yeah, if I'm Blacklist International on the red side, of course Chip's gonna be there, but one of their bans, I feel like for me, definitely needs to be the Matilda. They cannot give the Matilda to Aurora.
Especially since they can flex it all the way to the end.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't even see the Matilda coming.
Yeah.
And that's what makes a very scary Matilda. It makes it a Matilda that can all of a sudden be aggressive when you've drafted a very expensive lineup in red. Like, oh, we need to farm up, we need to wait. Even if you're at 4.
Yeah.
Even if there's 4 of y'all already here, and you can still save your lineup with that 5, if the Matilda shows up in the 2 here in the blue, that's almost likely a GG, because she can out aggro all the 4.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that Aurora will now consider is if they do go ahead and first pick the Cho, one of the picks on the clapback later that Blacklist International might be willing to get on the red side would have to be a Lo Yi. Lo Yi with a Purify could be one of the biggest banes to a Cho's existence, because you're not immediately going to try to flicker, combo, Jikundo, kick the Lo Yi, because you still have the Purify. Maybe you can force that out, but then once you force that out, you're stuck. You have a Lo Yi who can supplement herself with shield, suddenly you're stuck within the rotation dispersion combination, and it makes it difficult for a Cho to get away. That's one of the responses of teams have had recently to the Cho, is to pick up a Lo Yi in the mid and then just make sure you pair it up with a good high crowd control roamer as well, so you can punish that Cho.
Yeah, to be fair, I think they could just make sure the Lo Yi isn't touched, so they have an answer to Renegade's Cho if it does come out. Lo Yi, despite her being more of a here and there kind of hero, has there it is.
They respected it.
Has crept up the Blacklist top 10 picks in Season 14, so they know. See, they're setting up for the Cho.
Yeah, they're setting up a Cho first pick.
Oh, they know.
Great, and Blacklist ban out the Phobius.
All the more.
Yeah.
Do it.
I think they don't need to go for it right away. They can still pick up an Assassin right now, because I don't think Blacklist are the type to pick up a Cho for themselves.
Yeah, they'd rather the Khalid, because at least this can be flexed. And will Blacklist really Cho here? Will they steal the Cho?
Nah.
Would they risk that?
It's not their tendency to. I mean, Perks before was a highlight Cho player, but it's been a while. And we don't know if it's a playstyle that they're comfortable with right now.
Cho plays good into the Khalid too.
Yeah, more often than not. Okay, they'll still go for the Gata Kacha. But they need something in the EXP lane that can clear fast and rotate fast, because if that's a Cho Khalid combo, the Blacklist International jungle's not going to be safe.
Oh, no. Huh? It's a CC. CC is so good. Rather, Khalid into a CC, I actually like that matchup.
Yeah. And plus, at the same time, it... Actually, no, I felt that. I felt that. If the Khalid isn't careful here in the EXP lane, the CC is going to outpoke you, meaning that you're not going to be able to help out with the invades and be aggressive as you want. If I'm Aurora, go ahead, pick up the Cho now. It's still great for your lineup. But then in terms of the gold laners, the question is, do you want to pick up the carry now? Or do you just want to play for Domeng getting the Moskov or the Claude, something like that? There's also the big jungle question. Do you pick it up now here as well? You still have the Julian, the Hayabusa available if you want it for Demon Kite. And there is the Hayabusa that they go for. And instead of going for the Roamer EXP show already, they go ahead and pick up a comfort for Yue.
And there's the Ling. The fact that Harith is still open was made possible by the CC. The fact that it wasn't picked up right here in the 2 swing for the blue. Because Domeng has an amazing Harith record, 100% if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, or close to it. So with the Moskov ban, I think they can pick up the Harith for themselves. Yes.
Yeah, they're letting the Harith through because they know that it's compromised.
Yeah. Oheb can pick up the Harith in the 4th pickup. They take out the... Ooh. Okay, they deny the Angeling.
Because Angeling would be very good here.
And the very classic Angela-CC combination.
Yep. Angela Gatot, Angela... All of this.
Yeah. So I think with the lineup of Blacklist International, it's them signaling, okay, Lord James the frontliner. And then Perks is just going to be like the follow-up with the Gacha Ultimate. And of course, Blacklist International would take out the Cho. Harith would be a good pickup for them. It gets banned out. I think... Yes. There's a chance we might see the Haji pick up first, and maybe Beatrix later on for Oheb. Is that Ed?
That's...
Wow.
Why is this photo kind of uncanny valley? What's going on?
That's a throw.
It's both very old and very new at the same time.
It's our good friend Hot E showing it off.
Ron Moyo, where'd that come from?
And it's signed.
So it means Edward consents. Anyways.
That looks limited edition, man.
We're still looking for a hero for Haji, and there it is. The Aurora.
They can pick up the Beatrix later on. If it's not the Beatrix, maybe even the Lunox. Oh, wait. Nope. They already have good sources of magic damage. I like the Beatrix. I like the Beatrix later.
I actually like the Beatrix better. Although if you do pick the Lunox, we've seen teams do this, wherein it's just the Ling or the Nolan that have the burst physical, and they don't mind because the Lunox would be good against both the Khalid and the Haya.
Yeah. So Domeng, if he goes Claude, I would really like to see a Beatrix for Oheb later on. With the Moskov gone, if they want to play the map, High Invade Roamer, Tigreal gone, Grok still an option.
There it is, they stole away the Beatrix! While Domeng sticking it to the Filipino sniper, and there's the Grok!
Great moves. You get one of the best possible options that you could get for Renegade, and you steal away what could have been a fantastic option to round up the lineup of Blacklist International with the Beatrix. A great draft by Aurora so far.
Does this not mean you actually just Lunox now?
The thing is that makes you a little bit too team fight heavy.
And you lose the lane.
Yeah. If ever that's the case, then that's going to be the Ling split pushing. Ruby Gold.
It's a 1-3-1!
Yeah. Okay. So they're going to be funneling their basic attacks into the Ling. They have good source of basic attack damage. The Ruby Gold soft counters, or for most cases, might actually be able to hard counter the Khalid, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
I'd say if they do go for an early swap, which Oheb is very used to, playing in his championship season in Season 7, should be fine.
Okay. As we look at the lineup ratings, though...
Yeah, the numbers say the counter does indeed play a role.
Yeah, the damage potential for Aurora is through the roof. Crowd control, though, a little bit more for Blacklist International, along with the late-game potential. Ooh, mid-game, big mid-game power spike is where I'm looking at.
Let's throw over the desk. Ingan and Naisu calling the action. RORA match point.
Match point for Aurora and a chance to secure or make their chances higher at securing the second seed for this season. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Daddy Naisu.
Yes, sir.
And Naisu, Domeng, though, stealing away Oheb's signature pick, the Filipino Snipers Beatrix. What can you say about that?
Well, it's a statement. You know, we're going to see if he's able to pull it off, of course, but at the same time, there's been this, once again, rise of a Ruby Gold working for some teams. I love that we've had some flexibility and dynamics now in the gold lane, and even down to the XP lane to an extent to where things have shaken up and developed over this season alone for the regular season. Now, looking at both the lineups here, you know, this is almost very standard, I would say, when you look at RORA's lineup. You know, Domeng on that Beatrix, always going to have a gun for a certain situation, but then even Renegade still doing what he was able to do for the majority of game 1.
Whoa.
On the Grok here. A lot of early poking happening, too, with Yue.
Okay, you can expect an early game poke coming in from Aurora as Haji has to walk away there. And again, although this is the case right now in terms of the mid lane, high pokes for Aurora, I do like that Lord JM has the CC right now as MP the King works on Renegade.
Is he going to go for this?
Whoa.
Okay, he gets the flicker. Oh, he's going to jump in. Goes in. Tempest of Blades still available. Goes, picks up everything he can, but Edward there to punish him, and now in the mid lane still, Perks in trouble. Good thing Demon Kite quad shuttles on out. Haji was there to help. Man, what a... Haji! He goes in with the flicker, picks up the kills, not going to let Demon Kite get away.
When you thought that the clash is over, someone just randomly flickers in. A while ago was Renegade backing off against MP the King, but MP the King goes in with the Defiant Sword plus Tempest of Blades and a good pick off there for Aurora. But look at Domeng. Okay, this is what they were saying in terms of the laning stage. Domeng can easily poke Oheb, especially during long-range matches. Almost level 4. Let's see if he's gonna get that sniper and bring down Oheb. But okay, Blacklist right now, in terms of lead, they have a slight advantage as they are controlling the Turtle Pit.
Going to rotate down. They got to work on the objective. Edward there. Haji also making his way for this fight. Renegade almost level 4, so he'll have the wild charge in just a second. So going to hold the turtle for now.
That's a good way to hold the turtle. Quick sand guard, just holding turtle right now as Perks trying to zone out 4 members. Here comes the clash.
It is once again Edward on the backside. Raging Sandstorm right on Haji, fighting for it. Frigid Glacier there, and the follow-up coming on through. MP will be able to pick up a kill, but it's already a double kill for Blacklist International's MP the King and the turtle for the taking as they demolish RORA in that fight.
Wow, shades of MSC, MP the King with odds against his back, performing at his very best when pressure arises. And of course, the recoded Haji this time rocking the Aurora against Aurora, connecting the Frigid Glacier onto a Demon Kite. Another huge catch.
It's a tongue twister, isn't it?
Yeah, using the Aurora against Aurora.
Hey, that might be the answer maybe, bro, because right now, Blacklist International is really setting the pace in this early portion of the game, and that's exactly what they have to do if they want to get to a game 3 here. And it's not even often that you see a CC pop up anymore. Like she's kind of just one of those niche picks at this point.
Honestly, I think it's only Lord JM who has been using the CC, but in times where Lord JM has used the CC, he has a higher win rate, and at the same time, I feel like it's more of his personality, not just being reliant on the setup, but more of the zoning and bursting down the tankier heroes. But
with the flex from Oheb.
Okay.
Domeng just got deleted, man.
Okay, I know in the comment section, a lot are wondering why Blacklist is using the TLPH recalls. It's because they don't have their own. And even if they have their own, I think they're going to still pick this because look at the TPs from TLPH, man. Flexing. And that's what Haji did again, a 202 KDA. And if you're going to go back to Haji's journey, even just for Season 14, he's been switching roles. He started as a roam, right?
Yep.
A roam, then he went back to the mid lane, then went back to the roam, and this time rocking the mid lane, performing well with the Aurora, 202, a lot of catches with the Frigid Glacier, and the best part is, Yue, one of his signature picks, the Valentina, isn't here. So they don't have the luxury of getting a Frigid Glacier of their own compared to game number 1.
Yeah, I think part of that too is just, so far this whole momentum coming out from Blacklist International has been really decisiveness. I mean, even MP the King early on in the game when he went under the turret, as level 4, that got him to this point. Now he's going to go again. Tempest Blade's going to be used. Gets knocked into the wall, though. And unfortunate, as I was just talking about the aggression, he ends up getting punished up top.
In that case, patience beats aggression. And with the patience of the 2 members of Aurora, they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike onto MP the King, baiting him out. That's when they were able to strike back and bring down once again MP the King. So right now, Aurora's doing a good job in terms of macro, but here's the job Lord JM is known for. Just zoning out Renegade, eventually going to zone out Edward, making sure that Blacklist has a good position to get another turtle as 4 members are approaching here in the Turtle Pit, working on to Ren and Jane. Just look at the damage coming from Perks and Lord JM.
Yeah, that's a damaging yo-yo right there, man, if I've ever seen one. Because right now, like Renegade, even as tanky as he is, he's got to go heal back up. No one getting the turtle just yet. MP going aggressive again for Domeng. Takes a couple shots. Tempest Blade's going to be used. Domeng tries to get the kill before he goes down. But MP the King will pick up one himself.
Okay, this time MP the King knows he's alone. That was a good tactical reposition, then cast of the ultimate. But again, fast hands coming in from MP the King. Good cast of Tempest of Blades as well as Yua checks the brush there. Here comes Edward!
Oh, there it is again. The setup with the wild charge coming in. The fight for the turtle. A huge Frigid Glacier. Gonna follow up. Perks will go in. Get the taunt as well. Edward's gonna heal back up. Still fighting for it. Demon Kai gets the turtle. Now Perks taking a couple too many shots as Yua gets a double. Good exchange again. Both sides here finding something, and now the turret up top will go down.
Okay, a trade for Blacklist. They wanted to go for the turret instead and a kill onto Ohe, but in that case, even though Haji was able to cast that Frigid Glacier, it did connect onto 3.
Yeah, got 3.
The problem was the numbers game once again. And Edward doing a huge job being the frontliner, soaking up the damage, and the moment he's about to get bursted down, quick sand guard, more than enough to heal him up and re-engage once again. That's why Aurora this time was able to bounce back. But again, because of the trade that Blacklist did, they still have a slight advantage in terms of the economy. 1.3k gold lead, but the problem remains for Blacklist. They don't have a natural gold laner, a natural marksman. So when it comes to the late game, if ever Aurora manages to extend it, it's going to be a huge problem for the agents.
And you know, Egon, I think this is part of the thing. It's just like, even if we don't have a traditional marksman, you know, to shoot from afar, if Oheb just somehow puts pressure enough to get Domeng to flicker even, or, you know, grabs him with the I'm offended, they have enough push through, whether that's MP the King, whether that's Perks jumping in. Hell, the freeze from Haji is enough to take care of Domeng.
Yeah.
So then you just even the playing field, right? Like, your ranged hitter is pretty much gone out of the picture. But right now, they're just going to trade objectives cross-map.
Okay. Domeng still manages to get one down bottom as Blacklist leaves the inhibitor turret up top alone. So this is a good start, a really good start for Blacklist. And in terms of early game, you'd expect this kind of performance from Blacklist.
Yeah.
Again, they have the Ruby Gold lane that can easily dominate the early laning stages. And at the same time, their poking capabilities are there. MP the King rocking the lane once again. High mobility in terms of rotation. And of course, again, the Lord JM hero, the CC, who has been banned during game number 1, now is performing better, being able to do his job more, not reliant on those crowd control skills that you need him to do. But here comes Blacklist, might be able to burst down the Lord.
They're going to give it a go. There's the pull on Yue. Yue's out of the picture already, and now Renegade has to flicker out Lord JM. Holding the front side. Edward on this side angle. I don't think he wants to commit to it any further. This should just be a Lord now for Blacklist International after only finding Yue off that pull from Oheb.
Okay, that was a huge, huge move coming in from Oheb, bringing down one of his former teammates, Yue, with a crucial kill, getting them the first Lord. And instead, Demon Kite goes in for his purple buff instead for the trade. But this time, Blacklist wants to extend the lead that they've established, trying to go for the mid lane turret as Oheb goes in with the I'm offended play. Not going to catch anyone, though.
Yep.
And in terms of clear wave potential, Aurora's safe. Again, just 2 ultimates coming in from Domeng can clear out this level 1 Lord even by himself. So Aurora, the problem is right now, will you let Blacklist set up and eventually get at least 1 inhibitor turret? Or will you be able to play it safe, burst down the Lord without suffering any casualties and without burning any of your inhibitors? And looking at the items, in terms of gold lead, we have a match, we have an almost equal economy between Oheb and Domeng.
Yeah, it's been pretty much, you know, close in terms of the gold lane, but you know, you asked the question earlier, especially with the Ruby gold lane, and so far it's been paying dividends for this lineup for Blacklist International. These holy shields are going to be popped. Lord makes its way top side. And now they can force a fight. Oheb does have the flicker. There's the Raging Sandstorm. Going to go for Oheb. Perks tries to help him out. They're going to fight back. Lord finally going down the Frigid Glacier as well. Meanwhile, action down in the bot between the 2 junglers. Will keep it together, but RORA will lose Edward in the exchange, but they hold on to the base turrets.
Yeah, that was a worth it trade for Aurora. Again, instead of sacrificing an inhibitor turret up top and they give an advantage in terms of macro for Blacklist. Edward's just gonna sacrifice
Oh,
his
Renegade goes in, finds 3 on the mark, but there's no follow-up for him. Demon Kite goes in, pokes. Lord JM jumps into the base as well with a vengeance. But even with a setup like that from the Hitman, there's no follow-through.
That was a good wild charge play from Renegade, connecting onto all the agents, plus a huge follow-up from Yue with the Deathly Grasp. But the problem was, Doming's ultimate wasn't ready to be casted. Imagine if the bazookas or the machine guns connected. They could have easily taken out 1 or at least 2. But in that case, unfortunately, Blacklist was lucky that happened. And it's not just luck for Blacklist. Again, they've been playing well. Even down to the trades, they're trading very well. If we can recall back to the first minute, MP the King going in, forcing Renegade to flicker it. Although it wasn't worth it during that time, with Haji's flicker in to bring down, I believe it was Demon Kite or maybe Yue, that made it worth it for Blacklist. And now looking at the items, we can see an immense gold lead between the two junglers. Almost 3K, or I believe more than 3K for MP the King compared to Demon Kite.
Quick maths, that's a whole lot of a lead.
I hate numbers.
For
so
MP the King,
really
I know.
numbers.
You know, what we can say is it's a lead right now for MP the King based off what he's been doing, putting the work throughout the game at this point, and now Lord being up here. They got a nice, good lead, 7,000 gold up to this point, but you can see just how confident RORA is, even down at this. They might still want to try to contest this, might want to try to get a pick off. I'm not sure if they can actually convert this Lord, though, but we'll see if they have enough to pull things through. Right now, Lord's going to be held by Blacklist.
It's going to be a battle of trades. Blacklist has the advantage to get this Lord right away, but look at Renegade's position. Will they go instead for a pickoff? We'll never know what the plan of Aurora is, but one thing for sure is they're brewing something up. They're cooking something up with the current formation that they have, as Blacklist will burst down the Lord.
It's for the health here. Retribution already going to be used too. They jump in, they force the fight. Oheb will be able to get the Lord and they break it out. But 2 are already down for Aurora. Perks jumping in, won't be able to find anybody from that. And also Domeng gets back to base. And Blacklist now facing this base rush here. It's only 3 members of RORA.
1/3 of the MV3 secures the Lord for the side of Blacklist as they extend the lead to 9K. Lord JM pushing up top, but Oheb with the pull coming in from Doming, and Doming has to flicker out as Lord JM gets the inhibitor turret. Now, Aurora, how will you be able to extend this? Because Demon Kite goes in.
He got the passive, so he's able to at least get rid of that, but they got to get prepped and ready for this Lord march up top, because right now they hold on to the 2 base turrets. There's still waves pushing in here, and Blacklist, even with a lead that they have, they're still taking the calculated decisions.
Okay, orange buff will be taken away here by Blacklist. Lord marching up top. They still have 5 members, though. They can go for the engage for Blacklist. In terms of kits, all their ultimates are available as well as their battle spells. Perks has his Revitalize, but they're going to play it safe. They're going to play it calculated. You mentioned this. All their aggressions are calculated. We're going to have to wait for who's going to initiate first. Will it be Oheb? Because Oheb knows he wants to go in with the I'm offended play, but Edward!
Sandstorm with a wild charge, going to be able to find Oheb, and now breaking out into the jungle. They have to disengage, but here comes MP the King. Tempest Blaze going to be used to stop the Sand Guardian as he picks up Edward. The 1-for-1, but Demon Kite jumps in with a shadow kill, looking for Lord JM. Won't be able to find him, and Domeng loads up the sniper shot. Won't be able to find Lord JM either.
Oh no, Aurora really won that clash. Edward for Oheb, shutting him down, finally handing the Filipino sniper his very first death. That was a good cast of the Raging Sandstorm. And MP the King, quick heads-up play to bring down Edward as well. They were able to save their 2 inhibitor turrets, and now we are approaching the possible power spike of Aurora. They have Doming onto this Beatrix. A marksman compared to a Ruby can dominate the late game. And Blacklist, they know this. They're pressured to end this game right away. Look at the damage dealt. Yue with the Vexana leads all.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Look at the damage already. There's the jump in from Perks. They're going to try to cut them off. Edward could be in trouble. He's low. Tempest Blade's going to be used. Demon Kite jumps back on the backside. He will be able to find Lord JM for a little bit longer, but now Demon Kite's in trouble. Couldn't pick up the kill as he finally goes down. Demon Kite and Edward gone. It's up to these three from RORA to defend against a full push from Blacklist.
Oh, they're not going to wait for the Lord anymore. They have minions. OEB still has a potential setup here as he's trying to zone out Renegade. Here comes the inhibitor turret, going to go down. One more inhibitor turret into the middle lane. Renegade enters the frame, though.
What are they going to do? Still holding on. It's only one minion left. Renegade taking a ton of shots. OEB trying to get away. Once again, MP jumps in.
Domang!
Won't be able to find Domang as Domang gets a double. And they're trying to turn this one around with every piece of ammo they have, from Domang to Yue to Demon Kite and Edward.
What is with this Retribution Rumble week? I mean, yesterday we saw Omega finish the streak with 3 amazing defenses in one game. Aurora might also pull it off.
Hertz jumps in, gets the taunt, and just disengages
Demon Kite.
defensively. Demon Kite looking to find something, won't be able to grab it further. Lord is still up. Yue still on the hunt for Haji. Domang loading up the shot as Yue will pick up the kill. And now the Lord, even with 2 down, now MP the King back up. You're down Haji if you're Blacklist International. How are you going to approach this fight, this dance-off, this shuffle with RORA?
A poetic way for Yue to end his former mentee Haji. As Aurora tries to burst down the Lord, MP the King is here, though. It's going to be a retribution battle between the 2 junglers.
They're going to jump in. Demon Kite will be able to find OEB, trying to zone them off, but MP will be able to find Demon Kite in exchange. Tempest of Blades already used, but Edward will be able to get the Lord. And now Blacklist trying to run down the rest of RORA, but they don't have enough in the tank to follow through. Edward just bought some time.
Edward, Legend 0. He said yesterday, thank me later. But right now he's saying to the whole fans of Aurora, thank me now, because without Demon Kite, they were able to get that Lord with a huge, amazing play from Edward. Wow, at some point in the game, it was a 9K gold lead for Blacklist. 2 inhibitor turrets were taken down, and with a tornado first kill coming in from the Scalid, he was able to take that Lord away from his former team.
That was nothing fancy, but man, did it bring some value to RORA. And you know what's crazy on top of all this, man, is the fact that just minutes ago, Blacklist was up nearly 9,000 gold. Now, RORA, based off these small wins here and there, medium wins, big wins, and everything in between, they get themselves a momentum shift. Edward, enough of a threat. They hold on to that mid-turret of their base. That's all they have. What are they looking to take here from Blacklist?
Oh, Blacklist right now almost losing their gold lead from 9K to 1.6. They haven't bursted down the Lord. They have inhibitors, but Renegade
goes in. There's the Sandstorm to follow through. They'll be able to find OEB. And now still going for the fight. Renegade already taken out of the picture. Yue firing off. They have the Lord with them. Edward goes down. And Blacklist will be able to defend the 2-for-1 trade. They only lost OEB.
They lost OEB. They lost 1 turret down bottom. They have all their inhibitor turrets intact. Huge defense for Blacklist despite the amazing attempt from Renegade and Edward. That was a wild charge Raging Sandstorm combination.
What a combo.
What a combo, but again,
it's a wild
Haji
sandstorm.
With a crucial frigid glacier. It was a wild storm, I like that. Or a raging charge. I think it's a raging charge.
Either or, it was a great combination.
But better defense though.
That's true. Haji.
From Blacklist.
Haji coming in, like you mentioned, with the frigid glacier, man. And that's, again, that's why you pick up the Aurora.
Yeah.
It's able to stop those forced initiations from the lineup that RORA has here, and that's how, you know, they kept it together, even despite all that. So this brings us back to this place where you're 30 seconds away from the objective, the Lord being up here. Blacklist still with this minor shift in their favor, but RORA has showed time and time again that they can actually still take it to the fight. You know, and that's something that maybe Blacklist can play around. The fact that they have 2 base turrets down of RORA's and the mid turret barely alive.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question.
Ask me.
Okay. Was Ryota the one who also stole a Lord yesterday against Fnatic? I think that happened. I'm really not sure. But one thing for sure is our XP laners are outstanding today.
They're out of their minds.
They're out of their minds. Yesterday was Ryota. Now it's Edward rocking the Khalid as Blacklist works on the Lord. But important to note here, the positioning of Renegade. The wild charge again can come out of nowhere, but I think MP the King was able to spot him
Oh.
out!
RENAJAY going to be able to find multiple members. Blacklist. No follow through, no commitment though.
Okay.
It's going to be fine.
It's going to be an immense lore dance once again from these two teams. Blacklist, one of the teams that created the formula for the lore dance. And Aurora, one has the players that also exemplified perfection when it comes to the lore dancers, has mastered the lore dances. In terms of the mid lane matchup, Yue facing up against his former mentor, Haji. And right now, Edward facing against his former MV3 members, Haji and Oheb. MP the King has a chance to redeem himself once again as one of the top junglers, not just in the Philippines, but in the whole world. And Demon Kite also right now has the chance to, up their chances of getting a second seed coming into the playoffs. Okay, Lord JM gonna try and find a good position here as Aurora will work on their minions. There's no split push potential because OEB just has a Ruby. Okay, here's a good seal.
They're just trying to get the space to work around here, and this is where things get a little dicey. You're 20, almost 22 minutes in. You've got a pretty exposed base at this point, and you have to play against that, and if you're Aurora here, and that's why they're taking their time, really trying to find any window through this. So that sign that the conceal is going to be done, and they know where RENAJAY is, Blacklist can start this load up and possibly secure it. They just got to watch out. Edward going to go ahead and heal back up. Yue had to deal with that. Now RENAJAY could be in trouble. Immortality there. There's the Raging Sandstorm. We're going to find 3 again. Haji gets the kill. Lord's going to go for the reset, and they jump in further as Edward goes down. And now Blacklist looking to clean things up. Domeng tries to get out. Immortality going to be popped. Just gets knocked down. Double kill for MP the King. And that might be it as Blacklist, full force, will march into the base of Aurora. Staring them down. What can Demon Kite and Yue do? Trying to defend the base the best they can. But Blacklist will go in and clean things up and take it to game number 3.
First time these two teams have met, it was a different situation. A different lineup for Blacklist, different meta, and in 7 weeks apart, Blacklist was able to take 1 game away for Aurora, forcing a game number 3. Man, the agents showing their determination that they can go head-to-head with any single team. Leo, Renmar, it's your time to shine.
Thanks for giving us the time to shine, Ingan. And Naisu calling the match 1-1. The score between Blacklist and Aurora. And in an odd turn of events, the swing from momentum to team,
yeah.
I could have sworn Aurora was on the up and up.
Yeah, but there was one solid rock, or should I say solid iceberg on the side of Blacklist International. It was this man. Probably one of my most favorite Haji performances this season. If it's not his low E performance earlier this season, it's this one. 7-1-0. He really controlled the tempo, the team fights, and the members of Aurora, man.
He did so much, that forced so much from Aurora, wherein, you'll see in the highlights very soon, more often than not, Aurora would have to overextend to even get anything from Blacklist. And this is the aftermath of one of those moments.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, all right? Aurora couldn't kill Perks. Aurora couldn't kill Lord JM. Aurora can kill Haji, but more often than not, he has the Pride of Ice. So what happens then? Aurora, even if they have somehow grasped a lead, they can't help but let go because of what? Their hubris in trying to, no, just lean in, just do it. And which led to a lot of what Renmar called dirty ML.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the cleanest execution as the game got on, and you really saw it there in the ending here. Quite forced by Edward and RENAJAY. You know that Edward went in to try and help RENAJAY out, but it ended up you lose your 2 major frontliners. Domeng was put in a very awkward situation where he was just left there with the 2 frontliners down, and with Aurora eventually just going into the base to win. 2 major sequences sequences early on for me that really showcased Haji's MVP game. The long skirmish initiated by MP the King where he got the first blood, but he got killed, but then Haji covered that by flickering forward to take down Demon Kite. And the first turtle where Haji with his ultimate was able to freeze the key members of Aurora who were zoned and pressured by Perks and Lord JM. And remember earlier we were talking about Perks and Lord JM, it felt like their communication was a little bit off in terms of who initiates, who frontlines. They fixed it here.
And it helps that Lord JM is on a hero that just front lines.
Yeah.
Really, there's nothing else this CC needs to do. And name a hero from Aurora. Maybe say for Renegade, because most likely if you get hit by a wild charge, truth be told, you did your job, right? You baited out a big ticket ult from Aurora. You're doing a job well done. So splendid work for Lord JM. Again, that's why this CC is his hero.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you now, it's not the Arlet. It's
not the Terizla.
Not the Terizla.
Even though it's his most picks.
Not the... Did he pick up a Khalid this season?
Not yet.
It's the CC, all right? I'm trying to get to the point wherein it's the CC. And him just being up front, throwing yo-yos at folks, allowed for him to be the best wingman.
Yeah, and the presence of the CC, again, will always piss off any Beatrix player, especially when you get to the point where the CC already has the blade armor, and that was his third item. So with the War Axe or the Brute Force Breastplate, again, that's just the joys of CC, her core items, which allows her to constantly engage and really be annoying. The longer the fight goes, if you are caught alone and you get hit by the Curtain Call and then the Yo-Yo Blitz, man, you gotta back off because that will take you down from 100 to maybe even like 10, 20% of your health. Once a blade armor is up, if you're the Beatrix, yeah, you're just really waiting for everyone else in your team to set up for you to be able to clean up.
Which is impressive because the stats say CC on Lord JM dealt the most damage across the board, 75k. So they spread out the damage well enough to, you know, fix that whole Perks and Lord JM connection to allow Haji to play captain and serve all the roles that Blacklist have, and not to mention, allow Oheb to really flex. I think Oheb, he wasn't a core here. He was more of, again, he was the one in the 1-3-1. He allowed for Aurora to think to, he made Aurora make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Just to put it at that.
Yeah, every time Aurora would want to get into position in the major team fights, Oheb wouldn't be shy with using the I'm offended, and then Haji would be like, all right, thanks for the feed, man. I'm going to use my Glacier. But in the 4th minute, it was actually Haji and Oheb taking down Doming, delivering the first gold laner death of the game. They weren't able to convert that rather into a turret. However, what they got from that was they freed Oheb, allowed him to rotate and then join the fights. Once the Ruby was joining the fights, that's when Aurora felt, yo, why is this so difficult? Oh, right, they have 3 tanky presences that we have to get through before we can even get to the Aurora that was so integral to the team fighting of Blacklist International.
Which is interesting, given that in the current metagame, given the patch, you're usually seeing 2 cores, right?
Yeah.
Here, they had 1.5 core.
Yeah.
1 meaning the Ling, right? And then you have a half core in Haji, because he dealt a lot of damage too.
Yeah. Great performance. Again, 7-1 and 10 for Haji, and nothing too special with this build.
Lord JM and Perks just died once each.
Oh, yeah.
That's how difficult it was for Aurora to decisively get damage in there, or to have conviction in taking their engagements. Because of how afraid they are of the potential pull from Oheb and the freeze from Haji.
Yeah, and one of the difficult things also that RORA had to deal with is that you have 3 members of Blacklist International who actually built the Blood Wings, or excuse me, the Queen's Wings.
Queen's Wings.
One on the Ruby, one on the CC, and then one on the Gatakacha.
So even when you think you got them, they're like, huh!
Yeah, it's like, no, we're still here. We can dish out just the right amount of damage to bring your key members down.
Which is difficult because their only real right clicker is the Beatrix.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why this ended up looking like a not so clean execution game where things got messy, because things get messier once you're thinking, okay, I've used all my abilities in terms of the muscle memory and the math, this guy should be down. Wait, why isn't he downed?
And then
it gets cramped.
In that moment in time, in that engagement, you're like, wait, let me just put a little elbow into it.
Yeah. Let me just force it just a little bit.
And it's that forcing it that leads to Blacklist punishing them. So with that said, we're going to leave the match here on lock just a bit. We got one more game in the best of 3. Got a question for all of y'all. Who should be the regular season MVP?
Oh.
Season 14, from week 1 to week 8, who had the most stellar, most highlight, most... What do the kids these days say? The most Riz?
Yeah. I mean,
Trying to get at something here.
I'm sorry, isn't it obvious? There's really only one regular season MVP.
How Sigma are you?
Thunderbelt.
What?
If you really think about it, Thunderbelt completely changed the meta, the play. It allowed Roger in the jungle to go, all of that.
It used to allow Roger.
Thunderbelt's MVP. Oh, sorry.
Now he's not here anymore.
Do we have to say player?
I guess.
Oh, yeah, because that's the P in MVP. King Kong.
Now that we're thinking about it,
It's King Kong.
the correct answer, most likely, is King Kong.
Yeah.
But I would argue for Renegade.
Of course you would argue for Renegade,
I would argue for Renegade to be the #1 gold laner. No, but really, like, remember some
What
of these-
season is this?
Remember some of your most amazing moments. Like, if Highlight plays... What's up, Joseph? If Highlight plays were a currency to buy you that award, to credit you, isn't Renegade up there, too?
Sure.
If you could, like, name 3,
Sure,
won't
man.
Renegade be in your 3?
You know, I'd put Demon Kite before Renegade.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Hitman. You're so important, but Demon Kite.
Okay. All right, so you think Demon Kite is in the argument as well?
Yeah. So for me, it'll be 2 junglers, King Kong and Demon Kite. I'll put Renegade as a solid 4 spot.
Okay. How about I introduce a wild card into this?
Okay.
Prince Ramirez.
Friends, okay, dude, I was thinking of Super Friends too. But the thing is, like, because of how good King Kong has been, I feel like he's really been overshadowed. But Super Friends is honestly the beating heart
Of
of
Fnatic
Fnatic
Onyx.
Onyx. If you ask them, if every comms, we rarely hear from Super Friends. But once the comms, once we do the mic checks for certain sequences,
Very vocal.
he's the loudest guy.
It's so easy to say all of the members of Fnatic Onyx, but let me bring up one that might change your discussions here. Most developed player or most improved would be Brusco.
Yeah, for sure.
Brusco or
definitely.
Kirk.
Yeah.
Most improved. So
Yeah.
I don't think, as much as I love them, they're great. I don't think they're regular season MVP, but they're most improved.
Let's be real. It's at this point where if RRQ Hoshi, Hey Kingdom, didn't end the regular season top 1 in MPL Indonesia, they would have been looking at RRQ and going, hey, why'd you guys waste Brusco? But now at this point, it's just like, we're very happy for you, Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Brusco, that you're able to shine. Because the Kingdom's doing well in Indonesia too. But yeah, I agree with you. Brusco really stepped up, and his partnership with Super Friends is top-notch. World-class.
Amazing. Amazing. I didn't think they would gel so quickly.
Yeah, me too. I thought there'd be like maybe 2-3 lose streak to start things off, get things heated. But no, they just went for a 13 win streak.
And then won.
And then won.
Which doesn't stain it at all. They're still a record holder.
For sure.
Still in the history books.
That's not going to be broken for a while, man.
We got about 15 seconds left before we jump back into the match. Let me bring up one more question. Should be on everyone's minds. Where do the Titans of MLB fall in the whole regular season MVP discussion?
That's the thing. It's as the season went on, it got a little bit harder to make a case for any of the Titans.
More so Liquid. I'd say Liquid was very ho-hum. Maybe FCAP?
For FCAP, okay. Since he was the top jungler for the first half of the season.
The one
above all. Kyle TZ, for sure. Definitely up there.
Maybe.
And then, but as the season went on, Super Marco, still low-key, held on to his bulletproof title before King Kong. I haven't crunched the numbers not yet, but like King Kong's probably the most bulletproof right now in the league.
All right. Hopefully that helped you guys figure out who you would vote for your regular season MVP. Back to the matchup. Blacklist, being home, picks game 3 side, and they choose red. Reptar, what's going on?
Oh,
it's been blue, and then the wrench in the plans here. Coach Bonjan says red.
Yeah, it's the Bonchan special. He's always been the red side guy.
It's the Bonchan plan.
It's the Bonchan plan.
It's the Gayo.
When around week 5, when we started to see more red side wins, that's when Blacklist International, when given the choice, would choose to go red more. And considering that they're coming from a game where they won on the red side, I think it's also the idea of them just wanting to continue the momentum.
That's right.
And if ever, it's going to be Aurora making the drafting adjustments here. Because Blacklist don't need to budge. They can still commit the bans into the Fanny, Chip, Phovius. Whatever happens next after that is Aurora adjusting to the draft, adjusting their bans, and adjusting their picks.
Yeah, they can actually just play the first phase the same way.
Yes.
And then attack from a different angle. If anything, it was Blacklist who flexed in Game 2. Neither of us saw the Ruby coming, but still it was a very valid play. Something tells me Aurora, by this news alone, makes them think, it doubles the priority on them problem solving. Because if they were blue, that would have been like, all right, reset. You know, this is definitely a game one, best of one all over again. But this time around, Blacklist being red reminds Aurora as they start the games like, oh no, this is the same situation.
Yeah.
We're gonna get beat up again.
Yeah. I think for this week, if I'm not mistaken, we've been seeing more red side wins. Maybe it's closer to 50-50.
Red side wins at Game 3?
Yeah. Red side wins Game 3. A little bit more red side wins this week, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's, to add to that, Coach Bon Chan might revel in the fact that red side banning isn't difficult in the sense that you need to ban one,
the chip,
and then the other two really are just hey, what do we want, guys? Just play it around that. It's like one chip ban, one really hard respect ban.
True.
And the other one is usually a ban that could show up, a pick that could show up as one of the next two in the blue side.
Yeah, it's like a choke ban.
It's a choke ban. There we go. That's a good way to put it.
I take out the Julian. I take out the Haya.
Yeah.
I take out the Fanny.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Just a few more moments before we begin Game 3 proper. The draft is upon us. And once more, it's Aurora on blue. This has got to be trippy for Coach Master the Base. Like, what? You gave us blue again?
Yeah.
Sir,
It's like,
what's your command?
really, it's the idea of, I think they're forcing it to change.
Look at this. Dex asking Master Basics, yo, he did that. Really, he did that. you know Bon. Yeah, I do know Bon.
They all know Bon,
See,
dude.
look, there it is, the Fanny ban alongside the chip, and then the Paramistig.
It's basically the same. And it's Aurora who make the change. They take out the Gacha. So this is different from their Low Yi ban from earlier, which leaves Low Yi open. Blacklist International, let's see if it will still be a Phobius ban here.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so exactly what we talked about, right? It's Blacklist committing to the same bans and Aurora forced to react and change.
Hold up, Reptar, did they go first pick? Yi? Is that worth it?
A little bit too aggressive for my taste.
Yeah, it is.
They might even consider an Edith right before that, but no, go for Assassins. Take away the Ling.
So MP's got a Haya now.
Yeah.
He's got to bring out the Haya Boo Boo.
The alternative is you go Nolan. You go for the burst, and then your map control means you're covering a Moskov pickup later on.
Always on the way.
There's the Matilda. This helps too. This helps with the map control.
Yeah.
It helps speed up the rotations. And speaking of rotations,
That's fast.
they be flying.
Yeah. But this is important, the mid lane pick for Blacklist International. If I'm them, go ahead, pick up the Low Yi third. Unless...
Of course, the Hitman gets his Cho, and...
Low Yi, just pick it now.
Does Blacklist go Low Yi? They kick butt with Aurora.
Yeah, it's a great answer. The problem with that is, yes, you'll be giving the diversion also to Aurora, which leaves you susceptible.
Although, isn't that weird timing? Like, you have to find
the Low Yi
first and then set it up.
Exactly.
That's telegraphed.
But I really lean in on the school of thought that you want to control the Cho a little bit more, but now it's not the Low Yi. Okay, we did say the Moskov earlier.
Blacklist is playing the map.
Yeah.
Oh no, Blacklist turning the Lanadon into Tomas Morato. that's where their boot camp is, by the way.
It's a great neighborhood, y'all. See you around there.
Real close to Reptar. 5-minute walk. All right, going to the second phase, taking out the Harith. Hey, congratulations, Jose. He's a certified public accountant for a year now.
Luis. He prefers Luis.
Okay, sorry, Luis.
Yeah.
One of the most loyal agents I've ever met.
Yeah, good friend of the casters too.
All right, so one more ban. The Alpha. Where's this coming from? The last time I saw the Alpha get banned so aggressively was when you're playing against Onyx and you plan to play Phobius, because he wins that lane against Phobius. What is this?
It's the idea that if ever the Alpha was there,
Wait.
Bane ban should come in
Yes,
also.
because this is what we're talking about. You try to choke out MP. That means, wait, what is this? Hey, that's
Hey,
how it happened.
Yeah.
That's AI.
That's AI.
That's AI.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
this has to be the Bane. Master the Basics knows that if you... so that means they're okay with him picking the Haya.
Yeah.
Like, make my day, pick the Haya.
They have to ban the Bane, right?
It's weird if they don't ban the Bane.
Oh, but then again, even if it's a Haya, you have the Cho with you. Roger! That's strange for me. Because you still have the Nolan,
Haya,
Julian.
Bane.
Julian, I'm a little bit iffy now. I'd rather pick Bane over Julian in the scenario.
I don't think... Well, the fact that there's a Matilda helps.
Yeah.
The fact that there's a Matilda helps because you protect the Bane from its main weaknesses of being immobile.
Yeah.
But I think they need to invest more on frontliners before you clearly say Bane.
There
it is! Oh, that was just me being cynical about not seeing my favorite hero on the map as often, but here we go!
Hey, come on, man. If we're calling it, we might as well, right?
That was the green light, the fact that the Roger got banned, so...
that means Aurora's choosing this.
Aurora allowed for it.
You know, what are they gonna do? Suddenly swerve? Edwards playing EXP Cho, then Renegade picks up a Lolita?
Pretty sure he can, but MP here has a very healthy 67% win rate on the Bane.
Yeah.
So the few times he's actually played it, more often than not, it actually won. So what's the play? You play the map, you allow for the Bane to burst down objectives.
Oh! Oh, they actually do it!
The Lolita!
I can't believe I called that. Okay.
Okay. It's just based on the changes on Lolita, it's not as lethal to the Bane anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
it still hurts.
But you still reflect what you need to reflect.
Yeah. And of course the Beatrix. So Doming had a decent Beatrix game 2. It's just the rest of the game, the circumstances did not agree to him succeeding. So now, what's left? Are we looking for a XP laner for Black? Are we looking for a roamer?
Oh, what?
The Zhu Xin.
It's a mid. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a mid.
Blacklist is playing with a very interesting dynamic. The way they rotate, the way they take fights, it's not conventional at all. Very unorthodox. What is Coach Bon cooking?
I'm just going to say, this lineup of Blacklist International has the risk of potentially losing the game 5 minutes in.
True, I agree.
Right? However, because of what the lineup rating shows, I have a feeling that despite us predicting Aurora, this looks like a Blacklist game.
What Blacklist wants to do with this lineup, it does very well.
Yeah.
But they have to figure out how, because it's not like Aurora's going to take it lying down.
One thing I'll say though, watch out for Edward. He's the key for Aurora.
He is going to play the side lane show. Let's see what Ingan and Naisu think as they call the action going into Game 3.
A chance for revenge for the agents as we head on to our game number 3 between Aurora MLBB versus Blacklist International. Welcome to the English Desk. Ingan here together with Naisu. And you know, I'm so happy for Leo that his favorite hero is here, the Bane.
The Bane.
We saw him shout in the panel. But a quick fun fact, MP the King used the Bane when they had a Game 1 win up against Fnatic Onyx. And for Perks, we know Perks is one of those Matilda aggressive players that he actually used when they swept Falcons APBren.
Yeah.
So we know Blacklist has something in store for us for game number 3.
Yeah, they asked, you know, hold on, Lord JM. Just going to heal back up. Perks is there too, but that's the thing. The Bane, it's only been picked, what, 10 times I think up to this point was a statistic there, and usually it's still a big threat. I mean, when we're talking about a lot of these objective fights throughout the game, and I think that's also why our panelists both said, you know, part of this lineup, it does have that risk factor of losing in the first 5 minutes. And that's, you know, part of the plan here for Aurora is they do pick up the Lolita, so they have that available. You know, they just want to go for some of those deflections towards the deadliest catch and everything else. But the part of this is also the fact that you have this uprising pick, the Cho in the XP lane, and I think that's going to really help them out here on how aggressive, or even they don't have to be totally aggressive for Aurora. They can actually play at their own pace with this because what we said with the breakdown for Blacklist lineup.
Yeah, even the Juicin. We've seen a lot of Juicin games yesterday, but here comes the pokes coming in from Aurora. Again, it's very crucial not to just frontline with the lineup that Blacklist has. They have the Juicin that could pick you up with the Lantern Flare as MP the King tries to start things off with the Turtle. So, okay, The Renegade pick Lolita is actually good because if you're gonna recall the revamp of Lolita, the video that they placed, it was actually Bane who was there with Lolita to show the reflection of the Guardian's barrier, the Bulwark shield rather.
Yeah, to showcase that you can deflect it, right? But I think again, you know, when you're looking at this, it's not even the deadliest catch. That's part of what makes Bane so good. Like, he's just a hyper farmer. He can farm like crazy if they want to for MP the King, and then not only that, but even the Crab Claw Canyon is actually enough to do some pretty respectable damage.
Yeah, and apart from that, you know, during the first half of the season, a lot of times, but wait a minute, because here comes Lord JM from the back line, okay? The Lord, so reset, Edward!
They're going to jump in here. Temps of Blaze right on top, multiple members. Spear Destruction also going to follow through. Yue took his own deadliest catch. They're going to follow through, and they're going to be able to find Perks as they find multiple kills here, and it's a trade, the 1 for 3, but also the turtle going in the hands of RORA.
Okay, just turned around, looked at the English panel. Leo nodded his head. Disapproval, because again, Blacklist has a high risk, high reward when it comes to the early game, and with that triple kill from Demon Kite, you know they're in trouble. Bane has a huge way of dealing a power spike early snowball, but with this snowball coming in from Demon Kite, it's going to be hard to pull off the Bane once again.
It's funny because Demon Kite gets a triple in that, and it was just like all he had to do was Temps Blades there and then follow through because, hey, you guys have a deadliest catch, you have a Bane, well, so do we, says Aurora as Yue takes his own. And that's something that, you know, Blacklist has to be mindful of because no one's going to be deflecting Yue if he decides to take that. And you can see the shots already coming through from RORA.
Domeng just showing that he can also rock the Beatrix, not just the Filipino sniper, using it against even Oheb as Lord JM picks up his Thunderbelt. An aggressive start for Aurora, even down to the orange buff. They're not giving Blacklist a good time.
Perks circling Eagle, going to be able to try to escape, and that he does. Demon Kite now in trouble as well. Temps of Blades out, here's Lord JM though. Raging Sandstorm able to follow through on the kill. Deadliest catch once again used by Yue. Perks waiting in the whims, and Domeng going to join the fight. There's the kick from Edward. Following it through as they pick up one, and now Edward could be in trouble, tries to get out with a Jikondo. Little bit further, he will be able to get away. MP the King, I don't think he's gonna be able to line up the cannon, so wow, Edward coming through.
A great escape for Edward, but Blacklist clearly still won that trade, picking up 2 kills, only trading 1 death for their side. That was a good play though from Edward. Way of the Dragon, alley-oop to Domeng's ultimate, and we can hear the crowd just
I don't know if that comes through our mics, but there's always that one fan in the crowd.
Yeah, either for Edward or for Yue.
You know what? We love it.
That just shows how passionate Filipinos are for this game, the love for the game. But right now, second turtle is up for grabs. You see 4 members of Aurora against 4 agents. Haji continuing to use the Lantern Flare just to zone out Yue and Renegade. And at any given moment, Oheb can also join the frame here as he has the Spear of Destruction, as both of these junglers are working on their purple buff. A while ago, it was Aurora who secured the purple buff, leading to a triple kill coming in from Demon Kite. But in this time, Blacklist can actually control the Turtle Pit with how they're playing, how aggressive they're playing as well. So MP the King has the chance to regain what this Bane can do in the early game, assuming he doesn't get picked off again and assuming Demon Kite doesn't go out of his mind.
See if he does do just that. Pokes Perks a little bit here. Or JM's got the information. He can go in.
Renegade?
There it is. There's the stun coming through. Not going to be able to find who they're looking for, but Demon Kite will be able to get the turtle. Still back at the choke point. Deadliest catch there. There's the Spear of Destruction. The follow-through isn't there from Oheb as they get dismantled. But now Blacklist, Lord JM trying to get away from this. They're going to be fine. He's still up. Lord JM and Oheb losing 3 again for Blacklist. What can he do? Nothing, because Domeng will pick up that kill. But now Oheb all by himself. They're going to lose that tier 1. RORA comes out swinging.
You know, it's like an instant replay of the first turtle. As we were saying things that Blacklist needs to avoid, it literally happened to them. Again, Demon Kite picking up the second turtle, plus a double kill. But in that case, Blacklist lost 3 members, and looking at the items, we can see a huge advantage in terms of the gold lane. Domeng, of course, has a slight advantage as well as he takes a turret up top. And right now, Blacklist needs to really establish themselves once again, try to get the huge pick off, eliminate the gold lead that Aurora has, and in order to do this, Lord JM needs a perfect setup with the Raging Sandstorm. Haji needs to continuously poke with the Lantern Flare, and of course OM needs to be activated right away. But with the current rate this game is going, it's going to be hard to pull things off for Blacklist.
Yeah, you see that too. Lord JM spawn out too. They want to force the fight. Raging Sandstorm going to be used into the Circling Eagle. They're going to go for Domang, but Demon Kite and UA here join the fight.
Wow!
As Domang will go down. Oheb trying to join it. There's the Newman on blast. Be able to find multiple. And now Perks and Oheb on the run. Edward gets the kick. Purify's not going to be enough as Demon Kite picks up a triple again. He's out of his mind. He's looking for more. Takes a couple too many shots from the turret and will have to disengage, but RORA continuing to find a whole lot here against Blacklist.
Because of the gold lead Aurora has established, Blacklist had to use up a lot of resources just to take down one member of Aurora, which resulted to Aurora being able to counter-engage. Again, heads-up play from Edward, all the way from the bottom lane, making sure he's in the picture as Aurora tries to get Lord.
They don't want to let them get the Lord for free. Raging Sandstorm to the backside, and they jump in once again, unleash it. Demon Kite will be able to jump on multiple, gets stunned in the wall, Thames of Blades, following through under the turret, takes too many shots as Oheb gets the shutdown. And what happened to Aurora? It's only Domang alive. What a fight for Blacklist.
And that's how you turn things around. Aurora, they got the Lord, but they won't be able to use it. Blacklist can easily burst it down. Finally, Oheb in the picture, connecting with the Spear of Destruction. Heads up play as well for MP the King with that huge, deadly catch as they work on the Lord up top. And look at the gold lead, Naisu. 400 left, but an off-cam kill from Domang. Takes down the KDA machine in the middle lane.
That's Big Damn, you can't forget it.
Big Down, man.
Beatrix, still a threat here. Right now, still putting the pressure where they can, despite any lead that they have. They're going to get a couple of these turrets really worked on. They can still play around the space that they have for Aurora, but man, you know, if they have another team fight like that and they get nearly wiped out,
Look at Domang.
it's going to be troublesome.
Took down the turret, down bottom without even the minions using the sniper. So right now, again, Aurora in the driver's seat. This pendulum game swinging back and forth for both of these teams. But with the recent clash, we all know that Blacklist is capable of going head-to-head 5-on-5 against Aurora, assuming their skills will be intact, will be casted right on time. Here comes Haji, Crimson Beacon.
Beacon's going to be used. They're going to drag Renegade. Renegade, I'm not sure if he can be saved from this a little bit further. They might have to force the fight. Edward trying to jump in. Newman of Blast too, but they just get collapsed down on. Thames Blades on the defense and Demon Kite running away. As Blacklist once again will win a fight, take two through it. And now look to take the turrets.
That was a huge Newman and Blast from Renegade, though. The problem was Blacklist was prepared for it. Huge Raging Sandstorm coming in from Lord JM as they work on the middle lane. Look at Lord JM just really zoning out Yue and Domang. They're going to bring one inhibitor down as Demon Kite tries to push up top. They might be able to take him, sandwich him though. Oh, they're not going to find Demon Kite.
Just as you said just a little bit ago, Ingan, that pendulum has just continued to swing back and forth up to this point of this game. And as you wait, 30 seconds for this Lord to come up, you're not really sure. You almost have to flip a coin at this point on which team is actually going to be able to pull through, because it's really a lot of crowd control being utilized. Like you mentioned, Renegade, even if he finds multiple members of Blacklist with a Newman on Blast, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to convert into an easy kill, because they're still fighting into a very front-loaded lineup from Blacklist International.
I just have to commend MP the King also with his deadliest catch, always casted right on time. There's a reason why whenever you're up against Blacklist, against MP the King, the Bane gets banned out. If not banned out, it gets stolen from you. I can really recall whenever Omega goes up against Blacklist, Andoryu picks up the Bane for himself, because you can't give MP the King the Bane, but Lord JM.
Lord JM, Raging Sandstorm right on the perfect mark. Domang could be in trouble. Relies on the team to help him out, and he disengages, and now they're going to force the fight. Beacon going to be used again. There's the Spear of Destruction. Oheb joins the fight. Possibly looking for more. Going to force them off the orange buff, but they're happy with just finding Renegade, and they'll start up the Lord after that.
No matter how you recode Blacklist, in their DNA will always be the ultimate bonding experience. And right now, they've been rotating around the map with 5 members.
He's going to get dragged back to his death, taking the cannon to the face. And now, once again, a Blacklist taking a whole lot. Good push, though, from Demon Kite up top. But still, what more can RORA do here?
Just like that, Blacklist has the lead. 1.9k as they take away the purple buff as well. Perks playing out of his mind also with the Mathilda. Can be aggressive, can be defensive. But this time you can expect him to go dive in with a Circling Eagle because they have the Lord in their hands. Marching into the mid lane. Demon Kite again working on the split push onto the bottom lane. But eventually he's gonna have to be there for the final potential defense for Aurora. And here comes the Lord.
Lord charging up mid-turret of the base. Going to be worked on. Numinal Blast dropped down on the minions. And right now, Blacklist just looking to take as many turrets as they can off this Lord. RORA's defense still pretty good, still strong here as they hold on to these base turrets. 2 of them.
MB2 just working wonders. Oh, with 2-1-1, 2-1-5 as Lord J works on Demon Kite.
No, he's trying to escape. There's a whole lot of Russian happening here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out in time. They go in, and Demon Kite just at the right moment gets back to safety.
0.0 something seconds away from a potential death. Faster reaction time than an F1 driver. Demon Kite with a huge...
Sorry, Leo. That's for Leo. My bad.
Yeah, that's for Leo. That's Leo style. But okay, look at Renegades' positioning. He's making sure that Demon Kite is safe to go for the split push. And if OHEB reacts, this could be detrimental for Blacklist. But again, the Ube strategy, 5 members are rotating as one. You could also say that it's like Blacklist also a super family because they're not going... wait!
Gonna be in trouble here this time around. Edward trying to find something out of it, but just goes down. A big pickup here. Once again, Blacklist International finding another.
Oh, man. The happiest person in the building is probably Leo right now. MP the King, 638 KDA. He didn't start things out strong again. Demon Kite was able to take 2 turtles away from him. Who could forget the 2 consecutive triple kills from Kite with the Ling as they try and demolish the agents. And right now, MP the King is able to answer right back because of their current composition, their current rotation. Again, they've been rotating as one, trying to go for the pickoffs with 5 members. And now the problem is for Aurora, their inhibitor turret in the middle lane is now gone. So in terms of map control, Blacklist has it. They can again safely get the Lord. Even if Aurora tries to go for the contest, we've been seeing that the clashes always favor the agents. So right now, what can Aurora do to even out the score and eventually win in this game?
See what happens here. UA holding on. Deadliest catch. Circling Eagle once again. Flicker from Edward. Not going to be able to find it. And Renegade in trouble too. Has to get out. Spear Destruction going to be used. You don't follow that one up, but now Edward on the run. 3 members chasing him down. Raging Sandstorm going to go through. Numinum Blast already dropped down as well. Still breaking it down. OHEB gets a kill.
Demon Kite!
Renegade still working on it, and Demon Kite has to get out of the fight. The trade right now, 1-1, but Blacklist still healthy. Will start up the Lord.
Wow, Edward was able to salvage his death with a huge kick onto Lord JM. Despite a lot of agents chasing after him, here comes Yue going up against 4 members. And I think they're going to give Blacklist the Lord. Blacklist will secure the Lord as Demon Kite tries to work on the minions once again up top. Huge, huge win for the agents. And at this point, what can you actually do? Because in terms of the gold lane matchup, OHEB can actually dominate it because of his macro capabilities with the Moskov. We've seen a huge Spear of Destructions keep on connecting. He's able to push. And with the guidance, with the defense coming in from Perks, he's always safe. Looking at this KDA, 316, he only died once. Same goes with Doming. But in terms of kill participation, he's more active.
Again, when you're really wondering what RORA can do, it's, you know, they have this sort of pick-off-centric lineup with the Cho here. And it's always the same. Even if Renegade gets the stun, there's Edward, what we were just talking about, way of the dragon able to use.
Oh.
Still looking for it. Tempest Blade's going to be committed as well, and MP the King will go down in the exchange, and now Lord JM, there's Haji, chasing down Edward, going to drag him back for the fight. Meanwhile, the rest of Aurora working on the Lord here, as the base turrets, bottom side, will go down. And now Blacklist looking to rotate up, but Demon Kite just cutting the waves.
That was a good cut from Demon Kite. Again, with what Demon Kite is doing, Blacklist conversion rate in terms of inhibitor turrets is 1 Lord equals 1 inhibitor turret. Imagine if he didn't do that. Blacklist could have easily go for a push again. But Demon Kite, okay, here's the chase.
He's got
Haji's
some
there.
energy. Haji's there.
Lantern Flare.
Gonna be used. Haji's jumping in. They want to force the fight. Demon Kite dashing on out. Will be able to go. Spear Destruction. Is he gonna follow through? Oheb doesn't take the risk even with that, but man, what a chase from Blacklist.
Woo! The fans in Greenstone Hotel are going wild. Every single moment, you really need to savor this. If you blink, you'll miss it. And going back to the previous clash, when Aurora tried to ambush MP the King and Lord JM, fortunately for Aurora, the Spear of Destruction didn't connect. Because imagine if it did, this game could be over. That's why it resulted instead to a 1-for-1 trade between the two XP laners. We're almost at the 19-minute mark. Gold laners at their items locked already. This time it's just a matter of really execution. Macro gameplay will be the name of the game for both of these teams. Again, one of the pioneers of Lord Dance's Blacklist up against one of the a few players who have mastered actually the Lord Dances in terms of Edward, Yue, Renegade, etc. It's gonna be a very, very close final clash as 15 seconds in, a Lord will spawn. Huge defense is needed from Aurora and Blacklist. Again, sticking with the Uber strategy, rotating as one.
That's what they can do. Play into the fact that they've got these turrets down in Rora's base, letting some of the waves pressure in, so they're gonna start up this Lord. But Rora, they don't want to give it away freely either. So even for Blacklist, knowing that they have, you know, this bit of an advantage on the macro level, they still got to be able to contain what Rora could possibly do. And that will be even something as simple as just, yeah, take the purple wave, Demon Kite. They go, and this time around, they'll start up the Lord here. They know where most of the members of Blacklist are going to come from. Lord JM, given the vision they need, they're going to get sandwiched in. They're going to have to force the fight. Raging Sandstorm once again. Bottom side, Lord half health there. It's going to go for the reset. Edward flickers in. The kick is wrong, though. Won't be able to find the angle he was looking for. They have to disengage.
Okay, this might be an opening for the Agents to go and make a play. They know that the Way of Dragon is on cooldown. Demon Kite doesn't have his purple buff. They have control over the minions. But looking at the gold lead, it's almost non-existent. Blacklist has a huge control over the map as Oheb and Perks goes to work onto the top lane, trying to create a slow push and make Aurora react. And now it's going to be a huge Retribution Rumble battle between the two junglers. If ever Demon Kite will be there on time. Haji just continuing to zone out and force Aurora out of their formation. Might be able to pick up someone here as Yue has to walk away. Here comes Renegade.
Oh, they want to chase Edward
they want to go for Edward.
They're going to go for him. Deadliest catch use too, Edward. Jikundo trying to get out of there, has to go in, but gets taken out by MP the King. And Lord JM could be in trouble as well. Still has the immortality. Goes for the quick guard heal. And now at this point, Lord still for the taking. Edward having a very difficult time on this Cho pick. What will they do with the Lord here?
Okay, Domeng takes care of the top lane, as Demon Kite will have to go for his purple buff, and it looks like they're just going to give away this Lord for Blacklist. Huge pick-off for MP the King as they take off Legend Zero, and now the chase is on. They know that Demon Kite is going to go up top. They want to go get the pick-off before at least the Lord spawns, and a huge defense really is needed for Aurora.
Again, they're going to have to just deal with these waves the best they can. They are going to have a full force from Rora to deal with this. And look at this late game showdown.
Oh, so in terms of late game, Blacklist has a higher chance of winning, higher percentage, 60% compared to 50% for Aurora. Here comes the chase.
The beacon going to be used. Demon Kite, Finch Poison He'll be fine. Lord, though, mid lane. He's going to have to do something with this and rely on the team to hold the defense, hold the ground. He's going to have to get back to base in time. Yue holding on to the deadliest catch, and Renegade being quickly worked on. There's the immortality going to be popped, and Demon Kite still working through it. Lord still up, knocking on the base. They keep it together. Thames of Blades as well. Just trying to clear out the minions for now as Blacklist looks for an angle, looks for an opening, and Demon Kite will be able to get away as Oheb will pick up the kill. But they've cleaned out the minions for now, and Yue goes down, and it looks like Blacklist International, the code is strong as they get ready to go in the playoffs after a victory against RORA.
They cannot outshine a Blacklist this time with a reverse sweep onto Aurora. The recoded agents once again had a major upset, and you can hear the crowd screaming, break the code, because once again they have done it, broken the code, and beat Aurora MLBB.
Again, two teams here with a lot of history between each other. Even you can see them, of course, high-fiving everyone because it just, you know, I'm sure they can't wait to see it face off against each other in the playoffs here. But man, what a turnaround, what a reverse sweep for Blacklist International. And a lot of that too, just showing how disciplined they can be, even when they go in these games that are back and forth between each other.
Literally a huge win for Blacklist, especially coming into the playoffs. Momentum clearly on their side, but Aurora still, props to them for showing us a good game, going head-to-head against Blacklist. These 5 young men have a bright future ahead of them. Also coming into the playoffs, led by Demon Kite, and just this game alone shows how MPL Philippines is honestly one of the best leagues in the world. And I'm excited to hear what the agents have to say with a major win against Aurora. Mara Aquino, take it away.
All right, Blacklist! Let me hear it from you, Blacklist! Congratulations, Blacklist International. Oheb, na-mention mo sa press con one time na gusto mo mag-champion to prove the doubters wrong. Ngayon, nananalo kayo today en route to the playoffs. Ano naman ang gusto mong sabihin sa mga doubters now?
Doubt nyo lang kami lalo.
Mas nagaganahan ka ba ngayon?
Mas masaya maglaro kasi parang pag natalo ka, okay lang kasi wala naman nag-expect sa amin. Pero pag nanalo kami, parang sampal sa kanila. Ganun.
And you're proving them wrong. Haji, tawa ka dyan ah. Haji, how does it feel for you na tinalo nyo ang former teammates nyo na nakatalo sa inyo in the first round?
Para sa akin, masarap
Revenge.
sa pakiramdam para sa amin kasi momentum namin to para sa parating na playoffs.
Nakita ko, nag-hug kayo kanina. Ano yung mga exchanges nyo kanina na sinabi?
Nice game lang.
And it was a really nice game. That was a great game. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Let's see some guesses. Let me hear it. Kahit sino daw. Sabi kahit sino. Sino ba? Lahat daw, lahat. Kahit sino. Nag-wild ang crowd. Let's take a look at the screen. Our MVP is Perks! Perks! Imbitahan naman natin sila na supportahan kayo sa playoffs. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa Blacklist? Sa ating mga agents?
Maraming salamat dahil nung nasa baba pa kami, andyan na kayo. Ngayong nasa playoffs na kami, gagalingan namin palagi. Tsaka, salamat sa pagpunta ngayon.
And now, it's time to get to know our lucky fan that will take home 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. You will also get Day 1, Match 1 ticket for the playoffs. Come on up. Hello. What's your name?
Ali Jones po. Ali Jones po.
Al Junes.
John.
Jones. Okay, let's talk a little louder para marinig ka nila. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Okay po.
Si Oheb! Oheb, bakit si Oheb? Tabi tayo kay Oheb.
Magaling po siya marksman po.
Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya? Magkatabi kayo.
Galingan niyo po sa playoffs. Good luck po.
Meron ka bang message sa ating lucky fan?
Salamat. Tsaka pagigiin mo pag-aaral mo.
And now, you get to take a bow with the team and take a walk with them, all right? All right, Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International, proving doubters wrong en route to the playoffs. And they defeated their former teammates who beat them in the first round. Now we're gonna go back to our panel. Break it down for us. Panel, paso.
Let's break down game number 3, which took what was the final number? I lost track of what game duration we were at.
It's like past 20 minutes, around 21, 22 already, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even longer.
I felt like there was longer. But congratulations to our MVP. Bagging the nod, it's Perks. I didn't think he just died twice. Wow, 20 assists.
20 assists.
20 kills total then for Blacklist.
Yeah, all of the major sequences that led to kills, Perks was present. And Blacklist International needed to play the unit and play that deadly Ube playstyle around this Matilda.
And that Ube playstyle would have only been possible with him at the center of it. Moving forward, moving back, sideways and around. No one from Aurora could get away from the deadly Ube because of Perks' Matilda. Hey, this is a different take on the story of Coach Bonchan sharing with him videos of setter tanks. Remember,
Yeah.
like, this is I wonder if Coach Bonchan showed him different Matilda videos too.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sure that was also in consideration as well. Now, what we talked about earlier when the draft happened was that there's a window for Blacklist International to get pounded in the early game. And we felt that with Demon Kai constantly just Tempest of Bladesing on them. The reflections would be coming in. Yue as well taking away the deadly catch. But once Blacklist International hit that power spike and kept the game close so that when they hit their power spike, Aurora would suddenly feel all the damage that they can dish out. That's how they can turn it around. And exactly how we said the story of the game might go, that's how it went. We also said Edward would be key. That Cho getting the right pickoff would be key. But how difficult is it for a Cho to get a pickoff when you have 1, 2, 3 members of Blacklist all packing Purifies?
Impressive work by Blacklist, upsetting everyone, ending at 22:33. There it was, just under 23 minutes. Joining us at the Infinite Game Tambayan, we have Coach Bonchan of Blacklist International. Coach, congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing work from the squad. I'll be honest with you, we were running for a loop. We were shocked by the way the draft went, especially after the second phase. Where were you when they were banning out the Alpha and the Roger? What happened there?
In the second phase, I'm looking forward for an Alpha pick. But since they banned it, I look for an alternative. My choices are Julian and Bane. Because the main reason that we picked Bane is when we saw they pick Ling as their jungler, normally those assassins will just come close to you.
Yeah.
And that's the best time we need to pick the Bane.
Yeah. Bane wants his opponents really close to him, right? It's easier to deal the damage. And then I think also, although from our perspective, I don't like Demon Kite was handling that really well at first. Like in the early game, he was avoiding the sharks at the right time. But it just got to the point where the damage was too much even for Demon Kite. So was that something that you told the team was that, hey, at some point you guys will hit your power spike?
Yes, we really need to wait for our power spike. Especially we are Matilda Moskov. We have the better scaling in terms of Moskov. We just need to wait for Matilda to get his first item, which is the flask.
Yeah.
And after that, we can sustain everything. Especially we have Khalid and we have Bane. You know, if you have Bane, you still have a sustainable skill like his drunken something.
The ale.
Yeah.
The ale.
I don't know what you call that. But
So what it looked like in practice was a literal tank. You looked like a tank because it was an ube wherein everyone was in the same 5-man rotation, and anyone who comes close, whether it be Haji pulling them in with the lantern flare with the Jushin, or they get bursted down by Bane. Was that something that just came out now, or is it something that you guys do in scrims? Because this is a new flavor to ube.
Ube is now conditional. Unlike before, we can do it all the time. We can spam ube strat all the time. But now in today's meta, I need to consider everything: the mage, the jungler, before I put that into the ube strat. And when I saw their first 3 picks, that is the cue that okay, we're going old school.
Once you saw the Ling, Cho, Valentina, for you that was enough condition. Now, okay, we can go old school for the next one. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Right. I like that.
Impressive work. Again, they were able to, in the early game, you were the ones getting overrun because their lineup deals that much damage. But after that, the boys figured out, okay, they just have this much. After that, we can win.
Yeah. What happened was, Lolita is a direct counter to Bane.
Yes.
Yeah. If you saw the first clash, the first turtle clash, there are 2 whales.
Yeah.
We hit. Yes, that's why we lost the first turtle fight, because of Lolita shield and then Uwis shark.
That's right.
Yeah. And after that, they figure out, okay, we need to target Lolita. We need to force Lolita to throw his shield first.
Yeah.
Before we can throw MP shark.
Yeah, and we actually got to see that after they realized that, wait, this hurts. Let's wait a little bit. Every time we saw Renegade shield goes down, that's when the sharks came out.
Right, that's their cue.
Oh, okay.
So it's an interaction that the boys are used to. That means I can expect more Bane from MP?
Might be.
Yes! Thank you. Thank you, Coach Bon. More on the team now. Let's talk about ending the regular season on such a high note. Congratulations again for making it to the playoffs.
Thank you.
And for defeating your rivals in Aurora. How are you guys going to celebrate? Did you talk to the boys about promising something fun before the playoffs?
There's nothing. I think it's just a little bit of unwind on our day off. But there's nothing to celebrate. It's just we went to the playoffs and we're hoping for a better performance coming to the playoffs.
This is looking like another season 12 run, because a lot of people were doubting that lineup.
Cinderella run.
Right? Amazing work again, Coach Bonchan of Blacklist International. Thank you so much. Any messages for all the agents and all of the supporters that have been with you through all of this?
Okay, sa mga agents dyan na patuloy na sumusuporta sa amin, thank you so much. Kahit nandun kami sa time na nasa baba kami, up until sa time na nakapasok kami sa playoffs, kayo nagsisilbing strength namin and kayo yung dahilan kung bakit patuloy kaming nagpupursige and patuloy na nag-i-improve. Suportahan nyo kami sa paparating na playoffs, makakasa kayo ng mas magandang performance.
Amazing work. Thank you again, Coach Bonchan, to all of the fans who have supported Blacklist through ups and downs. They were there when they were down, and now that they're in the playoffs, more of your support, please. Hopefully, you'll see more of them here in Green Sun.
Yeah.
Tell them to buy more tickets.
Yes, you guys buy more tickets so you can watch this epic, this historic event.
It's gonna happen. I think there's more surprise from Blacklist.
Yes, of course.
All right, once again, on behalf of Coach Bon, on behalf of Renmar Santa Cruz, nice winning and our casters. We're going to go on a quick break. More MLBB action coming up. It's a Clash of Titans coming your way. We'll be back here for MPL Philippines Season 14.
Together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword.
on and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitikin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content.
Experience the lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website.
And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Nice. Let me promise. Nice.
Veteran mid. Out. Nice. Muna. Tunga mamamatay.
Harapan lang boys ha.
Patay ling.
And just like that, we saw a major upset for Blacklist International, reverse sweeping Aurora in a very, very dominating fashion. Welcome back to Retribution Rumble, day number 3, the last day of the regular season.
Last
for
match.
the last match. Once again, my name is Ingan, and you all know who this is. Big Daddy, Big Damn Naisu. Naisu, go recap the last series.
Did you forget it already, or you just reached the limit of your intro?
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Again, as you can see at match 1, we had Perks lead Black to a reverse sweep against RORA. That's what happened there, and you know, it shakes things up a little bit. Obviously, as we look at the standings here currently, there are 2 teams tied right now for those 9 match points. That's Falcons APBren, Smart Omega at 9.
Yeah.
And of course, that means something here for the next match ahead of us.
Okay, so down to the last match.
Quick math.
It will still have an effect on the final standing. Still, no one has secured the 2nd seed, the last slot for the upper bracket. So in this case, if Falcons APBren manage to win just 1 game, not the series, they will secure the upper bracket slot along with Fnatic. But if TLPH manages to 2-0 to sweep Falcons APBren, we will have a tiebreaker match tonight. Retribution Rumble Sunday is not going to be over just
Part
yet.
4. That would be part 4.
Day 4, yeah.
Day 3.5 at that point. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens again, if it's going to, you know, go in favor of TLPH or not, because this is always the thing. You know, we go to both these teams. We know that they're the Titans that we've talked about through this, and honestly, at this point, Ingan, last match, anyone can win.
Yeah, anyone can win, and anyone can also get the Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro, Spawn Effect, Killing Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Emote, and more epic skins are waiting for you.
And that's not all. There is also another hero that has a special skin right now. It's Kagura. Share her brand new epic skin will also be available for free starting on October 18th. Don't miss out. And, you know, I can't wait to see some more Kagura hopefully one day in the competitive scene.
Maybe. Things can happen right now, but I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see who's in the panel. That's why we're going to throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
It's me, Dan Liobang at your service with Renmar Santa Cruz, calling this match, setting it up once more. It's Retribution of the Titans. Falcons APBren facing off against Team Liquid Philippines for what seems to be the nth time in 2024. This time to close off the regular season.
And you know what? I ran the numbers a little bit just in my head. This could potentially even be the last time we'll see these 2 compete against each other this year. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Right now, I'm just looking out for 3 games, slobber knocker.
By the way, it's not just the good time of watching these 2 Titans clash once more that we're going to enjoy. There's a lot on stake. There's a lot on the line, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that the 2nd seed, upper bracket slot, still up for grabs between Aurora, Falcons APBren, and Team Liquid Philippines. I think there is a chance that...
no, it's just these 2 now. This is Aurora drop.
Oh,
earlier,
yeah. All right, so there's an update.
It's really just these 2.
Then they're definitely looking for Retribution. The last time they met, week 3, day 2, Falcons APBren swept Team Liquid. And given what else happened between then and now, Team Liquid, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the one way that they can qualify for that upper bracket is to sweep FCAP.
Yeah, sweep FCAP and force tiebreakers later today. That's what's going to happen if they do get that sweep. For Falcons APBren, Ingon mentioned it earlier, they just need that one game and they go to the upper bracket. And it's interesting that the story has gotten to this point. There was one interview earlier this season where Sanford said, when asked about the struggle of Team Liquid Philippines so far this season, even he said, maybe, just maybe, upper bracket isn't meant for us this season. But now they're at this spot where they're so close. They just need to beat the team that's been beating them since MSC, SPS, and even in Eurasia.
Something tells me we're going to see something new here. I'm hoping that we go all the way, given that the few times that they've actually faced off prior to today, it's always been FCAP on top.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw back to another interview, another very important quote from Carl Tizzi this time. He said, mas gigil kami. May inayos lang kami, pero mas gigil kami. Meaning, we want to really do more now. We had to fix some things, but we really still want to get there. And you'll see here, they're still very good at turtle control. They're still very aggressive when it matters. So, maybe, just maybe, TLPH's down days might be behind them.
And for Falcons APBren, they might be on the receiving end of that. Because now it's their turn also to find retribution, this time for themselves. As TLPH wants revenge against Falcons APBren, Falcons APBren wants retribution against their most recent performances. The shortest game of the season was 9 minutes and 52 seconds. They set that themselves up until Fnatic Onyx Philippines defeated them in 9 minutes and 51 seconds. A part of me feels like that stings more.
It does. Given that FCAP is also the holder of the longest game in the season, up against this very team right here. They're co-titans, their heated rival in TLPH. Upwards of 36 minutes was the record. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts and get ready to witness world-class MLBB once more as these two World Championship squads, these MPL Philippines Championship squads face off. And who knows, we might even see the Paquito FMVP skin. We might even see the M5 skin from APBren. It's not impossible that actually TLPH may get up to. Commemorating APBren's victorious M5 journey, the first ever FMVP skin, Fist of Glory, Paquito is now 30% off for the first week. Direct sale purchase. Unlock the APBren Champion souvenir card to obtain APBren Brody skin, the battle emote, the elimination, spawn recall in effect, and more. Now available in-game. Come and experience them in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Once again, that's the Finals MVP skin.
And for Falcons APBren, if they want to ride into the playoffs, potentially in the upper bracket, they've really got to play like in championship form. Their most recent performances, they cannot bring it out. A part of me feels like, as you mentioned, Team Liquid Philippines are in that position now where they can back up what Carl Tizzi said. Yes, they dropped that first game against TNC Pro Team, but game number 2 and 3 was a little bit more Team Liquid flavored. So I feel like they're in that position now where, again, TLPH are one of those teams that if you piss them off or if they get pissed off at themselves, they will start playing like gods.
Let's see. And behind those sudden bursts of fervor is their fans, the Cavalry, the Cavaliers, and the Bees. Show your support, MPL fans, everyone in between. Who do you think is going to win? Liquid or Falcons APBren? Vote now via the online poll. I personally said FCAP, though.
You personally said FCAP?
I think so.
Really? You don't remember which one?
No, here's the thing. Based on how things happen on a daily basis, the spirits, they talk to me. The voices in my head, you know, they say something else. But I'll say FCAP.
You got to get that checked. I'm FCAP too.
Oh, you're FCAP?
Yeah, come on. Like
that's why
I haven't been sure about it. Like I may not always like predict for them, but I've been a Bren guy since M2. Y'all know.
You cried.
I cried for them. I cried tears for Ducky, for Carl.
That's
for Few.
That's why I hear your voice in my head. I'm FCAP.
That's my voice. My voice is what you hear in your head?
Yeah, when you cried. All right. So here's the thing. I put my money where my mouth is. This is the first recall I bought.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not the liquid.
Before that became a thing, before everyone just started doing that, this was the first one I bought.
Oh.
For reals.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I got the APBren Champion recall first, and then I got the horse, and then I got this one.
That's somebody's rent money that you spent in total.
Yeah, a good amount.
All right.
Thanks, MLBB.
We hope to see you in chat. We hope to see you guys watching online. Let us know who you think is going to win. What are your expectations? All right, are you expecting for this to go the distance? Are you expecting for Team Liquid to finally get their comeuppance and take it to FCAP? Because here's the thing. Stats-wise, Liquid don't look good.
Oh, yeah. It's a bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah.
But if we're going to try to simplify this Titanic matchup and all the heroes that they have, I honestly want to look at the mid lane. I want to look at the hero pool shared and contested between Few and Sanji. We know the typical picks, the Auroras, the Valentinas, the Vexanas, but I'm really looking at who gets Loyi, who gets Faramis. Which one of these two are more willing to pick up a unique hero in the mid? We've already seen the Nana high loss combo for Falcons APBren. While Team Liquid Philippines, they flex around Sanford's flexibility as well.
That's what's tough is because looking back at Team Liquid's stats, they do shine in a few avenues. Number one would be average assists and kills. They're number one there. So their sheer breadth of aggression and performance game to game, that definitely helped. They're number two in average control time. So Daddy JP doing work, Sanford doing work.
Oh yeah.
That definitely shines in the numbers. And they're number three, Turtle and Lord control. So even if they do lose, they have a good showing in those games regardless. Like, they still get these big ticket objectives.
And even though this series ended in a sweep for Falcons APBren, their last meeting around, that doesn't say the whole story. Game number 2 was the longest, again, the longest game we've had so far this season. It still is. That's when we first saw Lunox brought out in the gold lane by Team Liquid Philippines. That's one of the major reasons why they held on. And I think the gold lane mages might actually be coming into play here. The Nathans, the Lunoxes, the Alices, but there's so many to talk about.
The draft is almost upon us, ladies and gentlemen, but before we get into the game, of course, let's welcome our players on stage. Here we go. Retribution of the Titans coming your way.
Message ko kay Kyle DZ, nakakatuwa kasi parang idol niya lang ako dati, tapos nasasabay niya na ako ngayon, tapos ang taas pa ng tingin ko sa kanya ngayon, and gusto kong i-improve pa yung sarili ko lalo para lang makasabay sa kanya.
Ang masasabi ko dun sa message niya about me, sobrang saya ko kasi yung dating ako na nanonood sa kanya ngayon na hinahangaan niya na rin ako ngayon. So parang nakakatawa ng puso kasi hindi ko naman to expect na mangyayari sa akin na yung idol ko na nagiging idol na rin ako. So maraming salamat sa paghanga mo sa akin, Carl Tizit.
The Titans of MLBB are back. Our marshals for this match, Joshua, JJ, Pat, and Jeff. They opened the season as the reigning champions of MPL Philippines, and they closed the season looking to beat their longtime rival once again. Here comes the cavalry, Team Liquid Philippines. They have dominated for seasons in home soil and across the world. Can they cement their dominance today as we end the regular season, looking to gain another point against their rivals, the defending M-Series champions of the world, Falcons APBren? For Team Liquid Philippines, their coach, Coach Saire. For Falcons APBren, Coach Ducky.
It's time for the face-off. All players step forward. Step closer together. Benny Cutie, ano ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag, birthday niya ngayon.
Super Marco, birthday boy, ano ang palag mo?
Buenas ako ngayon, birthday ko eh.
Carl TZ, ano ang palag mo?
Papakita ko sa'yo ba't mo ako in-idol.
Kyle TZ, ano ang palag mo?
Sana wag mong kalimutan na idol kita.
Sanji, ano ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag, good luck na lang.
Few, ano ang palag mo?
Nasa amin si Kabayas.
Step closer together. Sanford, ano ang palag mo?
Magandang gising ko ngayon.
Flap TZ, palag.
Pangit ng gising ko ngayon.
JP, ano ang palag mo?
Papawiin mo na kami.
Oh, Gwen, palag.
Yoko.
Palag kung palag, fist bump. How fitting that the last match of the regular season are between these two titans. Sworn enemies on and off the season. Let the casters and the panel tell the tale. Panel, pasok.
In full display, both their fervor, their competitive spirit, and their deep friendship. They're in the palag moment leading up to this bout.
Their sense of humor as well, but when we get into the game, nothing's going to be funny anymore. Again, we mentioned the picks of Sanji, what he's going to end up with, what he will play to potentially pressure out Few and Ogwin in the center of the map as Falcons APBren. Again, on the back of Ogwin and Few, maybe that's where they can start redeeming themselves.
I hate how despite the meta changing, how many times they fought, wherever they fought all around the world, it seems like it's the same dynamic, is it not? Is it the aggression and the forward momentum of Team Liquid versus the macro and just calculated approach that FCAP has?
Yeah, for Falcons APBren, they have a little bit of a buff. Super Marco's birthday. So I'm pretty sure TLPH would actually want to pressure the gold lane. And why do I say it's a buff? Because that means maybe Falcons APBren might use that against TLPH. If they over-rotate to the gold lane, they can hit another part of the map. Or maybe they'll protect Super Marco by picking a lineup that is able or stronger to fight as 4 better.
See, isn't that just all about the stats? Isn't that turret damage a trump for FCAP? Doesn't that say that Marco more often than not is able to find success in his lane? On the other hand, TLPH has better first blood, better early control. So that means Benicudi can wait, can sit back up until the rest of them are ready, and he can brew that bagyo and then just come in and end things.
And that might actually be one of the things we have to look out for here. Which of these two gold laners will decide to be aggressive earlier? Because we know the gold laners joining in at around the 4th to the 6th minute mark is a game changer in terms of mid-game power spike or heading into the mid-game power spike.
That's more of a Marco thing. If you ask me, just based off, I'm not even looking at stats, like just mentally speaking, it's Marco who's usually more willing to jump like that. And now, moving from roll to roll, in mid lane, Sanji versus Few, you talked about how deep Sanji's hero pool is. I'm more invested in the IQ of this young man. The lone stallion, he's one of a kind.
Yeah. He definitely is, with how he plays in whatever mid laner role he ends up with. More utility in terms of bringing other members of Team Liquid Philippines in other parts of the map. How will he play up against Few? Will he be aggressive? Like lately, a lot of mid laners have been very aggressive towards Few. So from the mid, we now look at the EXP lane. Usually the island that we see. But in this current metagame, they've been really playing more as roamers as you see how they respect each other a lot.
More the norm, yes, but if you look at the stats of Sanford, the apex predator in the long haul of Season 14, you'll see that his KDA, where he trumps Flap, is pulled up by his amount of kills. Like, he still likes killing.
Now, when we look at the roamers, though, we mentioned how the EXP laners usually play more of the roam frontline role. These two, well, they are very flexible. JP, though, is more of the type to, hell, I'ma pick off, y'all start, follow me. While Ogwin's more of the, well, I'll follow what Flap TZ does and cover for him.
Isn't that just perfect paternal combat? It's two different kinds of fatherhood styles, right? It's like, all right, no, you follow me. This is my example. And the other's like, son, whatever you want to do.
Well, we got to ask them if that's actually their parenting style. Well, when you look at the junglers, on the right side, Kyle TZ, tried and tested top-tier mechanics, where Carl Tizzy, he himself has admitted, he's shaky, not quite there yet, not yet up to his own tempo or his performances with the Assassins.
But it's not the first time in his career Carl Tizzy has felt a dip. He has felt a dip, defeated it, won another World Championship, and came back kicking. Let's go to the Infinix keys to victory here. Liquid just challenged Kyle Tizzy's hero pool. Yeah, maybe pressing buttons he's better than Carl, but what if you take away those picks?
Yeah, take away those Assassins, but Team Liquid Philippines are going to have to watch out for the Bane and the Alpha that they might bring out. But for Falcons APBren, we mentioned it. Challenge Carl Tizzy's Assassin mechanics. Make a lineup that can high invade the side of the jungle where the EXP lane is, pressure Carl Tizzy, which means it forces Sanji and JP to respond.
And the last one, get ready for the Retribution Rumble, is more for everyone watching. Just sit back, relax, expect the best MLBB action you've seen in a while. Because I'm going to say it now, if ever any one of these teams make it to M6, they're going to cap another level in what we thought was possible. Because, I don't know, Filipino teams just do that.
Yeah, you know, I had a chance to pass by members of Falcons APBren and Team Liquid Philippines as they prepared heading into this matchup. There was one thing that I heard in common. I can't remember exactly which specific players, but as I passed by them, they both said the same thing. They were talking with their coaches about specific hero matchups. And the two players I heard, one in Liquid and one Falcons APBren, said, don't worry, I'll crush him. The fact that I got to hear that in two separate occasions from two separate players, goosebumps. So they're both on that level right now where they just want to crush each other.
Oh, and it's that confidence that you bring into battle that allows for these teams to succeed to the level that they have. Quick breaking news, Team Liquid Philippines being home chooses blue side. So that means Coach Saire, Coach CJ get first dibs. I like it. Again, if you're so confident you're going to crush your lane mate, what better way than to do that than to arm yourself with the best picks? Like the start, right? Very rarely do you see blue side lose in the draft anyways. At worst, you're just, you're okay. You're very rarely losing the trades.
Admittedly, as we head into this draft, I'm looking for more experimental picks. As a cat lead gets picked up, Fanny Ling gets taken out, respected by Falcons APBren. I mean, we still might default into the usual Nolans, Julians, Hayabusas as it gets picked up by Falcons APBren. But again, I'm really looking out for if teams are willing to play the Bellerix, the Akai EXP, Gold Lane Alice, maybe even a Gold Lane a Jungle Alice might pop up. This is the best time right now for these two teams to be somewhat experimental, but that level of experimental that has a lot of thought into it. You're limit testing for the playoffs, but you're also fighting for a chance to be top 2 heading into the playoffs.
And that definitely goes a long way, especially for the defending champions, Liquid Philippines and Falcons APBren, who have gotten their number over and over and over again in the past few months. The answer by Liquid, the Julian and the Moskov. Safe to say, Julian is their number 5 pick so far going into this matchup. And I do believe the Moskov is number 3. So they pick a lot. They play a lot of Moskov.
Yeah. For Falcons APBren, let's see if they'll pick their mid laner now or show their Roam EXP tandem. They might want to flex the... Still open up the Gata Kacha question for Team Liquid Philippines and just be safe and pick the mid laner now.
Yeah, force out an Edith ban in the second swing.
Yeah. If not that, they might actually want to pick their gold so that they don't have to like trade it all out. So they do, playing the Harith into the Moskov.
Okay. So there you go. Super Marco with his birthday buff, rocking the Harith, going into the second phase, the banning. I'd reckon FCAP's going to take out mid laners. Just choke out Sanji.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Again, we talked about the usual pickups, the trades between the Valentinas, the Faramis, the Xana, Aurora. I think Aurora is the one pick that Falcons APBren need to respect from Sanji. So if they're not going to ban it, I would really like to see them pick it 4th, considering that they have the Harith with them and the Hayabusa as well. It'll be a bit annoying to go up against an Aurora.
And there's one, the Valentina first.
That might be a signal that Falcons APBren is thinking about Faramis.
That being a few specialty.
Yeah.
Few is currently not even sitting at a positive win rate. Like, he's played it a lot, so that means he's lost with it a lot too.
Yeah.
And there's the read by Coach Saire, taking it out.
Still getting respected.
It's odd that both teams don't have a mid laner just yet. So that means whatever's left is literally what's left. Unless, again, the likes of a Nana pop back out.
Actually, the Nana might actually be a problem for the Khalid and the Julian, honestly.
Right? You can't jump in.
Yeah, I'm not completely turning off the idea of a Nana. But if you look at the picks that they've constantly picked more, I think who's clapping to Joe Hendry?
That's Pando.
That's Pando?
Yeah.
When did we get a video of Pando clapping like he's clapping to Joe Hendry's theme song?
Talking about 2 weeks ago.
Really? Cool. He believes.
I'm guilty.
I believe the Vixana Aurora might be the trade, but I think Falcons APBren are still also thinking about the Low Yi. So Low Yi might actually get picked up as the 4th pick because it's the old Low Yi Haya combo where you can take care of the map a little bit better.
Well, it's already out though, so.
No, Low Yi?
Yeah, there
Oh,
it is.
excuse me. Right, yes.
Yep.
Excuse me, sorry, I completely blanked. Okay, so Vixana Aurora will be the trade.
I second guess myself too. Is it not banned out? Nope.
Okay, so yeah,
it's the
Vixana.
Vixana. So
they're more willing to.
Again,
do the
sometimes
Aurora.
you gotta wonder, like, what do you want better? The utility that an Aurora brings, and its slow ticking CC, or just the instant effect of a Vixana.
Yeah. Okay, TLPH has 2 dive heroes. Let's see if they're going to go for pick-off combo.
Zask!
Oh, they bring it back.
Dear Lord, that's a oldie but goodie. And of course, the Arlo.
Is this an Arlo Rome?
Good question.
Yeah, because Khalid Rome or Arlo Rome, I think that's the biggest question. I think we'll see it depending on the matchup.
You know what? I'm going to call it now. I think Daddy JP is going to play the Khalid.
Makes sense. But why pick up a Zask when you know that the high loss is still open? You can go high loss Rome here, and it wouldn't be a problem for Ogwin or for Falcons APBren. In fact, it would be good.
And then it would compromise the Julian too.
Yeah.
But instead, oh no, something worse is out there.
Oh, they go for the Tigreal. Going up against...
That's worse. I'd reckon that's worse.
That's worse.
Oh.
Should be a little bit more difficult for JP and actually even Sanford.
You can even stop Quicksand Guard.
Yeah. Oh, interesting draft.
You know what? Not just us. I'm pretty sure maybe a lot of these picks just from out of nowhere took even Syre and CJ by surprise. But I'm pretty sure they were willing. I think they asked their players, what are you comfortable with? Let's do that. And that's what explains the counter index on FCAP.
Yeah. I'm looking out for 2 sequences, post-turtle 1 punish, and who gets a turret broken by 5th minute.
Let's throw it over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
Clash of the Titans once again. A rematch we're all been waiting for. TLPH versus Falcons APBren. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu. And we are in game number 1 for the final match of the regular season. Unless there's going to be a tiebreaker. So again, with the stipulations of this match, if ever Falcons APBren wins 1 game, not the series 1 game, they're automatically going to secure the 2nd seed, meaning they're going to be at the upper bracket. But if TLPH manages to sweep them, okay, we're going to have another match after this.
That's what TLPH needs. They need a sweep here, and we'll see if they're able to do it again. You saw earlier when the panel were talking about it, what happened in their first matchup against each other in the regular season. Of course, that was a sweep. That time around, of course, it was for FCAP. And so with all this, when you look at how things are going to fall into place, even with these, the poking going on early on, I like the compositions for both teams here, really. But I think, equally as much, you always have to pay attention to, obviously, the junglers. I feel like everybody, when they talk about these 2 teams, is the junglers themselves.
Wow.
But real quick, look at this milestone here for the Idol.
500 games total played for the Kapitan Few. Since
the first player.
Since the first season, he was here already. If you want to talk about veterancy, this guy is leading every single player, every single veteran. That's why you know that he's the captain of Falcons APBren. He has the discipline. Especially, I remember a lot of times wherein Few was actually saying, Flap TZ, just wait, something like that.
Yeah.
He has to control his XP laner. So right now, going back to the match, what do you think about this Zask Sanji? Because we haven't seen Zask for quite some time now.
I know, you remember the time when Zask was just kind of like unreal. He was picked up all the time, and then now he's kind of fallen off a little bit. teams have opted more so for, the Vixanas, the Valentinas, the Auroras. But I would say he's still a good threat, especially for some of the lineups that go through this. It's just, you kind of got to play the part. There's the final slash coming out from Sanford. Ogwin gonna pop him with the implosion. Will go down though in the exchange. There's the raging sandstorm. FlapTeezy gonna be in trouble here as they focus him down. Tries to heal up with the sand guard. Takes a couple shots and finally Sanji will pick up the kill himself. And now in trouble. KarlTeezy will be able to get the turtle. Phew. Flickers out. There's the shadow kill though as KarlTeezy picks up a kill before he gets taken down.
Wow, speaking of early game potential, TLPH picks up 3 kills, only trading 1. And look at this. They also got the turtle. Despite the aggressive response of Ogwin and FlapTeezy with Ogwin's implosion and FlapTeezy's AOG, that was a good solid catch for Sanford. And going back to the face-off, Sanford's really aggressive, gonna be aggressive this game. He said a while ago that he woke up so good today, he's ready, he wants to go up against Falcons APBren, have that rematch, have that revenge tour, and right now TLPH rocking a 1K gold lead, and it's looking good for the Cavalry.
That's really how you want to start it. Your TLPH on this, the idea of you want to make this lineup work, obviously, and scale things up really well. You can already see, so getting closer to those first items with this nice little 1,000 gold lead that they have here. Not really going to expect too much until we get to the next turtle, though, because really when you look at the lineup even for FCAP, it's like, how do they find a pickoff with this? It's more so a response like, Ogwin's not just going to go commit his implosion, but if they force a fight, at least in the mid lane, before a turtle comes up, and they can convert it, then that's great for them.
Yeah, and apart from that, JP is also doing a good job being as aggressive as possible. This is a roamer Khalid with a 1-0-2. What? Wait.
Okay. Kyle, he at least gets the Purify out, so not going to be able to pick up a kill. But sometimes, you see this happen with Hayabusa. Any of the players that do pick it up, they kind of limit test that early damage if they can. And if they get a battle spell out, great.
Yeah, especially before the neutral objective spawns here. And in 10 seconds, the second turtle will ensue. A while ago, we saw TLPH. Oh, Sanford.
There's the final slash flicker. Able to find Few right away. Good mark, good targeting there from TLPH, and that should also get him the turtle here, unless FCAP has something to say about it. They're going to force him back. There's the implosion from Ogwin. Salmon force from Super Marco to go in and secure the kill, but turtle already secured. Ogwin actually still up, finally getting down. As Sanford picks up the kill, and now he's going to be focusing on the rest is Kyle, the next target. The jump in from FlapTeezy, as he has to get back, try to disengage, but the enhanced chains are too much. TLPH continues to take everything from FCAP.
Sanford, S14 Finals MVP is playing out of his mind. Another catch with the final slash, plus the follow-up kill onto Ogwin, resulting in that KarlTeezy easy turtle take once again. Sanford's really activated early on, and this is what you want if you have a highly mechanical skilled player in the form of Sanford. You want to give him something like an Arlott that can easily outplay, come out of nowhere with a final slash. And that's what you do if you're TLPH, right on the momentum. And we can recall the previous series that they played, all their games, or most of their games, are actually fast. It ended fast because of the Liquid Stampede, because of their former identity, Echo Express. They're bringing it back, and it looks like for this game, they're also bringing it back, Naisu.
Yeah, they play very quickly, decisively. TLPH, it took them a little bit to find the adjustments. Now here, look at the damage once again. Flap tries to buy some time. They're going to jump in. Eternal Guard drop down with the shadow kill. Through Destruction going to be used as well, and BennyCutie going to join the fight. Firing off here on the backside, and now Ogwin trying to get there in time.
Whoa,
Raging
JP!
Sandstorm, though, will be able to catch KarlTeezy under the turret. JP finally getting punished himself. Still working on things together. Super Marco joining the fight, focusing down Sanji. KarlTeezy's there. Tries to help disengage, but has to get out. BennyCutie, where's he going to go? Super Marco, the target. Throws him in, takes the damage. Ogwin's still there too. Dashes on in with the implosion, and we'll be able to find BennyCutie.
Okay, but KarlTeezy wants to go for the counter kill though. And just like that, Falcons APBren was able to answer back the patience of Ogwin. Knows the Purify isn't there. Sacred Hammer then commits the implosion to feed him off to Super Marco for the kill. And this time it looks like Falcons APBren can contest for this turtle. That was a long extended clash. started things off with a flap TZ AOG onto his same position, managing to outsustain the damage of TLPH. Now, I know Sanford wants to go in with a final /flicker combination again to pick one off before they start the neutral objectives. And JP, good response also, but here comes Ogwen with Sacred Hammer.
Yeah, once again, they're going to start things up, zoning it out. Raging Sandstorm on the backside. Ogwen, the target. JP just trying to buy some time. They didn't start the turtle. They didn't commit to it. They just want to fight it out. Forcing FCAP down. A couple members less than half health, but they'll heal back up with a Revitalize. It's still going to be used as well. There's the implosion. It's right on Sanford. They're going to commit everything on him, trying to get the kill, and Kyle Teasy has to get out. Meanwhile, Benny Cutie's pushing the turrets on the tier 2 at the bottom. He could join the fight anytime, but this looks like TLPH going to be able to get this third turtle. Kyle Teasy just checking things out with Quad Shadow, and he'll give that up. Meanwhile, backside Few gets forced out.
Wow, they didn't even need Benny Cutie the whole time. He didn't even bother to cast a Spear of Destruction because JP did a wonderful job zoning out Falcons APBren, Sanford soaking up the damage, and just like that, TLPH got all neutral objectives. And to top things off, Benny Cutie was left alone on the bottom lane, got 2 turrets, extending their lead back to 3.7k. Before that clash, Falcons APBren was able to trim it down to 1k. But with the performance, with the absolute masterclass macro performance of TLPH, they're just continuing to dominate this game. Very fast rotation. Looking at the items, we can already see a huge gap between, not as huge, but the gold lane is in favor for Benny Cutie, despite him having a Moskov compared to Super Marcos Harith.
You know, this is a scary thing too here, is like the rise of this Khalid Rome, man. You see how many times we've seen fights just kind of start up, and I'm not just talking about JP here, but this weekend alone, and even to the first time the Khalid Rome popped up, man, like, it is a nuisance to deal with. It's annoying for teams to have to deal with. Where is this Raging Sandstorm going to come through? Yeah. And there's a lot of good combinations with it, too. And that's why, you know, this surprise factor from TLPH's lineup, where it's either the final /flicker combo or, like I just mentioned with the Raging Sandstorm, there's so many options and angles that TLPH can utilize with the composition. And so it's FCAP being the responsive ones. And so far in a lot of these skirmishes and these earlier team fights, they've actually responded pretty well to them. It's just my question is, as the game goes on, how long can they go? Oh, JP, though, just as I was mentioning, does get spotted out and they keep things together. We're 10 seconds away from the Lord, though.
Ideally, I mean, before we'd used to say, but wait a minute, because Kyle Teasy goes in with a Wiki Shadow kill.
That's a whole lot of damage. Defensive Raging Sandstorm on out of there. JP's going to be fine. Should be able to reset. Lord is up here, though, so FCAP going to get in position.
You know, a couple of weeks back, we had reservations when it comes to the Rome Khalid because it's not as tanky. But the thing is, if you cast the quick Sand Guard and you're unbothered, you're uninterrupted, it's going to be tanky enough to soak up the damage that your opposing teams can do. And that's what JP has been doing. That's why, despite him being as aggressive, being the front line for TLPH, he only has 1 death, but right now goes in the picture.
There's the spear once again. Benny Cutie going to be joining the fight. Gets the spear, the misery off, and Sanford will go in, pick up the kill in turn. Now with 1 down, TLPH can just go ahead and start up this Lord. It should be theirs. Not sure if FCAP can do anything. Conceal's going to be used from Ogwen. Wants to lead the charge, but sees that Lord's already down, and they go back in to re-engage Ogwen under the turret. Huge setups, though. Trying to follow through, but Few gets caught out with the final slash. A good attempt there from FCAP, but now they got to deal with this Lord push coming through as they hold down the mid.
Despite the chain crowd control from Falcons APBren, even under their first tier turret in the middle lane, they weren't able to burst down any member of the cavalry. That's how huge the economy gap is right now. 6k gold lead for TLPH. They're lacking the damage, lacking the sustain. TLPH has the Lord right now marching down bottom as Benny Cutie makes quick work of that mid lane turret, and now you have to rely on Ogwen to get that amazing miracle implosion set. But right now, TLPH has a lot of kit to counterattack that. Credit again to JP with a crucial Raging Sandstorm. But if we know Falcons APBren, you know this team can bounce back at any given moment. 1 crucial set from Ogwen is what you need.
And that's the thing, even with this, we'll see if they're able to hold it together. There can always be a forced initiation from TLPH, and that's what we've been talking about with the lineup the whole game. Lord's finally going to get taken care of. That's fine. They keep it together. They hold on to the base turrets for now. And FCAP will go ahead and buy themselves some more time. But anytime we see this, the goal difference between the lanes, how things are falling in place, this is where the tricky part is, Ingan. You know, you have these Winter Crowns being picked up, eventually some more of the defensive items, the Wind of Natures and everything, what have you. You have to work across that. Conceal going to be used from Ogwin again. Jumps on forward. Might get caught out by himself here. Won't be able to escape. Flap jumps in as well, and now they're going to be forced to fight. Flap holding down the front side, cut off from the team. Almost gets Sanji, but two go down for FCAP as TLPH cleans that fight up.
It's not looking good for the M5 World Champions against the defending MPL Philippines champions as TLPH continues to dominate this game. A good catch onto Ogwin. Flapteasy again was forced to use the AOG to try and save Ogwin or initiate a counterattack, but TLPH was ready for it. They wanted to go for a trade onto Sanji, but Sanji was able to escape. Slither of a health left, and TLPH is really playing this game to perfection. And in 30 seconds again, they can actually end this with one Lord, because right now, you can already feel the damage coming in from Benny, from Carl, even Sanford alone. And if you're Falcons APBren, do you contest for this Lord?
I think, you know, at this point, man, knowing FCAP, they probably will. They'll probably try. I just feel like even when they've tried a couple times, Ingan, the timing has been off. That's the problem. Like, by the time they find that window and they try to get in position, it's, you know, TLPH going back to what you just mentioned, you know, earlier in the portion of the game where it's that express that we were used to seeing before, and now it's just this kind of stampede, this rush that they play around with. They're very decisive for TLPH, and they've had improvements just in the second half of the regular season alone. So it looks like they're really locked in here.
Okay, all battle spells are available except for Sanford's Flicker. So Ogwin can make a setup here along with Flapteasy's AOG as TLPH works on the Lord. Oh, look at JP just going right after Kyle Teasy.
They're gonna go for him. JP defensively once again. Flap will jump in. There's the implosion though. Ogwin will be able to find a couple of members. Spirit of Destruction on the backside. Benny Cutie follows up. He's trying to get few. Gets cut off though. Benny could be in trouble. Pops the Purify. Has enough damage as well as Kyle jumps in with the shadow kill and picks up multiple kills. It's only Carl Teasy left alone. So a big trade, the 4 for 2 in favor of FCAP.
You can't count out the heart of a champion. Ogwin again with a huge implosion play. And as we can see in the instant replay brought to us by Infinix, that was a good setup onto 3, forcing a lot of Purifies. Benny Cutie though, Spear of Destruction will connect. That's why he was able to dish out the damage. But Flapteasy Super Marco made quick work of TLPH, leaving Carl Teasy left to fend for himself, but they got the Lord as Falcons APBren just bursted it down, slowly trimming down the lead of TLPH. And with this, you know that Falcons APBren can go head-to-head when it comes to 5v5 clashes.
Should be able to. Again, you know, this we're talking about. They were down pretty big deficit. They still have a lot of work to do, though. FCAP still has a ton of work to turn this game over. Again, we're only talking about they have 1 turret, mind you. 1 turret top side. That's about as much room that they have to work with here. So that's not much at all, and now they got to get ready for this defense. Pull things through. Sanford jumps in again. The final slash going to be able to find the mark. The jump in through as Ogwin's already taken out now and again in the backside. Flap still up, still going forward. Super Marco will pick up a kill, but Carl Teasy's in the base, and he's wrecking havoc on FCAP. The 1 for 3 trade this time around. TLPH still showing that they want to fight these.
Okay, so that's why TLPH lost the initial clash before that, because Sanford's Flicker wasn't available. And right now that it's available, he was able to make a huge play. Now they have minions onto the middle lane.
Gonna work on that mid turret. Few, Kyle Teasy, what can they do? Trying to keep things together. The base turrets are at least gonna go down for now. They'll manage the waves the best they can. They hold on to 1 base turret after everything on the bottom side.
You know, it's week number 8. Oh, Sanford catches Kyle!
Ooh, very close. Raging Sandstorm from JP. The juke comes out though, but Kyle's gonna get caught anyway as Benny Cutie will land the Spear Destruction right on the mark. Still goes. And again, only Kyle TZ gets taken out. The trade though, JP for Kyle. Again, TLPH showing that they mean business, man.
That was well worth it for the Cavalry. Again, another crucial final slash for Sanford and a good chase by JP to bring down Kyle TZ. Also forced out the Ovigi shadow kill. So right now, TLPH, once again, they ballooned up their lead back to 8.4K. And with that, they're going to set themselves up pretty easy in this Lord Pit. Again, 2 inhibitors are down for Falcons APBren, so they also have to worry about the split push potential that Benny Cutie is known for. When you talk about backdoor, which team do you think about? Of course it's going to be TLPH. So Falcons APBren has a lot on their plate right now. Will they contest? Will they be able to contest? Can they prevent the backdoor potential of Benny Cutie? And can they turn things around for game number 1?
We'll see here. Lord for the Taken's going to be started up. TLPH, no FCAPs here. You got to keep an eye on JP. Where is he also going to go? Once again, Ogwin could be in trouble. Below half health, but Lord takes a little bit of a reset. And right now, just look at the zoning that Sanji's able to do as well with a little Nightmare spawns here. Keep it together. 1/4 on the health. There's the implosion. The setup is there. Still going to commit to it. Raging Sandstorm to follow through. Carl gets the Lord. They're losing the fight, though. Still working for it. Enhanced Chain's going to be able to find 2 on the knockup. And Kyle still going in. Gets a couple immortalities to work with. But TLPH once again gets the objective, the 2-for-2 trade.
A 2-for-2. Despite the huge implosion play from Ogwin, the problem was they weren't able to get Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie was just free hitting the members of Falcons APBren. The Lord marching into the middle lane. Just 3 members for the base to defend.
See what Super Marco can do if he can channel the birthday buff. There's the setup from JP. Ogwin keeps them together with the implosion. Kyle and Super Marco collapsing down, looking for the kills. Carl's still going to be quite healthy. Has to deal with, but it's 2 versus 1. Lord's working on the base. They should be able to clear it in FCAP. Able to successfully defend, but they'll lose all their base turrets at this point.
The birthday buff of Super Market, though. Look at the KDA. 9-1-3 for this Harith and a huge defense. They have another chance to redeem themselves for game number 1. But the problem is they lost all inhibitor turrets, and they're only able to take 2 away from TLPH. But with this potential push, they can actually do more. And looking at the items, Marco now has the lead over Benny Cutie, making quick work onto the middle lane as 3 members of Falcons APBren are pushing in.
Look at this push. Running it down mid, gets some turrets that they needed. Focusing on the top side too. Again, up until this point, they only had 1 turret down. So you got to give it up for FCAP, the determination to stay in the game, even when they were down massive gold lead for TLPH. They've more or less evened things out at this point.
Man, there's something with week number 8. I mean, how many games have we seen go this long? A lot of successful base defenses, even without inhibitor turrets, even when you think that the game could finally end. Look at the gold lead of Liquid. It was 9K a while ago, now it's 1.2.
That's sad. I don't know, man. I in that last defense, I was like, let's see if he can channel the birthday buff. I'm pretty sure he channeled it. He got to channel it some more, though, to win the game here. And FCAP wins this game. That's going to be an amazing turnaround, flipped over on its head.
Okay. Important to note where Ogwen is positioned right now. He's going to provide a lot of vision for Falcons APBren, and they can potentially make a play. And for TLPH, the name of the game is, again, macro, lane control. Benny Cutie can just easily create slow pushes that could build up, make a potential backdoor play, force Falcons APBren to react, and give Carl TZ an easy time with this Lord as it spawns in 2 seconds. Okay, looking at the neutral objectives, 3 turtles was secured by Carl, 3 Lords was secured by Carl again, and Kyle TZ goes in, forcing JP's Raging Sandstorm. That's 46 seconds cooldown, I believe.
Yeah, he gets that out. Good enough to deal with. There's the setup again, an implosion coming out from Ogwin. Gonna be able to find two. Bringing him into the air. Flap takes the front side. JP trying to find out Sanford. Final slash would be taken out by Super Marco again. And FCAP full force, completely healthy, wins a battle against TLPH. And this is a clear signal to take the Lord now. Benny Cutie gonna get taunted. Flap's gonna be able to find him. Benny firing off, pops the Wind of Nature. Throws the Spear Destruction, but he's got nowhere to go. Meanwhile, look at Carl Teasy. Is he going to try to make a play up here against Few? Enhanced chains are there. Few cuts him off, tries to help the rest of the team, comes to help him through. Meanwhile, down, and JP goes down as well. The cross-map battle as Kyle takes out JP, and FCAP will keep Carl Teasy at bay as well.
A wipeout for Falcons APBren. Few will fall down though as Kyle Teasy and Super Marco works on this Lord. Amazing macro decisions for the Bees. A huge catch once again for Ogwin with the implosion play, bringing down the San duo. Sanford, Sanji now has spawned. They have time to defend the potential push of the Bees. And just like that, Falcons APBren now has a 6.2k gold lead.
I know people are going to see Super Marco's KDA here, 11-1-4, but man, I got to give it up to Ogwin. The implosions have been on point for maybe the past 8 minutes or so at this point. I mean, he is doing a phenomenal job at catching the right marks, and even Flap Teasy to jump forward to cut off that follow through once Ogwin catches a couple members has been on point.
Ogwin.
Now the launch once again to the base, mid-turret going to be worked on. Ogwin at the front of it all, an implosion again. Kyle Teasy going to follow through. Raging Sandstorm from JP as JP goes down. Lord's still going to be up. 4 members of TLPH on the defense. FCAP, what more will they take? Trying to push down that bottom wave. They know TLPH can still fight back even without JP.
Okay, Ogwin doesn't have his implosion as well as Super Marco Zamanfor. So in terms of initiation, Falcons APBren needs to wait for the cooldown of their ultimates, but they have a fat minion up top. They can force a takedown on the inhibitor turrets up top and on the bottom lane as Kyle Teasy works on it as well. We can hear already the crowd supporting Falcons APBren.
There it is! Ogwin again jumping in. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. Sanford running back. Turret goes down already. And FCAP happy with the push. Are they going to go for the last turret here? The wave is pushing in. JP almost up. Final slash won't land, but the avatar of the Guardian will as Flap Teasy jumps in. Kyle Teasy still holding down the mid lane. Winter crowns and everything else going to be popped, and Benny Cutie firing back. Sanford gets a stun off on the Vengeance, and Few pops the Winter crown himself, but Kyle Teasy will save him from the demise of Benny Cutie, and Carl tries to pull something off, but gets punished again as FCAP pays them back, turns things around, and the birthday buff is real as Super Marco gets a triple, 14-1-6. And Sanji, he's all alone. I don't think he has enough nightmaric spawns to keep FCAP at bay for a victory they surely deserve as the base is worked on, and they take game number 1.
When these two teams face off at each other, you know something's gonna happen. A comeback win for Falcons APBren. And actually, it's kind of poetic, because if you would recall, Game 4 of the S14 Grand Finals, it was Sanji left to push for that eventual championship win. But in this case, Falcons APBren won that game. Panel, explain what happened.
We have names. It's Renmar and Leo. But yes, Ingan was alluding to the Lone Stallion incident where Sanji was left alone, wiping out the final member of Falcons APBren, Super Marco, to claim the Season 13 championship. But that's long gone now. A lot has happened in MPL Philippines Season 14 since then, all around the world too. And we find ourselves here securing the upper bracket slot, the second overall in the season, Falcons APBren.
Wow! And that win came off of the fact
that the Liquid Stampede was nigh unstoppable until they came upon a wall. And that wall was Ogwin.
Ogwin single-handedly stopped what could have been a GG push. Ogwin, inside the base, a total menace. A single push of a button scatters the defending champions inside their own base. And he held on. He believed, Reptar. He believed.
He believed. Content creators, it's your time to shine. Put in that play of Kiboy from M5 that sent them into the grand finals when they beat Falcons APBren in Game 1, and then put in all of the implosions that Ogwin showed in this game to single-handedly force Falcons APBren out of the gutter. From that defense, it was this one, the perfect pushback into the implosion to set up Kyle TZ and Super Marco, while JP tried to zone out the back. Both roamers did their jobs. Falcons APBren's damage dealers were the ones that got free, and as it went on, Falcons APBren started hitting the marks of when to release their skills. Flap and Ogwin were timing their abilities a little bit better, and they made TLPH suffer for it.
It was Ogwin's nigh superhuman devotion to his role and to what needed to be done at the moment that seemed like no matter where on the map, TLPH felt scattered. Like, it was this random fear that, oh no, Ogwin's gonna hit me with an implosion, no matter where we are, that made it seem like, what was that, 20 minutes in, 19 minutes in? It just changed the face of the game.
20 minutes in that play, yeah. But the 25-minute monster of a match. And again, Team Liquid Philippines, we can't praise what Falcons APBren did without praising what Team Liquid Philippines did for majority of the game. San and Daddy JP. Sanji, Sanford, and JP was the wall to Falcons APBren, that every time Ogwin and FlapTZ wanted to get close, they had to sacrifice a majority of their health bar just to get vision, to the point where it started forcing Falcons APBren to use their abilities at such weird timings and force fights at such weird times.
It's safe to say, up until the 17th, 18th minute mark, the map belonged to Liquid. The map was JP's playground, and he let his son San go around and say, you do what you want to do. You hit the final slash on whoever, you burst down whoever. This is why we were calling for the Zask. We were missing Sanji's Zask. But past that 19-minute mark, past the 20-minute mark, where Ogwin flipped the game on its head, it became all about Falcons APBren's macro. It became about how the birthday boy, Super Marco, ended up dealing the most damage, farming up the most gold, and you know what? I don't know what FlapTZ was doing. I guess it was the opposite of what we said would be the parenting style of Ogwin.
Yeah.
He was following Ogwin's lead here.
Yeah, and he had to, like, I think at some point FlapTZ and Ogwin flipped a different switch and understood, yo, nothing's happening. We're not timing our things together, and maybe even more so it's because we're just really getting pressured every time we see the Arlot, the Zask, and the Khalid throw all of their abilities towards us, so we gotta time things together. So once Falcons APBren got some breathing room, it got to the point where there was an 8K gold lead. But here's the thing, that 8K gold lead was 48K for Falcons APBren, 56K for TLPH. That is still within the realm of the items don't matter anymore.
Negligible.
It's negligible. It just boiled down to the execution, and Falcons APBren were able to execute at the right time, the right peak.
And a key here, concept that allowed for that 8K gold lead, 9K almost, to be negligible, especially at that point in the game, is FCAP just had the better kit. That's why in the draft we could not help but praise how they ended up with a Tigreal at the end and saying, yo, this is going to be so difficult for Liquid. We didn't know it was going to be difficult for Liquid in the ultra late game, but we eventually got to that point where what we saw was going to happen. An inevitable approach into a point of the game wherein Liquid be like, nothing, like, as long as Ogwin knows where we are and Flap is like within a meter away, it's over.
And I think we also saw why TLPH were so aggressive. They respected the kit that Falcons APBren brought, that if they allowed Falcons APBren to get into position, you know, play that 50-50 slow front to back, farm up, nothing good's gonna come from Team Liquid Philippines. That's why they were aggressive. They pushed the envelope, but then again, it just hit that wall. They hit the point where the thing that they were denying for majority of the game finally happened. Falcons APBren finding their footing, catching up with the items, and come on, Ogwen, no wonder why implosion after implosion. Fleeting time.
So
it's rare to see a Tigreal get fleeting time.
After he confirms an assist, he's got another one coming.
Yeah, got another one coming
reloaded.
up. Yeah, it was there in that end. That's why Team Liquid Philippines, it seems like now they started overthinking. At one point, I told you behind the scenes where it felt like Falcons APBren had to overthink.
You did.
Which they did. But then as it got longer, it was Team Liquid overthinking.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done with the series yet, but this is big news. The upper bracket slot for Falcons APBren. Speaking of news, we got an M News update brought to you by Mara Aquino. Let's check out what she has to say.
We're back for one more episode of M News, where we give you the latest around the competitive world of MLBB. We're gonna cover 3 areas. First up, Mongolia, as the Mongols are the first to secure the M6 World Championship wildcard after winning the ESN National Championship. The Mongols defeated IHC Esports in a best-of-7 grand finals. The clutch guard on barriers, Lord Steel from the Romer Shenlin, was what they needed to move forward. IHC Esports represented Magnolia back in MSC 2024, where they represented Mongolia. And the Mongols' victory, their teams will soon begin their international debut. Next up, LATAM. Maycam, Evolve, and RRQ Akira have both secured their M6 slots after advancing as the grand finalists of the MPL LATAM Season 2. The champion will head straight to the group stages, while the runner-up will fight their way through the wildcards. Watch the best-of-7 grand finals on October 13. And for our final stop, Indonesia. RRQ Hoshi, Team Liquid ID, Bigatron Alpha, Fnatic Onyx, and Geek Fam have all qualified for the playoffs. And just a few moments ago, during the final day of MPL Indonesia Season 14, Alter Ego took the final slot. Before this, it was both Dawa United Esports and Alter Ego who were aiming for that coveted spot. But after Dawa eliminated by Fnatic Onyx Indonesia, Alter Ego gets to move forward, and they have completed their playoffs bracket. And that's it for our M News. Next time you'll be seeing me deliver the M News will be in the playoffs. So see you then as we break down the world of competitive MLBB. Now let's head back to our panel. Pass up.
The defending champions from MPL Indo acting as gatekeepers towards the playoffs.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx feels like, have they scammed the world? Made us all think that they've gotten weaker and might even miss the playoffs, but no, they're the ones still somehow eliminated. They're not top seeds after the end of the regular season, but yeah, they shattered the hopes of Dewa.
Yeah, not on my watch. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the match at hand. Falcons APBren at 1-0, shattering the hopes of Team Liquid Philippines for getting into the upper bracket. So, that being said, don't even think of a tiebreaker anymore. Confirmed. Regardless of what happens in this match, whether Liquid wins, it's FCAP at second. And with that said, let's celebrate their upper bracket berth with Ogwin's pose.
They're on point.
Wait, there's another one. Is that a three-way or is it a triple threat?
It's a triple. That's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. Yeah, there it is. That's him. Yo, you might pop a vein, bro. Relax.
Ooh, take it easy. There's still another game.
Don't want you to turn into Chocolate Thunder, bro.
Minimum.
Be careful.
One more.
All right. Good for him.
He deserves it. Congratulations. Yeah. That's the smart gameplay pose winner for this match. I'm at a loss for words given what transpired. I would like to think there's more left in the tank for Liquid.
Oh, for sure.
I hate that this is very similar to that first meeting of theirs, wherein it went all the way just for them to fold at the end.
Yeah, it feels like what we saw here was like a remix of what happened in the game number 2 that they had in the last time they met this time around. Hopefully this game number 2 in this series isn't like the game number 1 of their previous meeting where Falcons APBren just ran over Team Liquid. I want to see close, competitive, hell, if we can, still maybe even a game 3.
We'll talk about the matchup further, given that there's a lot that could happen, but real quick, there's a lot happening out there at the Barangay San Isidro, Barangay San Francisco, and Barangay Pasong Kawayan. We have a lot of events and surprises lined up for everyone. We're all celebrating the MLBB Celebrate Caravan. MLBB turns 8 this year. I'm kind of jealous. As fun as it is here in the MPL Arena, I want to have at least experience one of these.
Yeah, it's great to see these caravans. We're going back to the grassroots that we had to celebrate the 8th anniversary. Talking to our talents in the MDL, Joshy Cakes, QWERTY, Odin, Athena, who frequently go to these caravans that we've had. They've all just said the same thing. It's amazing.
Oh, look at this. There's an MLBB fan, a lucky MLBB fan, who got to call their idol care of MLBB's 8th anniversary. We're seeing here Pando of Falcons APBren. This was right before their match against Team Liquid PH, transpiring right now. Oh, look at this. That's a world championship XP laner he's talking to.
The greatest sixth man in the game.
All over the world, he shows support for his squad, ready to play at any given moment in case Flap needs a sub. That's my boy. That's Vincent Onigo.
Pando.
I've been a stan. I've been a Pando stan since his debut in Season 9.
Yeah, and universally, people haven't been shy about expressing what Pando does behind the scenes, acting as like the third coach for Falcons APBren. Coach Ducky, Coach Trevor, now Pando. Before it was Coach Ducky, Coach Vren. They were also vocal about what Pando really brings to the table as the player point of view.
Impressive. Again, this was an experience brought to us, made possible only by MLBB's 8th anniversary, to be able to interact with your idols in such close proximity. Who knows what the 10th anniversary will bring?
That's just big. 2 years from now.
That's going to be big.
Yeah, that is going to be big.
And knowing gaming, knowing esports time, that might as well just be tomorrow.
Yeah, in 2 years, the game might look completely different. Maybe we'll have alcoves off to the side, portals, a secret shop.
What's an alcove?
It's like a little path off to the side, like a little cave that you go through. Just like that.
Quick update about the Game 2. Falcons APBren here being away, chooses blue this time around.
Yeah, again, just a reminder of our system, the away team, the signified away team for each matchup gets to choose what side they go on for game number 2. And yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? This is their comfort side. They played from an uncomfortable position in that game number 1. They literally had to crawl back.
Uncomfortable for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's like wearing a sweater in the Philippines, peak summer, 42 degrees. That's how uncomfortable they were.
Outside at 2 p.m.
Yeah, that's high noon, bro.
So with that said, they're going into game 2 a little more comfortable. They're going to game 2 a little more prepared. Especially they have momentum on their side after turning the game around on Team Liquid. Yeah. Let's check out the fan comments here from Jeff Larona. What is Bug?
He's just saying that was a slobber knocker.
Okay, no one could breathe, all right? With bated breath, we all watched the match. Players countering each other over and over again. That is what the Clash of Titans is all about. Liquid versus FCAP.
It's rare that we see a game like this where it feels like two heavyweights just trading haymaker after haymaker.
Super heavyweights, right? Reptar, super heavyweights.
Although I will admit, I feel like Blacklist International and Aurora set the bar earlier.
That was
a
good mid-card matchup.
Yeah.
That was a bantamweight title defense before the heavyweights.
Yeah, that was the Intercontinental Championship 1v1 that ended up becoming the 5-star match.
Yeah, prior that was a 30-minute match.
Yeah.
Between the workhorses prior to the unification match. That's just this one.
Yeah.
All right. Again, back to the matchup. Real quick before we get into the draft, I have to call back. I don't know if you agree with me, but building up to the Game 1 draft, would you agree? I don't know if you felt that too, but it felt like the MPL arena was a little somber. Everyone was just quiet in anticipation.
Yeah, it really was.
It felt almost sacred.
Yeah, I get what you mean. There were times where the crowd, I was like, why are they so quiet?
Yeah.
But then when I look close to their faces,
they
you
were
could really see they were like people would just be trying to, as if they could influence the game by with witchcraft and sorcery.
And to some extent, some of them feel like they can't believe their eyes. Like, they're right here in the presence of these Titans. Like, wow, I'm about to watch Liquid and FCAP go at it again, live.
And look at these bands, dude. I never thought I'd see these bands on the blue side.
Good thought first. Lu Yi sure, but Alpha first?
Gatot and Alpha first bans by Falcons APBren.
This has got to be a tell that FCAP read into Carl TZ's plights.
Yeah. They'd rather if they could.
Oh, and this opens up the Phoveus. So, what wins? Fnatic Onic, Coach Tony specifically, almost figured out the Phoveus lineup. Like, just pick an Alpha. But now without that, what's Liquid to do?
So they go for the Haibu, so you can't go Nolan Julian here. The Ling gets taken out by TLPH,
That's a Roam Khalid.
Yeah, it's a Roam Khalid.
You can't play that into the Phoveus.
What I'm trying to remember is if the Desert Tornado actually proc.
It does.
The Sinner's Mark?
Infernal Pursuit.
Okay, so it procs Sinner's Marks.
It does.
Gotcha, okay.
You're a sinner if you do.
Ah, okay. So for TLPH later, they're going to need something like a Carrier or a Lunox as the answer to this Phoveus. Again, for Phoveus, it is a requirement. True damage is a requirement to go up against him and make it a little bit easier. So Falcons APBren will go for the Vexana, and as we mentioned, Julian and Nolan were the only really viable options, so they opt to go for the Julian instead. But what Falcons APBren does is they show a magic damage heavy core. So yes, the Phoveus in this scenario is a core piece of this lineup.
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, Phoveus already been split to physical too.
Yeah.
He deals
physical.
hybrid now.
Yeah,
So,
hybrid.
with that said, again, Flap TZ can build this any direction he wants.
Yeah. Mostly, it will lean towards a more physical route. The War Axe.
Defensively too.
Or defensive, yeah. But there is still enough magic damage in the kit of Phoveus for it to be
Count
a
as a
threat.
magic.
To count as a magic. That's
So-
why he's a pain to deal with.
So that means we're going physical for Super Marco.
Yeah, sorry, that just made me laugh. We talked about damage, and then the physicality, the hybrid. Falcons APBren taking away the Harith. One of the best things that you can do if you're TLPH is to equalize the quote-unquote magic damage that Falcons APBren already brings to the table is to bring in a Harith. However good for them is they still have the Nathan as an option for Benny QT. And the Lunox.
Play into the Benny Bomb. And there's the Moskov, which I think would have been great, because again, you want physical on FCAP right now. They're kind of overloaded on magic. The answer, FCAP taking out Benny's favorite 1-1.
Yeah. If they don't want to deal with it, I think they pick up the Claude. If they're willing to give the Claude, pick the gold laner of Benny QT later, pick up your mid laner now.
Yeah, you kind of want to protect Benny given how aggressive FCAP is reading to be 3 picks in.
This might be Aurora, or I'm still thinking the feasibility of a Zask. I'm leaning a little bit more towards an Aurora here.
Either way, I think Zask is the safer of the two. Because you kind of punish the Phoveus. If you're going to clump up anyways,
yeah.
the Phoveus is going to be in the range of your Nightmare Spawn over and over again. He's gonna melt at some point.
I get you. Let's see. Oh, they pack the Eve.
That's a lot of boxes.
That's a very interesting approach. And again, easy pick up there for Falcons APBren. They see the Eve, you immediately go ahead and pick up the Claude.
And they have no disincentive to not play the Claude. They're not afraid of the Phoveus. It's on their side. And there's the Cho.
The fabled Cho'Guin.
The Cho'Guin.
We don't see it a lot, but the times we do really popped off. And we mentioned it earlier, it's the Benny Bomb, it's the Nathan. They needed to pick up the Nathan.
Raptor, there's so many ways to mess up this Khalid.
Yeah.
Daddy JP, mainly he's going to play Vision. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, he can't be as gung-ho about going in and out as usual.
Yeah, however, though, if it's not JP getting Vision, it definitely has to be Sanford and just allow JP to play a little bit more back and set up for the late entry Raging Sandstorm. The early to late game potential and damage potential are much higher for Team Liquid Philippines, but what Falcons APBren has in spades is that lockdown crowd control and, well, just really strong crowd control overall. At this point, I consider the Vexana, the Grasp, the Deathly Grasp, as a lockdown because it almost always connects.
Yeah, and in the instant EG, that stun, that knockup, it's great. Jose Ingan, JC Rezabek, Naisu, go ahead, take us into the land of dawn.
And we are here for the final potential game of the regular season. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan. Together with me is Naisu. Clash of the Titans once again. TLPH versus Falcons APBren. Now, we all know what happened during game number 1.
Yep.
A really good comeback. And with that, I'm pretty sure TLPH is hungrier for more, for revenge. Because they had it in the bag almost. The Liquid Express was really, working for them. It was there, but the huge base defense and implosions from Ogwin happened. So right now, what do you think is going to happen for this game considering the lineups?
Looking at the lineups here, I like both of them. I'm glad even it's weird to say this, but I'm even glad to see the Phobius come through.
I thought the Eve.
That was my next thing to point out. Even the Eve. Now, Eve generally hasn't had the best time through Season 14. Neither right now is Sanji. Whoa, already, as we were talking about.
Whoa!
Ogwin, very aggressive, goes in for the first blood. He's going to get cut off, though. Carlteezy's going to go for the hunt. Is he going to be able to get the execute? Does get it, and FCAP already with the play early on. And as I was saying, man, even Eve, happy to see it, but generally, statistically, Eve hasn't done too well.
That was a good play there coming in from Ogwin. And a quick fun fact, Auntie Anara from the Filipino panel actually asked Ogwin if he does play the Cho. Ogwin said yeah, and after that, he's been grinding the Chos even during his stream. So right now, I'm pretty sure Ogwin is more than capable of performing those fast Way of the Dragon plays as we've seen him do before. And Falcons APBren off to a good start. Game number 1 was TLPH game. Down to the 14-minute, 18-minute mark. They were in control. The base of Falcons APBren was almost demolished. Even down to the third takedowns of Falcons APBren. They only had 2, but this time they're starting things off by going after JP and going for the turtle.
Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down from Sanford. Man, they deal with a whole lot just thrown in the air. Tonal Guard dropped down too. JP on the run. Sanji setting up the rear world manipulation. And look at the fancy footwork from Ogwin. Just bobbing and weaving completely fine. Now Sanford, the target here. They'll take him down. So already a kill picked up. JP on the whims, trying to get back to the turret. There's the jump in from Flap. Frontal pursuit, but he has the heal. JP's going to be fine. And now FCAP focusing on the turtle here. Carlteezy is around the corner. Has the retribution. Going to get focused down a little bit further from Flap. He's the focus and just forcing Carl off the turtle. Plus the kill as Flap shows the strength of this Phobius. Sanford now dropping down the Glorious Pathway into the raging sandstorm. They want to fight it out once again. Total Guard's going to be dropped down too. And Flap, you can't kill this guy. Still going for it. Slams down on JP. Looking for more on top of it all. And FCAP continues to get more.
And just like that, there are no trades for TLPH. 4 kills to none, plus a turret take. Flap TZ, compared to game number 1, has a strong start right now. He does have the Phobius, one of the most banned heroes recently. And at the same time, the thing about TLPH is, if you give Sanford a hero like, wait a minute, Super Marco goes in after Benny Cutie.
Oh, wow. Just catching him with that enhanced chains there, the increased range there too.
The best part is they forced Benny also to pop his Purify. So, Falcons APBren can have a good time again when it comes to the second turtle. And going back to my point, Sanford giving him a high loss. The San duos are highly mechanical players. We've seen Sanford a while ago dominate the early game during game number 1 with the Arlet. And with this high loss pick, do you think Sanford's going to be activated as much compared to game number 1?
I would hope so. I hope that he can still be activated. But yes, this is a Hylos we're talking about. So when we think about activation, especially the XP lane Hylos, you're laying down a Glorious Pathway. And that's either to engage or cut off or, find some utility there. But then also you have the Revitalize. So, really part of this, everybody has to be activated in the same sense for TLPH's lineup. You're talking about the Raging Sandstorm, the Glorious Pathway, plus the Real World Manipulation. All that sets like the best box of, fighting territory that you could ask for, really. And that's where then you hope that you get to the late game and Benny Cutie does what we
Benny Bomb.
The Benny Bomb before, what we coined in the earlier part of the season. And even for Carlteezy, if he can get a snowball going, there's the kick though, but Ogwin going to disengage.
Okay, Falcons APBren going to do a soft reset on this turtle. Now 5 members of both of these teams are ready to engage here. Sanford tries to survey the scene, zoning out. Super Marco ready to engage. Here comes JP as well. Flap TZ goes in with an Infernal Pursuit.
Forest Pathway dropped down from Sanford, trying to cut things off. Flap does not care. Just continues jump in with the Infernal Pursuit. There's the Blazing Duet from Super Marco. Pops off enough damage, but no one going down just yet. Sanford's still quite healthy. Already using that Revitalize to top everybody off, and now the Real World Manipulation drops down. Turtles are going to be secured though, and Ogwin will jump in, find the target as he finds Sanji. They pick up a kill through it all, and TLPH still looking for their own.
Now the thing is, this is what we saw during game number 1. For TLPH, it was a dominating start. And we saw in the draft index the late game potential of TLPH is superior compared to Falcons APBren.
Yep.
So do you think there's a high chance that we see a repeat of game number 1, but this time in favor of TLPH?
It's, you know, if you look at it that way, and there's a chance for I would say even this, for the start for FCAP in this game is even faster than what we saw TLPH do, and just cleaner, like in general, the way these fights are going and everything else. So TLPH has to do a lot to be able to turn this game on its head. And even so, you know, it might be like if they get a pick off, if they get something, that might be great. But really the lineup is going to take a lot more time to, I feel like, you know, just get to that point. It's got to cook for a while, basically.
Speaking of doing things a lot, Kyle TZ just gets a turret up top. As Super Marco also has a turret down bottom. So right now, Falcons APBren knows how to extend the lead macro-wise. 4.2k gold lead, and Ogwin just having the time of his life. Despite JP's aggression, he can freely zone out the members of TLPH, go look for the perfect position to go for the angle of the Way of the Dragon. And we know Ogwin, in terms of setups, he's really capable of turning things around. Or if they're in the lead, extending the lead as much as possible. Look at the goal difference. There's already... I don't want to do math, but you know that Super Marco is ahead by as much as more than 1k compared to Benny QT.
It's always the quick maths.
I was trying to do quick math, but I don't want to make mistakes.
Well, man, at this point, Ingon, you know, you look at the lead that FCAP has, and you know it's pretty much evenly distributed for majority here. And even if, you know, JP continues to try to focus on Flap, like Flap has been
amazing.
A stalwart for a lot of this fighting. Ogwin. Conceal going to be used, looking for the right target. Won't be able to find it. Glorious Pathway, this is the response. Real world manipulation as well. Flap's still there. Kyle will go ahead and get the turtle.
Wow!
Carl tries to fight it out, but they're forced back once again with a blazing duet. There's the kick on Sanji. Taking out Carl. Gonna get cut off and taken out. 2 down once again for TLPH. And it's looking even more grim at this point at the 8.5-minute mark as everything continues to get taken. FCAP not letting up at all.
Man, I just like to commend what Few did there. The Eternal Guard catch onto 3 members of TLPH aided the Super Marco Super Blazing Duet. That's why they got 3 kills. And Kyle TZ got the turtle. And now they have a 6.4k gold lead. Made quick work onto the middle lane turret. They have minions up top. They can force a fight, specifically Flap TZ or Ogwin, as they try and burst down this turret up top. At TLPH, now the main question for TLPH is, can they defend just like how Falcons APBren defended their base numerous times in game number 1? Or will Falcons APBren's momentum just carry them on to a sweep against their most familiar foe, most familiar rival, TLPH? And looking at the items once again, you can see already Super Marco has the DHS, has the Golden Staff, a couple of gold left to get that Corrosion Scythe, really ahead of Benny QT.
I mean, just looking at the items here for TLPH, they got pretty much almost nothing, you know? I mean, yes, Benny QT's probably got the Feather of Heaven, he's got the Stormlight Scythe, but you look at across the board in comparison over here, you're completely outgunned, and even just defensively. Like, as I mentioned that, there's the Wind of Nature picked up, Dominance Ice too. You know, I think even if Carl TZ just picked up a BOD, it's probably not going to be enough. I don't know who he's even going to be able to find. And they try to cap something out. You know, they have such a tanky front line to deal with from FCAP. The gold lead has ballooned to 8,000 at this point. You just go take the Lord freely. There's nothing really TLPH can do from here.
And you restrict Carl TZ of his purple buff. Gonna get an uncontested Lord, gonna extend your lead eventually. Falcons APBren in full control, concealed from Ogwin. But again, the discipline from the M5 World Champions will ensue here. They're not gonna force anything. Might as well wait for the Lord and eventually pop all the Holy Shields, or as much as possible get an inhibitor turret takedown. So right now, the response from TLPH, they need to execute their kits to perfection, connect as much as possible, but here comes JP.
They want to force the fight. Eternal Guard dropped in under the turret. It'll go down very quickly. So just trying to kind of force something. If TLPH will take the bait, they don't. And so FCAP for now just kind of has to wait for this Lord to approach the base.
Yeah.
Everything's available here, though, for TLPH, aside from the Purify from Benny Cutie, but no, he doesn't really need to force himself forward. He still has the Entropy as well. The wave's now pushing in here, so FCAP is going to get these Holy Shields down.
Yeah, they're going to need defense patience just
There's
to
a
activate, but look at the kick!
Going to be able to find Carl TZ, taken out, and it's Super Marco on the backside once again. Sanford now joining the fight, looking for Ogwin and Super Marco, going to chase him down and run him down. Can he catch up, though? I don't think he's fast enough. We'll have to deal with an Eternal Guard there to answer, and Sanford will go down, so 2 fall for TLPH. They do hold on to the base turrets, though.
Again, a huge kick from Ogwin to start things off. Super Marco, if you notice, after casting the Blazing Duet right beside Sanji, BMI's out, Sanford forcing the Glorious Pathway to try and catch him. And even before Sanford cast his first kill with a stun, he already popped his Purify. That's why he was immune. He was able to escape. Ogwin heads up play with Jeet Kune Do to try and slow down Sanford. And the Bulletproof remains unkilled with a 0.05 KDA. As Falcons APBren now have a 9.3k gold lead, and they were also able to take down an inhibitor up top. And looking at the items of Super Marco, already has the Corrosion Scythe, Wind of Nature. So it's going to be harder to kill him this time, Naisu.
You know, every time we get in a position for this in game, and I'm always like, you know, thinking of what Hail Mary play can the team down 10,000 gold after the first Lord or before it? What can they do? You know, and when you look at the lineup that they have, there really isn't much of an answer, to be honest. Like, you know, unless it's JP going with a heroic flicker, raging sandstorm, like, that's about the best you can do. Because, I mean, you're going to see Sanford coming from a mile away. Like, he literally lays down a glowing pathway. He's not going to surprise anybody. So that's all you got. You got JP to try to force something out. But FCAP's not going to fall for that. They're not going to deal with that. And really, you're just – the best case scenario for TLPH, their Hail Mary play, is actually just to come out with a successful defense against this next Lord push.
Maybe 3, maybe 4 more defense before they activate Benny Cutie and before Benny Cutie releases that Benny Bomb. But it is possible they can actually defend this, assuming that they don't get caught up with the kicks coming in from Ogwin, as Falcons APBren will easily burst another uncontested Lord. Now they're going to wait for the Lord to spawn. Ogwin, the past few minutes have been phenomenal for him. Despite, you know, TLPH highly mechanical players, he still finds a way to connect with those Way of the Dragon, even the Jeet Kune Do stuns in TLPH now. Just really selling their recalls.
Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of the successful defense.
Yeah, you need to flex on your teammates. Again, psychological battle, psychological warfare. And for TLPH, even if we lose this game, I think they're saying we have a better recall compared to Falcons APBren.
Well, let's see if they can actually defend here. There's the kick coming through.
Benny
Eternal
Bomb.
Guard dropping down. Benny trying to pop off the damage. Now Flap cut off from the team. Turret's going to go down. Enhanced Chains once again knocking up Sanford. And now all turrets out of the picture here. The base of TLPH bare, but they hold on. Everybody's still alive. They took out Flap, and they'll buy some more time.
Not the worst situation for TLPH. I mean, the worst could easily Falcons APBren just go for the end. But right now, they were able to take down Flap TZ, able to clear out the Lord, didn't suffer any casualties. And with this, they now have the opportunity for Carl TZ to get his purple buff once again, try to go initiate a pickoff, especially now that Flap TZ hasn't respawned yet. But again, Falcons APBren, looking at the items, okay, Malefic Roar already for Super Marco, almost locked item for all their players. It's going to be a huge mountain to climb for TLPH to come back from this. But if we know something, TLPH can defend this still heart of a champion. You can never doubt it. If Falcons APBren were able to pull this off during game number 1, why can't we? Why can't TLPH?
That's the way to look at it, right? You look at it in the best way you can when you're the team facing against this kind of deficit, against this kind of lead. Why can't we? That's kind of what TLPH has to do. And if they want to have that moment for them, again, they have the tools they need. It's just unfortunate because they have to deal with the initiation coming out from FCAP. It's always going to be FCAP to start that fight. TLPH just kind of has to respond to it. And now that we're in the territory of, these immortalities, and you mentioned it, it's almost like item locked for the members of FCAP getting there. It gets that much more difficult to turn things in your favor, even if you have a successful defense.
At this point, these are the times we're in. I'm pretty sure the roamers are thinking, I should have gone with the Tigreal. Imagine if I had the Tigreal for JP. One implosion play can turn things around. And for Sanford, imagine if I have an Arlot that can final/flicker combination. Again, it's going to resort back to your question even before. What's the Hail Mary play for TLPH? And it looks like it is going to be just defend, defend, defend until you activate the Benny Bomb. But Falcons APBren, they know this. That's why they're going to go for the Lord. They're not going to, initiate without the safety of having the Lord, as Falcons APBren will try to burst it down. Sanford is here, though.
I think TLPH, they actually want to fight this one. Lord's going to go for the reset. Glorious Pathway was expended, so they know that Sanford doesn't have that available now. FCAP might just continue to give this a go. You still have JP up on the top side. He can rotate pretty quickly, though.
Conceal
going to be used. Ogwin on the chase. Who's he going to be able to connect? Carl Teasy taking a ton of damage. Wow. Just out of the picture in an instant.
Oh, okay.
And now there's the kick. Sanji in trouble, waiting on the team to help him out. Eternal Guard going to cut them off a little bit further. Benny trying to pop off the damage. He's got to work through some immortalities. Going forward with the Raging Sandstorm. They're actually able to find Oakwood, but Kyle jumps in on the backside. Sanji still up. Kyle waiting for the help from Few. Goes in, gets the kill. There's the enhanced chains. JP trying to help out, keep it together, but it's a triple for Kyle. And they'll make work with the wipeout, and FCAP with a massive lead waits for the minions to march on in before they ultimately end this game, end the series in a sweep with the victory to show them that, hey, they've got emotes too.
The magic number for Falcons APBren is 2. They've secured the 2nd seed coming into the playoffs, and they also secure a 2-0 seed against the reigning champs of MPL Philippines, TLPH. Huge momentum boost for Falcons APBren, especially, after suffering a defeat against Fnatic Onyx with the fastest game this whole season. And just like that, Falcons APBren once again will edge out another Titan in TLPH.
Again, when you look at it, these teams know that they're going to the playoffs. FCAP does do the job that they wanted to do today, and that was lock in that upper slot, upper seed. They managed to do that. TLPH, though, they've got a lot to bring to the table, I think, when we get to the playoffs, and even more so now that they have some time here. A lot they can adjust from, a lot they can learn from, and we'll see exactly what they bring once we get to the playoffs. I can't wait to see them battle it out. Maybe we see them battle it out again, maybe we don't.
Yeah, again, we have a 1-week break. Anything can happen with that long break, but here comes Falcons APBren, the winners of the final series of this season, regular season. That's why Mara Aquino, take it away.
Everybody give it up for Falcons APBren. There won't be any tiebreakers today. Kyle TZ, congratulations.
Thank you po.
May tanong kami kasi lagi niyong sinasabi na rivals niyo ang TLPH. But you defeated them over and over again. So bakit niyo silang tinuturing rivals even though every single time kayo ang nagdo-dominate sa mga interviews? Yeah.
Siguro po kaya po tinatawag namin silang rival kasi palagi po namin sila nakakatapat even though dito sa MPL and internationally.
Sila ba ang gusto mong makatapat muli? Let's just say, grand finals ulit kayo. Let's pretend. Let's fast forward. Sino ang gusto niyo bang makatapat doon? Sila rin ba?
Para sa akin, sila pa rin. Kasi para kami pa rin ni Carl magre-represent ang Pilipinas.
I know, we love seeing that. Ikaw, Pew, tawa ka ng tawa, pero alam mo ba na ikaw ang pinakaunang MPL Philippines na manlalaro na nakahit ng 500 games? Let's give him a round of applause. Sabi ni Coach, ano ang sabi ni Coach? Ang tanda mo na. Okay. Kanino mo kina-credit yung success and drive mo? 500, that's huge. Legendary yon. So who do you credit that to?
Siguro ako credit ko yun sa lahat ng tao na naniniwala pa rin sa akin. Kasi para sa akin, kung ramdam kong wala nang naniniwala sa akin, tigil ko naman.
Palakpakan ng idol ng mga kids! At syempre, all throughout, sa lahat ng games mo, behind you, there's always a woman, a strong woman supporting you, I see. And now, nawala pala siya dito. Kala ko nandito, pero nandito siya. And now, our MVP. Let me hear some names. What's your guess? Let's take a look at the screen. Happy birthday! Birthday boy! Okay. Alam mo, may birthday buff. Ano ba ang gusto mong wish other than the championship and M6, syempre? Ano ba talaga ang wish ni Super Marco? Wish mo, hindi wish nila. Ikaw. Maliban sa M6, maliban sa championship, personal wish ni Super Marco.
Long live sa mga mga loved ones ko.
Long live sa mga loved ones. You're so selfless. Ano gusto mo sabihin sa ating mga fans?
Ay, long lives pala yun.
Sa mga fans nyo.
Thank you sa mga nag-effort na pumunta rito, tsaka sa mga bumati sa akin, tsaka sa mga pamilya ko, tsaka sa girlfriend ko na pumunta rito.
Happy birthday. And now it's time to award our lucky fan with 3,000 diamonds. Come on up. You will also get a ticket to Day 1, Match 1 of the playoffs. Hello. What's your name?
Marian po.
Marian. Okay, Marian. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si Super Marco po.
Ayun! Anong birthday wish mo sa kanya?
Ang birthday wish ko po sa kanya is sana manalo pa rin sila in the next game po. And always lang din ako magsusupport sa team po nila.
Super Marco, nahihiya. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa super fan?
Thank you po.
Okay. All right, I'll take this mic. You get to take a bow with the team and take your walk, all right? Falcons APBren, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. The birthday buff is real. Happy birthday and congratulations, Super Marco and Falcons APBren. We're gonna break it down for you. We're gonna head back to our panel. Pass up.
Happy birthday to you! A bulletproof birthday for Super Marco, putting a pin on it or a candle on it with an MVP performance. Honestly, as soon as Ugwin picked the Cho, everything else was just up in the air for the rest of Falcons APBren to catch up to. And why does it seem like Few has been... No, he also played a Vexana game 1, no?
Yeah. So back-to-back Vexana games here for...
That's why.
For Few.
That's why.
And again, it's an instant catch, a deathly grasp, and then the Eternal Guard, that's sure lockdown. And again, what we highlighted earlier, what Falcons APBren had over the Team Liquid Philippines lineup was crowd control. They had it in spades. The lockdown made things so difficult for JP, Sanford, and the fact that two of their main pieces in their line, or make that three, the Phovius, the Cho, and the Claude are easy formation breakers. That Sanjay's Eve had such a difficult time, even though it looked like a good real-world manipulation, because he didn't have the early game that one Eve needs so that she has a much earlier power spike. It was tough for Team Liquid Philippines.
Which is a total foil to what Liquid looked like they were going for. There was so many boxes that Liquid wanted to set up, right? The perfect line for the Benny Bomb, the perfect square for the real world manipulation and the glorious pathway, but they just couldn't find it given how easy it is for FCAP to just say, yeah, no, you can't do that there. Not there, anywhere but there.
Yeah, I don't like playing tight formation or high requirement formations for one lineup against a hero lineup from the other team that has a Phoveus. Phoveus alone already shatters a lot of formations.
I was going to say Phoveus alone, but it was exacerbated by the Cho, by the Julian, by the Margo, by the Claude. And again, I think Vexana is slowly ramping up to be like #1 mid laner.
Yeah.
Again, the other mid laners you kind of have to work yourself into, like a Faramis or a Valentina.
The Aurora.
The Aurora.
Quite conditional.
Yeah, the Vexana is just like, no, it's good. You want damage? Sure. You want CC? On demand.
Yeah, and the fact that TLPH plays around the formation, that if anyone goes down, that's not good news for your team because you're still going to be receiving some extra damage from the passive that the Vexana has when she gets to take down a target that's cursed by her.
And what makes this worse for Liquid is the fact that, sure, the game ended at about 18 minutes, right? They were able to last that long, but they played a non-game. Not a single turret they pushed. Did you see that?
Yep.
Do you even remember? Like, I looked at the stats now, not a single turret.
Yeah, it's difficult to play the map when your lineup is really built around winning from the team fights from the objectives. And the fact that Team Liquid Philippines lost the first team fight in a devastating fashion meant that as long as Falcons APBren wins the next one, then they'll take control of the majority of the game. Like 7 to 8 minutes, it's theirs. If TLPH keeps it close, they can come back to 9 or 10, 11. But since they didn't keep it close, well, Falcons APBren stomped them.
Which is truly a shame because you have a Khalid. That's one of the few things that Khalid does well. Even the Hylos, you assert yourself into situations, you roam the map as if you own the place, and then you hopefully give your cores a free time to go around. This is a situation wherein the cores are the jungle and the gold for Liquid. And say what you will about Benny Cutie eventually finding a Benny Bomb later on, but I think at that point it was too little too late.
Yeah, again, it's incredibly difficult to play two frontliners that needs to assert themselves if the mid laner that they're paired with takes a while to ramp up, doesn't have that instant burst damage, that gratification you need.
The B word.
The burst.
They were lacking the B word, what Rockhart would like to call the boom boom.
The boom boom. They had the burn, but they didn't have the burst. And then when you have two assertive frontliners, you want burst paired with it.
They got the box too.
Yeah, they got the box.
There's so many Bs, but the wrong kind. All right, real quick, let's relish in FCAP's victory by checking out this interview with them. Come up. All right, we are going to revisit the tapes and try to get that video back up to snuff, but I can only imagine what it feels like for FCAP right now. Again, many reasons to celebrate the upper bracket berth, the birthday, and health and success of Super Marco.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, another chance for them at greatness.
Nakaka-excite na nakaka-enjoy kasi sa first time namin makapag-cover ng magazine tapos at the same time nag-enjoy kami kasi may mga games na lalaro kami ron.
For the last question, how did it feel being an esports team in a magazine like The Game? Is it a sign of esports being more recognized as a sport?
Sobrang saya ko kasi na-feature kami magkakasama sa isang magazine. Tapos feel ko na nare-recognize na rin yung paglalaro ng Mobile Legends na parang sports na rin kasi meron ng mga tournaments internationally, tapos meron na rin sa SEA Games. Ganun. Kaya feel ko nare-recognize na talaga siya as a sport.
A few words from Falcons APBren on their feature on the cover of the game.
Yeah, I got a glimpse of a few of the words that were shared in that article that they had, the feature for Falcons APBren. They acknowledged the slump that they went through before becoming Falcons, before even becoming APBren.
Yeah.
When they were still Bren Esports.
It was a tough couple of years.
Yeah, showcasing their journey. They went as far back as what they did leading up to M2, winning M2, the slump that they faced, and then now the world tour that they went on last year continued into this year.
Yeah.
It's a great feature.
Reptar, there's potentially one more stop.
Yeah, they could be going back to Malaysia for another one.
Where they previously won that SBS MLBB Season 5 championship. All right, real quick, all eyes right now, given that we ended the regular season, onto the playoffs. Don't miss the much-awaited playoffs of MPL Philippines Season 14, held right here at Green Sun Hotel. Get your early bird tickets now because they're on sale starting October 9. Buy our tickets on a discount now. If the early bird promo is still live via ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs.
Yeah, join the party with us. We're gonna see the space that we've called home for 8 weeks grow, seeing new elements, lots of new activities for our viewers. So if you thought this was the Final Four, got another thing coming at you.
It's going to be an amazing time. Once again, the playoffs happening in about a couple of weeks. Real quick, let's check out what the final moments of that series were. Here's the mic check featuring Falcons APBren.
Happy birthday, 14 kills, baby! Happy birthday! 15 kills, 15 kills. Ito nga. Kaya nga, wala ka. Kaya. Last kill, ha? Coach, ano yung tiyo, ha? Winter, meron ka, ha? Wala, 2, 3.
Happy birthday, 14 kills.
Chanting upper bracket. And in that last clip, were they trying to style on Liquid by saying, you have a flicker, you have a flicker?
Yeah.
Never change, Falcons, never change.
Oh, wow. It's great to see them in high spirits. Again, they've gone through a slump, a rough beating from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, suffering the fastest game. But no, up against their fellow Titans, the rivals clawing back after being against the wall for
20 minutes.
Entirety of game number 1, yeah, for 20 minutes. It's great. And for Falcons APBren fans, including myself, a lot of confidence probably heading into the playoffs.
It's not the same story for Liquid. I can only imagine. My heart goes out to the Cavaliers and the Cavalry. But, you know, you can rest easy knowing this.
Oh, what's this?
The playoffs is definitely something else, all right, for Liquid. So best believe they're still our defending champions. Here are our bias points. Again, predictions happened all throughout Season 14. And we're going to tally them right now, the lowest of which will be suffering consequences.
Oh.
Ingan scored 3.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right.
New guy on desk. I got 4.
4. All right. Yo, Rock Hard, Ingan, come in here. Come in here. Rock Hard. Join it. Rock Hard. Come on.
Nice who got 4.
Nice who got 4.
Come on in, Carl.
Let's close. Oh!
You got
10.
Unbelievable. And Rockhart got 4. New guy, you're doing something.
All right, Ingan.
Okay, so him being the winner, you get to decide what the consequences of this handsome young man are.
All right, Ingan. Number 1, you gotta give a skin to a lucky viewer. Is that it? You agree to that?
And you must post it on social media as proof.
Yeah.
Okay.
And number 2, for the 2 weeks leading into the playoffs.
So up until October 16.
1 week.
Up until October 16.
Every day, you gotta record yourself a nice little cardio session. The thing you hate doing the most when you go to the gym. Jim, I don't count dancing as cardio.
No.
Steady state, right on the treadmill, that's it. All right.
Choose cardio or math.
No. See.
Cardio.
Cardio it is.
All right, congratulations, Ingan.
You guys. I just want to say I hate you.
Well, there.
Go get your lungs ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're announcing the Infinix Fancy Laban playoffs that will be held here at the Community Hub at Green Sun, Makati City. Alongside our playoffs, so it's happening the same time the big teams are playing. The big teams of the Fancy Laban are going to be out to play as well. The champion will get to take home Infinix GT20 Pro phones and get this, a whopping 25,000 diamonds.
So your 5-man, that's 5,000 diamonds each, and you get GT20 Pro phones, the same devices that the professionals use?
That's your future secured. You might as well be on your way to playing pro. Congratulations again to everyone who's going to be competing. Here's real quick check on the standings. So this is the final picture for Season 14.
Who would have thunk? What a season that we have. The champions of the Philippines right now are sitting at 5th, but it's a tight race between Omega, Aurora, and Team Liquid. Blacklist has been rising lately, and here it comes.
Here we go.
Oh, man.
The playoffs bracket is upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, bask in the glory. An old rivalry come out to play, dug out from late 2021. Blacklist and Smart Omega facing off in the first round, while down in the next bracket is Aurora MLBB and the defending champions Liquid Philippines. Sitting pretty up top though in the upper bracket is Falcons APBren and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. How do you feel about the brackets?
You know what's funny? What we said, that this may have been the last time we'll see Falcons APBren versus TLPH.
Could happen now.
Could actually happen. But our opening match is Omega and Blacklist. The new Barangay versus a recoded version 3 final draft, Blacklist International. Wow!
Two of the scrappiest teams, two of the teams who understand what it takes to develop, to change, and to exceed. That's your opener. And then up next, of course, is one of the hottest teams straight out of the oven versus the defending champions.
And don't forget, our spicy little change we did for the playoffs. Our lower bracket finals is now also going to be best of 7.
My favorite part.
Oh, wow.
Dedicating a whole day to just that means more time for us to digest the heartbreaks, to think of what could have been.
Yeah.
And still, it remains true. For FCAP and for FNAP, they are just 2 best of 5s away from M6. Now think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to be at your service. My name is Dan Leo Cubanga. Here with me is Renmar Santa Cruz on behalf of Jose Ingan and Naisu. You just watched MPL Philippines Season 14. Thanks for joining us.
In 8 weeks, they battled in this arena, aiming for that one goal. And now 6 teams are a step closer to that championship trophy.
Surprising outcomes, devastating losses, and unexpected victories. No one could have predicted the regular season that we just had.
This season truly is all about change. We bore witness to epic rivalries that unleashed the hero within.
It definitely has been one of the most competitive seasons of MPL. Mga umuusbong na team na nagpakita ng kanilang lakas.
Huwag rin natin kakalimutan ang umuusbong na meta, ang mga magbabalik na mga heroes and ang kanilang mga pocket picks.
At kami pa rin ang maghahatid sa inyo ng aksyon sa Land of Dawn. Kaya sama-sama tayo sa susunod na kabanata ng MPL Philippines Season 14. So mark your calendars!
See you in the playoffs!
Cause malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera.